no limits to my calling. Going straight to the top like I've been boarding. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. And taking my shot like my hands on the rifle. It's now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Woo. Now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Yeah. Now or never. Yeah. Look. Now or never. Keep quiet, the queen's talking, keep walking. Couple of rings brought in, lines choking. Couple of reporters reporting. Firing line with the red dot, no recordings. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. And taking my shot like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never. Woo. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. It's now or never.
I know you're stressing, right? You need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe. No time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind. Take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side. Let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me. I'll miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, be my, the only one I want. Be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on down second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean. Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Ha, haters wanna hate, they ain't make top 10. Ha, double, triple team, what they need to defend. Ha, I juke left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the. I got a game on what? I got a game on live.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Let's go. I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast, right past anybody taking life for granted. Yeah, that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything is art. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing. Yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough. You better watch out, I'm on the climb to the crown. In my prime right now, hear me loud, I've been spitting for a while now. All by myself, independent DIY now. Don't need no help, I've been beating out labels and money and budgets, it's funny. I do all the work, yeah, keep it 100. I fight for my dreams, I would die for these things. I believe in myself, I refuse to be weak, I like to build things. Empires out of buildings. I wanna leave a legacy of helping others find they feel things, of motivating and killing. Depression, exhaustion, we need some healing. I work through the pain, I like seeing gains. I keep my head down, buried, walk through the flames. Yeah, I do this every day, even when I feel drained. A true man pushes through, you don't hear complaints. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man of my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you're talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got a baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride that despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Friday night putting them plays in, but it feel like a special occasion. So let's go out, go blazing, hit the dance floor, let go frustrations. I might have a hidden agenda, but my intention's pure. I'll give you all that I got, and I hope that you don't need more. It's okay, just take my hand now. Damn, me and sweating your hair out. You got me creasing my sneakers. That's usually something I care about. Couldn't see the path, but it's clear now. You was in my dreams, but you here now. And I just want a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance outside as you hear what? I called a ride cause I'm going up. And there's something mixy going in my cup. Don't say much cause they know what's up. You know it get cold on a late night. We getting all close like it's day night. You looking so fly, you could take flight. Now I got this feeling that I can't fight. Your curves got my urges flaring. You got me by the collar and I'm not caring. You see how the people can't stop staring. I'm trying to make you mine and I'm not sharing. Okay, let's bring it back a bit. She said you could have whatever if you ask for it. Well, I just wanna have a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me.
A hoop chain. Wish all you want like you blue cakes, but I'm on the road like I move skates. Settle to the top like it's due date, and I'm never gonna stop like LeBron James. Big dreams, yeah, live large. We go hard to play hard. Dream big, live large. I work hard to play hard. I'm coming for the top, and I ain't never gonna stop. Oh no, dream big. A bootlace, rise to the top like a souffle. I bring the heat like Dwayne Wade, dishing them out like a food tray. Big bars like I move weights, and I'm serving them up like a food plate. Yeah, big dreams, live large. We go hard to play hard. Dream big, live large. I work hard to play hard. I'm coming for the top, and I ain't never gonna stop. Dream big, live large. Work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard. Work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard.
Get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up.
Yeah, get on your feet and move to the beat. Pour up some drinks and then we repeat. Yeah, chasing my purpose, need a release. Yeah, my life's a beach, I'm lost in the breeze. Do this with ease, don't play with my dreams. Yeah, it's so together, it's not what it seems. Heart of a tiger, life of a king. Yeah, chasing my bag, my feet in the cream. Running these laps, not losing my steam. I'm feeling good, this life's what I need. Don't intervene with my energy. Yeah, I'm in her scope like Jimmy Iovine. Yeah, no Superman, but I'm feeling supreme. This not a movie, but I'm making a scene. Yeah, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up.
Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up.
We just gotta live our life, we paying a price. Piece of the pie, I need me a slice. Yeah, rolling the dice, the scariest spice. Sticky like rice, the tricky reprise. Yeah, love will suffice, I suffer in silence. All alone, I'm lost on the island. Let's spread peace and less of the violence. Sebastian Bach on yachts playing violence. Yeah, the flowers violet, give me my rose. This for my city, all for my bros. Did it alone, so far in my zone. So raise your glass, let's all have a toast. I can show you how to get like me. Live your life till you die. Yeah, look, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta
Get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up.
You keep me up all night,
been the same, put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it, look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That when it's degree, that kick back. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal in room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in a few, might land in a tomb.
I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now.
Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. Bad with a vengeance, killing the ops, I'm leaving no remnants. They all in attendance. Gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind. It's time that you be the witness. At the top, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G League, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm notched up in TT, ayy. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal in room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in a few, might land in a tomb.
I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now.
Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts.
This is show business.
Hey, what's up, yeah? Yeah, throwing money fast like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas like, hey. Double pump and bring it back like, hey. Yeah, my amigo got the pack like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Yeah, throwing money fast like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas like, hey. Oh, don't write, back again. Don't know me, go and ask a friend. Hitting these shows, gotta pack 'em in. I spin it, I'll make it back again. Shawty go and bring your baddest friend. We can take it to the back of Benz. Do it like you would for TV. Camera on you like a bag of lean. Shaking it for me, I'm loving the move. Friends say you bad and yeah, I'm cool. Walking up to it, not thinking it through. Like shawty, tell me what's good with you. Coming with me and she got, ayy, 24 on a watch. You don't know, that's a lot. What she want is what I bought, yeah. If I want it, I'ma get it, yeah. I just talk the way I live it, yeah. I got many, plenty women, they all wanna ride, even in the Civic, yeah. But now I pull up in the Aston. For money, I'm made off the back end. High end with the fashion, now broke, so me in the past tense, yeah. Throwing money fast, like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas, like, hey. Double pump and bring it back, like, hey. Yeah, my amigo got the pack, like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Yeah, throwing money fast, like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas, like, hey.
Wallet in the bank, I'ma check. Whoa, VVS all on my neck. Whoa, we talking power, respect. I be blowing on gas and I'm high as a jet. Like, whoa, shorty can't breathe no air. Yeah, red bone body, long hair. Yeah, everything I do real rare. Yeah, can't buy one, need pairs. Yeah, I get paid now. I was in them streets and I ain't never do no playground. I just kept it real, stay 100 and I stayed down. Made it out that jungle, now we shopping when we touch down. We riding around, my windows down and my speakers loud. Hate my grind down, like a shine, I'm one of a kind, no
Let's do something crazy. Get a bit wild today, 'cause we don't do this every day, and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? We'll take the world by storm, 'cause you and I can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Ooh, let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in?
Didn't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. With my thing, got the blinders on. Filling my stack, yeah, high and long. Time is on, I am a bomb. Golden touch, got the Midas on. Hey, on a wave, from the cave to main stage. I'm about to engage. Raise the price of my wage. Didn't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Didn't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on the job. Didn't know, I'm a pro. Didn't know, I'm in the zone. In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa.
Who will ascend to VCT EMEA 2025?
Welcome back to another day of VCT Ascension EMEA, and today the stakes don't get any bigger than what we've seen on the Omega stream. It's day 4, we've got 4 teams. For 2 of them, the dream will live on, and for the rest, well, their year ends here. I'm Hazard JC, joined alongside Kakuka once again on the desk. We're getting ready to head into what could be some classic matches.
We're making this a thing, right? Like from now on, you and I are just gonna be together. But as you're saying, today's a very big day for 2 of the teams. Everything is going to be gone out the window, all the effort. It doesn't matter anymore how well you've done in the region, because as we're taking a look at the groups, we can see that the situation for both Basa and Desire, the first match that we're going to be covering up today, it's devastating. And it's not only that the year's over, you will also have to play tomorrow, knowing that there's nothing you can do, but you still have to give your best show. And do not forget, Scouters are out there. Nobody knows what they're going to be doing in 2025. And of course, everybody wants a spot on Tier 1.
Yeah, these are the matches that we've got today across all of the streams, and I think it's important that you mention the matches tomorrow as well when you contextualize that with what we've got going on Alpha. That's on twitch.tv/Valorant, YouTube as well, of course, for those inclined. And yeah, we've got teams that are going to be qualifying to playoffs today. So those same very teams, perhaps, which if they don't win, they're going to be playing against some of the teams which lose today, and maybe vice versa. So lots on the line still coming into the final few days now to be played in the group stage. And I think that just makes it a little bit more interesting, those interactions between the top end, the bottom end, and what is still left to play for.
Yeah, but even with that, like going on the last day against a team that has like lost it all, I can understand how somebody's mental is completely broken, because it's devastating that you have such a good performance throughout the year. And I think that that could be the perfect example for Desire in the region, in Italy. They were winning everything, maybe, and just maybe, it was too easy for them to get across a certain threshold, because every time in officials, they would just get the win.
Yeah, I mean, how often is it that you see a team celebrate an anniversary of immortality, a whole year in challenges without taking a single loss? Yet this has been a bit of a shock to the system for them, I think. Back into Ascension again, both teams, in fact. Barca still yet to find a win, and with that on the table for both, I think this is again something we have to reiterate. It's a match which we're very likely to see next year when the regions merge. Someone who is, of course, already familiar with Spain is Filu.
Yeah, exactly. He's been playing in the past in Gase. He has a lot of experience, as you're saying, but today the challenge goes beyond that. Of course, that is going to be an incredible card to play, but as you're saying, for Italy, this is more than just a match. It's not only fighting for your survival, it's going to be tough from here on. But if you think of a team, for example, like Barca, even though they've lost, their losses have been pretty close, right? They've at least been getting a map off, and they still, I would say that they have a little bit more of experience because of the pieces that combine it. For Desire, though, I feel like it's taken a little bit of a toll, the fact that they played that many best of ones. Don't get me wrong, both of the teams are in the same situation, but I think that coming into this point, it's very difficult as we head into the map, Vito, to just spot where the strengths are going to be.
Yeah, speaking of strengths, Kukuka, of course, you, someone following Barca here as well, what would you be leaning into here as a first map pick?
Ascent, of course. Yeah, I love that we get it. I mean, it's been flawless for them until they got here to Ascension, and they play a very interesting composition if they don't change anything. Lucas Rojo has been going on about Viper on Ascent since 2020. Like, I remember seeing him on Wigers being like, this is the best idea. You do not know how strong this agent is. And I'm very looking forward to seeing it, and how with the nerves of the agent that is going to go. Haven as the second one, also with the composition that Desire play. The first two maps I'm super excited about. What about you?
Yeah, I completely agree, right? As well, into that second map, one which Desire lost yesterday against Apex. Barca, on the other hand, they took the win there versus Go Next. That was the one map that they took in that preliminary series. Two very tough teams which they had to play. You can't underrate CGN. It's a... how do we put it? An acquired taste, their style of play. Difficult to play into if you're not used to what it is they do. Contact heavy. We all know the memes at this point in time that they're contact gaming nation. But to just push that aside, and yeah, look at the Vito finishing up on Sunset as well. Going to be interesting considering the history that both of the teams have there. And yeah, Desire, another one they played yesterday.
I love this. Like, I'm very happy that they don't change anything. I don't see what they would. Desire, the only change that they made, quote unquote, recently has been moving away from the Killjoy into that Cypher, and probably that is something that is going to help them today. Barca, with this composition, I want to see how they make it work with the Sky. Again, I know that Lucas loves the Asian on this map, and I think that Vorwin is going to be doing a great job, but with the nerfs to both Viper and Sky, I want to see how they handle everything, because just because with all of the streams going on at the same time, I haven't had a chance to actually dive into how they're doing, not only regionally, but across the regions.
So here we go. Desire starting out on the defender's side, Barca on the attack with this double controller setup. Now, that's going to make it much more imperative on Guardi's part that he can use those guiding lights effectively, that they can collect information, because you're without a Sova, you're without a KO. It's going to be... yeah, an interesting one to see how it pans out. And with so much on the line yet again, Barcelona brought to the brink, so much so that people, including their own coach, thought that they were eliminated. They hang on for now against a Desire team who could very well soon find themselves back in the same region.
But it's so complicated, right? Even if they win today, they need a convincing win. And talking about being convincing, Desire yesterday was having very strong starts of the map. Let's see if that can get into Barca's mental.
And look at this, right off the bat, slow default. It's what you expect. You have to try and find a way to bleed as much utility as possible, gain as much of the map as possible. It's this Viper wall which cuts across mid for now.
Yeah, probably they're going to be using it for most of the defense, and it's important to wait until those first pieces of utility to try and spot where people are playing. So it's also very important that Waki was using the knife from B, but still covering mid.
Guardi as well, of course, with the flash in hand, is on the Ghost. Trailblazer as well to clear this corner. There's a trap play set up towards short. For now, it looks like Barca just going to make the first incision. Paranoia off the cam. Tak has the frenzy there to use, but it's Kaden that peaks first. The follow-up is not going to be good enough. Guardi picking up a kill, which puts Barca in front for now.
I cannot believe that the Frenzy did not get that kill.
He's gonna go for more. A double dip. Finds his third. Filu trades. B has been left open. The spike's gonna go down, but already you see Barca taking up these advanced positions in mid, trying to cut off that rotate.
But it's such a good call, right? Like you've had that duel, you know that it's going to draw a lot of attention, and the moment that the movement also comes from mid, your action is to, okay, let's get the spike down. And now we have two people playing in pairs.
Here in the steps, Maniac is in for the next. Dash across, info to the second, and executed. Barca taking the pistol and opening up this series on the attack side.
As I said, I love the way that this composition works and what you can do with it. Even with that trap play, it wasn't enough. We saw the camera probably not even getting the information. I love the discipline on not shooting and just losing everything with the Frenzy so fast. But Guardi here was amazing for this round. Not only getting the kills, but also keep putting that pressure time and time again. Like, it literally took them 3 bodies to take him down.
It's the way you set up the rounds too. You know that Barca, they're going to be playing this slow style to bait out the trap play as well and have that presence of mind. Sure, always an area that you want to be contesting mid to late round as the attacking team. And it's the same wall again that they're going to be using. Finally, Desire bring a little bit of proactivity to the table.
Yeah, trying to get something off of this Sheriff. We're talking about the head-to-head of their duelists. And Jesse's just going to be covering, making sure that this push does not happen. But look at all that's going on mid already. Everything's clear, all the utilities falling.
Here. Yeah, Jesse's so good on the pistol too, and just controlling space. Most 4Ks in the tournament with 1 game played less than most of his counterparts. Injected
I can give you an update on that one.
Yeah, to give a little more life. We'll get to that in just a second.
Oops.
It's Maniac which opens up here. Cam for the check, Tag aware of this, trying to contain. It's only Caden, however. The pistol is picked off, that is all.
Yeah, I'm going to very slowly go into those numbers because I think it's very interesting to mention. And when we talk about the individual aspect, yes, a team can do good in macro, but are we excited about what we see also individually? As we're saying, many teams are scouting, especially with the recent events of how well the tier 2 players have been doing in the VCT and main VCT. You know, everybody is playing for a spot.
That's it, right?
Player standing.
Fighting out the shop window.
Yeah. Let me see, because I have the frags here. So one of the things that surprised me, I was looking at, who's performing the best, as in who's having the most clutchy plays. Some of these things, of course, can be like ecos, or you just being set up perfectly, or you just have a life round, right? Right now, a thing that surprises me is that Caden is the... Caden, Waddle, and Wacky, they all have 1 4K. And...
Okay.
After that, we have Filu having the most impact in 3Ks, right? But it makes a lot of sense. But it is surprising that in their case, it's been like a group effort. You do not see many of the names having a lot of high clutch rounds. Which I think in a tournament like this, I mean, it says a lot. Of course, they haven't been winning, but still, having those rounds is always an edge that gives you.
And here you go, Desire finding a couple of kills each already, getting the opener. Jesse trades it back. That's most important. It's opened the floodgates on A, Spike can go down, and there's time to set up in post.
Yeah. Now they're going to have all the space. They're going to go a little bit aggro, trying to deny the information from this drone. And he's only going to spot one of them.
Ooh, Guardi not caught by the tag. And you've got to be thinking, are Barca trying to take a little bit more space here? The paranoia queued up under, Maniac waiting in the wings for his chance to pounce, but it will elude him. A moment longer that Barca can afford to push Desire back. Time is of the essence now in the retake, but the reveal is divine, and that means Maniac is dead with all the rest. Barca buried, and Desire with their first.
And I'm loving the discipline that I'm seeing from both of the teams. Guardi did the same as he was doing on the first pistol round. He knows his plays very well and how he can have the most impact. Having also that microplay to deny them from going in. Maybe a little bit too early, right? But you see a perfect retake from the side of Desire, moving very well, expecting this kind of reactions from Barca. It's still the bonus that they get, but I think that Waddle with that Odin could be a problem in the future. And look at Barca, they have already decided to change the Viper wall, maybe trying to get some fake information.
Potentially information denial as well when you consider these cams, which Tag's been placing round on round. It is inside the window instead though, so we will get a view to this, and that should have been the alarm bot gone, but the shock does miss. That affords Barcelona a little bit more control in this patient play that they've been building towards. Something else that we'll have to consider further down the line as well, Kakuka, is that when they get into post, if you have that utility left with double controller, they can make it a lot more difficult for you to get back in.
Yeah. I also want to see how they structure it doing the defense, but the read here from the Sire is so good. Even though they used the wine weight at the beginning of the round, the pressure that Barca was put in, that Jesse was put in, make them react to moving across the map a little bit and just guard something else. And this just slows down the plan. But Barca has been feeling very, very comfortable running down the clock.
Yeah, looking at the utility that they've got left, all of the flashes on the Barca side, Desire, Paranoia, and Wacky, his own flash drives, but now coming towards the execution. Information already taken towards the B side. A is where they will head, and it's Maniac to lead the line yet again. Filu was blind, but only for a moment. Wacky out the other side of the door, traded. Vorwen, the captain, stepping up. Caden living on thin ice, and the Classic takes him down. Another reveal through from Waddle, but he's clutching at straws here to try and do any real damage. The spike not yet planted, but will eventually go down, and Desire, they are stricken for options to try and make this work.
Yeah, a little bit of heal coming in. It's going to be difficult, a 4v2 in this situation.
Oh, the Odin out in the open, hung out to dry, and Waddle nothing left to do. Tag will fall by his side, and Barcelona right back to winning ways.
I am surprised, and I'm going to be honest on why I expected a bit of a sloppy start from both of the teams, right? I did not expect this kind of discipline of like, we run the clock, we know that the Cypher camera has spotted us, what do we do with the time? We react to every bit of utility, but we do not want to show the bodies just yet, so we can have this kind of impact in the execute and get the spike down. Once you pick this map, what we've been saying that Barcelona has been flawless on, until they got to this tournament, you know that you're going to be starting on the attack. So seeing how curated this is gives an explanation as to why it has been such a flawless season for them on this map.
Desire taking some early map space. You've got Filu, tucked in Wine. This isn't something that they've really tried to do so far. Speak about discipline, respect, patience. The other aspect is fear. This is an elimination game. You can't afford to cower. And Barca right now perhaps making the most of the situation. Jump over the top, cagey from Caden. That's exactly what we're talking about, but now they pull the trigger straight into the B site, onto the button. Door closed in the face. Spike needs to try and find its way through. Desire have done a great job at just slowing down the pace of this push. Maniac finally cuts the ropes beneath them, and the double in the site is caught by his own Paranoia. It's messy. Waddle gets the double. Again, at a snail's pace, Waddle pulls another one out of thin air. Guardian the 1-on-2, he picks up the first, and the second can't follow it. With that Desire double up themselves and bring us back within one round.
Man, I need to see that replay. I need to see that shot again. That was insane. I mean, just bear in mind, this was an eco, and the movement was very, very important. And probably being too eager to get that a shot onto mid, onto Caden, gave their plans away a little bit. And even though Maniac has such a strong entry onto the side, what a barely see him. And this second one, enemy remains. Okay, we got the slow one.
Yeah. Clean from Waddle. On the Sheriff as well, no less, a player who was under the tutelage of Lewis last year with Focus, someone who was known for his headshots, known for his Sheriff play. And it's a revenge story in that aspect as well, because falling short by 2 rounds, failing to qualify, a former teammate of his kicked to the bench on the Barca side. So much to play for here. And another fairly quick execute. Barca heading in. Filu this time gets routed out, and now it's down to the site anchors. Waddle can try and stop the cross and does a brilliant job with his ult, but Maniac is just that much quicker to the chase. Wacky, a great job at holding down the backside, and this is where Barca choose to turn away.
Yeah, and now, of course, it's time to leave. Jesse tried to. He's going to be spotted, and thank God that he gets this kill, because otherwise, just with that knife, it would have been a very, very different look from the round. He's going to manage to get the spike down. Only Caden to go in this 2v1, but it was messy. It was sloppy. Well, it was messy, of course. It's Barca.
Planted.
Certainly is. It's Jesse, I think you'll find, but Caden the one in the clutch. Captain needing to lead by example here. Been in the team, been to these Ascension events before, knows what it takes.
Cover going out.
But up against these two, potent pair. First smoke towards the stairs, just trying to fake out the presence. Has the TP, but do you want to cut across the angle here? Maybe it was the best decision. Scythe is going to close it out. That's Barca extending their advantage.
Yeah, nice Totem. Just played literally to perfection in the last seconds of the round, getting that one position. And I have to say, I'm surprised by how versatile and Borwin is being with the utility, how they're reacting differently to every round. And even though Desire had a very good stop to all of this, like the way that you see Philo just going in and trying to stop it, trying to stop what Maniac is doing as well, trying to deny that split from even being possible was massive for the side, but still does not translate to a win. Good to see that Barca can bring it back after losing an eco, but we're in that situation again. The money is not the best for Desire. Remember, this is defense on Ascent. You need as many rounds as possible.
And with what we've seen from the last few rounds, it doesn't look like they're trying to dig their heels in either, Desire, because backside control is so important. Like I said before, the utility that this comp has in post, you want to save that space and afford these rotations where you can. This time, it's more front-facing. We're going to want to try and take some of these duels on the Sheriffs, and Barca, as soon as they find that opening, straight at their necks. Into the B site once more. Maniac leading the charge. As you would expect, it's Vorwin from the backlines instead. Gonna pick up the first kill, but they're into Waddle's domain. Tees up tag, just the one kill. It's not gonna be enough. A 1-on-3 for Wacky is far out of his wheelhouse, and Jesse will close.
I still think it's crazy that Waddle and Tag are able to fight, because the Tag only had a classic to play with on that round, and especially in the past, I think that he's been given very, very good rounds for the side. He's definitely one of the players to watch. But still, it's an eco this time is a little bit more direct, coming from the side of Barcelona, probably trying to ride off on that momentum that they're getting on the attack. Yes, the early stages of testing of what are we going to see here and there appear to be over. And speaking about Tag, I would like him to maybe go over to A. You know, I think I like the fact that he's been changing the cameras here and there. I want to, you know.
Ooh, it's a default setup being played, and you know what that means. Op in the hands of Filu through middle. Guts this Barca setup. But he will not stop there, unrelenting. Back in for more. The
He
Jet
wouldn't, right?
head
He
to
still
head.
has a dash.
He does. But what timing
How
do you take
deep
from
do
this?
you want
There
to go
is
here?
no utility really that can give him a cue. He is playing the timing unless it's the paranoia, but even then, they're bunched up. They fly straight in, and he goes out into the night with the kill in his pocket. Vorwin, one back for himself. A looking open, and that's where the call's made.
Neutralized.
You may think that the round is over now in a 4v2 scenario. Philo, what an impact with the operator. What ballsy play to just go on the repick, knowing that Barca did not have that a quick reaction, right? Let's try to trench him. Everything was ready. Tak had his setup ready, and now they can just leave him alone. Look at him. It's just caged.
Has one of his own, and it's the opponent's smoke, for goodness sake, that he plays around. Double for Caden. Desire picking up one round, which has not often come by them in these last few.
Yeah, and for example, we were speaking about the Viper walls that they were using at the beginning and how they just swapped to use this one over B. And probably the moment that Theo even thought about getting that operator, if they don't go that enemy, yes, let's go. Yeah. Let's keep it coming. The moment that you see the wall falling on B, you just go up and pick him mid, and he feels good enough to do it again. He also has his ultimate in case things get very tricky for him.
Right here.
Filu not exactly risk adverse. The amount of time that it took for Barca to take that peak, you kind of expect the turret to come back out from side, something of the sort. And again, utility will need to be invested if they're to clear him out here, or perhaps it's just the contact all the way down the catwalk. Wacky is spamming, buying time and space. Filu is right underneath them. He would be a dead man.
Wacky's like, yo, mate.
Right
yeah, but he knows that at some point they have to join him.
Out here, please. And finally, Filu answers the call. The blades come online after the first shot cracks the whip of the operator. Maniac peeks through, but can only glance his backside running the opposite way. The spike's on the other side of the map, yet still they rotate towards Vorwin's direction.
Yeah, and Vorwin right here getting off. The info is going to be given now for Tag. Found the body. He's going to be spotted, not able to push Waddle across.
Planted.
that snake bite, but still the spike is gonna go down. I mean, I think Filu did what he had to do. Now they have to play this retake on a 3v3. Pops the ult out. He knows exactly what to do, but Vorwin is still a question in their minds. Myman just walking around.
Yeah, Filu knows what he has to do, but so does Vorwin. He is waiting
He's
as
like,
long
"They're
as
not
possible,
CT."
but is it going to be long enough? Can he arrive in time to support the rest of his team? Maniac, in particular, sure, he picks up one, but there's no snake bite. It's a dry peek. Waddle's holding with the Odin, and there's no way back through. The door slams shut for another Desire round.
The impact that Filu has had this past 2 rounds, the usage that he's done with the operator is a little bit sad, right? Because Waki gets all that info and he's like, I know, like at some point if they're doing this and there is someone mid, they're just gonna run. They're gonna think that they're gonna open into any angle. He had a very easy shot. It's also what he does with that space that he's gotten. Tagging in the ultimate. Waki's also good for one. And Borgwin maybe running around for a little bit too long on this one, trying to find a body when, of course, Desire had already to start retaking the side if they wanted to get the round for themselves.
The bunk bed setup. Waki on the top, Filu underneath, wondering what on earth's going on. Does work out for them, though.
Here. I want to see how Vorwin plans to use his ultimate. The same one way that...
I think this is the thing too. So many teams, you see it on Haven as well, play the Viper, but that pit is just such a secondary option, a thought in the back of your mind, rather than what you usually tailor your setup towards.
And again, they're going back to this slow pace.
I've got
Trying
your
to spot the
trail.
operator. I don't know if they have.
Yeah. Does the
Ult's
playbook...
gonna go out for Guardi. Trying to
Have
force people
anything in
out in case it's goes. Oh my god, that's
Okay.
disgusting!
Well,
That's
Waddle knows his
disgusting.
angles well. The Odin made great use of. The walls here on Ascent paper thin. That's exactly why you buy the gun. Recon's come back up. There is still a chance, but Guardi making himself known, bookmarking the middle space. A concession which Desire are happy to make at this point in time. Still,
I think
a
you go
little
for
bit
this.
weaker on this left-hand side.
I know that there's still 25 seconds, like your position is a bit compromised, but you need to be very careful about this round. If Manic is able to get a couple here, that changes
Huge.
things.
And it does. The tag has downed the spike and felled all the rest. Caden picking up the pieces as he drops into middle. It's vacant. And so have Barca been on these last couple of rounds as the scoreline is now tied all the way back up.
And are we not going to mention 10 rounds? Where is the timeout, right? I understand that if you're if you're hearing the right things, if you feel like the right adjustments are being made, like if the reads are there, but sometimes you need a breather. All that momentum that was going on Barca's side, it's now on Desire. Everything is working since Philo got that operator, and things are not going to stop.
Coach is
Not
saving
at all. And yeah,
their verbals for Twitter, perhaps. I think you can fit more in 60 seconds than 180 characters. That's my advice.
180, wasn't it 140 last time I checked?
Look, at this point, it's not the
He's got a
website
blue tick.
that I used to love.
Lucas has a blue tick. He can go for ages.
Well, here's Filu. Missed shot, but Scythe not exactly much cleaner himself. The Jet retracts, and now advances being made on the A site. You've got to be looking at Caden holding on to this space. It's another quick rotation. Waddle spamming away. Bartha wait, yet to execute, but the site is open. It's a 5v5 in post, and there is that pit.
You should run.
All that pressure that is going to be put, but
Tag just jumped straight in. Cage all the way round. Flash is unbelievable. A third for Tag. He keeps on going. Scythe the only one left, has the lockdown. If he were to live a moment longer, that's when it gets dangerous. Everyone is detained, but the round is over, and it's Desire to come out on top.
of all the things that you can expect for this round, I assume that Barca's like, hey, we have this ultimate, and we need to put them to use. We need to get the rounds on our side because there's only 2 left. And out of the things that you would expect, having 3 people running at you the moment that you use the Viper Spit, like the moment that you use the Viper Spit, I get it. The moment that you use the look back, I get it. 2 of them together is like a lot on the drawing board. Like there's so many things that you need to be accounting for. The time, the damage, and Tag just doesn't care. He gets everyone in the middle of getting to their positions and gets yet another round for Desire.
Does Filu disrespect this?
He
No.
does.
The timing, that's all that he needed. with Maniac gone, Barca have looked toothless from these situations before. The spam, it doesn't stop. Waddle, another kill, and look, here he is again.
I hope he takes a shower between map 1 and 2, because this is disgusting.
Jesse popping up in the mid-round. He had been effective before, but the 1v1 against Wacky is not ideal. Chase down tag, not out of sight this time. A fish out of water, but Waddle still with the Odin, getting ready to rain down Hellfire. Repurposes the wall, reverse engineering. Just one for him this time. Now Vorwin in a clutch.
He still has the snake bag to play with, but 2v1 feel with the operator and the impact that he's had. They have all the time, and Vorwin has no information.
Timing's going to be huge here.
He does have the wall, though.
Does he choose to play around it? Wants to go the full 9 yards into spawn. Filu still on the op, yet to pick up a gun, baiting at the front, and it's Wacky to follow up. Shorty out. Vorwin on the angle, misses every single shot. And with that, the tag comes through. Fragment on the floor, and Filu putting Vorwin down there as well.
And the wall could have been of massive help. Oh god, that is the kind of shot that you do not forget. 12 rounds are over. The attack from Barca is also over, and the Desire should be very, very happy with everything that they've been putting on the table.
After the lead that they built up, felt like Barca came into this game with just the right tempo, but Desire turn up the heat towards the end of the defender's side, just enough for the advantage. Can they convert it after the half change?
Get on your feet and move to the beat. Pour up some drinks and then we repeat. Yeah. Chasing my purpose, need a release.
So then, into the second half, and Desire with the lead. It is just 2 rounds for now, but 5 in a row. Not quite the death sentence on Barca's behalf just yet, but it's crazy how we've not yet seen any break in play.
Yeah, I always feel 9 and 7. It's just numbers ain't numbering here. Still, this pistol has a lot of importance for Barca, I believe. I would have liked, you know, a little bit of saving in some rounds that you cannot win. Trying to be as cautious as they were being at the beginning of the half. It's good to see that this is back.
No calls for a pause per se from the coach slot, but 60 seconds in the middle may be enough to send momentum their way, and Maniac started off as you would hope on the Barca side. Filu with the trade, both Jets involved, Vorwin forced to give up the space, and now he has his Viper utility. Toxin's running thin though, still Desire on the chase. Playing towards stairs, it's a great timing onto Wacky, making up for those missed shots, and with Scythe by his side, it'll only get better. 4 on 2. Spike yet to go down. They want an advantage.
Yeah, but there's still the paranoia in place to play for the retake. A 4v2, very complicated situation. Tag needs to go for find a kill.
Yeah, well, 3 players in body shot range. The only one who wasn't was Maniac, and it's his head which is taken clean off. Onto Waddle. 1 versus 3 playing from the boathouse. He will scope in towards the sight lines of the walkway, but all 3 have walked stairs straight into the crosshair. But Vorwin gets his 3rd, a triple on the round. And the captain getting exactly what Barca needed, a boost into this second half.
And especially thinking that it was Borgman at the end of that last round that didn't manage to get that shot. He definitely made up for it. He can play almost by himself with that Viper wall. Even if Guardi goes down, the way that he was moving around it, you can definitely tell. The one, he has a lot of experience playing the Asian on this map. He knows exactly what to do. But honestly, look at him. He was on 45 HP since almost the beginning of the execute. So for him to be able to not only close that round, but recover mentally, I think it's massive.
Honestly, if
Timer
Tag
stopped.
holds down that line with the Sheriff, everyone that peeks him, body shot range, it's just these slight moments where you start to sweat. It's not the first time we've seen him turn away in the face of battle when he's not, you know, anchoring a sight.
But I think that's probably because if you get that kill and nobody pushes you, they will probably rush into site and just trying to get you in that moment. Probably you're trying to help whomever is on site, and it has to happen. Tech pause. What are your guesses? To me, I'm gonna say keyboard issue.
Keyboards. It's a classic. It's a classic.
Also, the water is
water change.
No. The water change. No, that someone's spilling water, but they're just telling us that someone in Barca's having some connection issues. But it is what it is when you play online. Hope that it gets fixed soon.
Definitely. And
still, yeah, it worries me to think about the ecos after the round that Desire won on the previous half. How up it's been at times.
Sure. And to talk about these teams in the offline setting as well, both of them played LAN finals for their own respective events. They have that experience. They know what it's like in these pressure moments, but it is different online, especially in situations like this when you want to be able to pick up the rest of your team when, you know, maybe you're in Barca's situation, you just lost a few rounds, finally you get the pistol, and that's where you want to see them then be able to turn a corner. Whether they can do that or not is a completely different question, and well, something that they demonstrated several times in that best of 5 that they played.
Yeah, but still, you're playing against very, very familiar opponents. Is what you see in your region what you see when you watch your opponent, when you prep for them, when you play against them. Going across the regions is different, but remember, we're in Ascension. You need to be able to go through all of this. You need to be able to go against very strong teams that have very different ideas from you, and that are not a familiar opponent at all. The pressure is the same. And as we're saying, even if they are to win today, it's not going to be an easy battle to even make it to playoffs.
Yeah, fate out of your own hands. And like you say, those regional differences, Desire not dropping a single map in Split 2.
Yeah.
How do you deal with Doomsday when it arrives? When you
have to like
prep for it.
Find a midterm between not getting too cocky and too confident, like, oh my god, we're just winning. That also gets to your head. Like, it is difficult to improve once you're winning all the time. I don't know if that gets to, like, I think that way, at least. You need some opposition. You need to go through losing. You need to go through things not working, through choking, through someone having a terrible day, those kind of things. Because otherwise, you're just living in this. You think that you're invincible at some point.
I mean, both teams have had to build from split to split. For Barca, obviously, they didn't make it into the grand finals of the first split. They were well off the pace. And for Desire, yes, they had a flawless second split, but that didn't come without change. They were a Breeze and Split team back in the old map pool, 2 of their top 3 most played maps. They had to reinvent themselves in some ways to sort of like keep competitive with all of the changes that were coming up, and actually, you know, it better suited them in the end. Something else to touch on with Barca, of course, is not only did they make that really late sub, you even look at KPZ speaking publicly as of most recently 7th of August, saying that he would be representing Spain. So we know that it is that recent. This is a team which had 2 to 3 weeks to prepare. The Spanish League finished before most of the other Challenger Leagues, not to mention the play-in stage that we've seen as well. So, yeah, it's been a real journey for both teams. However different they are, there are still similarities.
Yeah, and I think also Desire, you know, have been together for like a long time. They understand and they are on the same level most of the times. I want to say that it is a connection. Oh! Never mind. I was going to flame Barca just a little bit. Just a little bit, but I won't do it. Of course, important round for them. This let's bring things back on track. They just won the pistol. That's what you see in all that first buy for them. Maniac is going to go with the Outlaw. I wonder if he wants to, plans on having the same impact that Filo was having. Probably not getting the kills, but the pressure and the conditioning for the other team is much more important.
Yeah, but Desire is just the sheriff on Filo. Or the Frenzy,
What do you
sorry.
mean,
Changes it last second. And to be honest, the sheriff's going to do more damage, isn't it? I guess this is a fast play that they're preparing for. Paranoia on Caden. You can see what the idea is. Burn down the clock. Burn down some of those toxins. It's not a game that Forwin wants to play.
And he's going to be very quick to react to everything. Thank God that knife is a little bit late, and watch out because this might be a very tricky round for them to defend.
It's the headshot, but no kill. That's the frenzy tax that you pay. Forward, handing out blank checks. Oh, he's given up his life there as well. Scythe filling in the gaps. Jesse in the backside with the sheriff of his own. Shots landing, easy clean-up duty. The bucket and mop are out for Barca, coming into their bonus, which is looking pretty healthy.
Got a little bit scary, but Desire knew exactly what they wanted to do. Maybe closing one of the kills would have meant a different outcome, but the fact that Vorwin is good for one, that Scythe has this very, very quick way of reacting, and Jesse just goes for the knife, because why wouldn't you? It's the only weapon that won't miss at that distance.
I missed that. I honestly missed that.
Of course you do.
Okay. Anchor Jesse.
I'm joking.
The anchor on the site, quite literally. Here we are, though. Bonus rounds. Outlaw still in play for Maniac. Caden and Wacky, the ones within striking distance. Sort of much deeper angle towards Tree here. Not facing immediately into middle, not giving away any kind of picks.
Morgan, of course, playing here. You see the wall on the floor.
Ooh. And this is where things can get nasty because Caden is all by himself. That's the weaker arm of the split, and it's a push which never really quite arises. Drone comes in. Guardi knows about this. Alarm bot hit. No proactivity, Barca. They dropped back 10 paces instead. Looked like they were going to make that move towards main, but now we're at a bit of a stalemate.
And it's so complicated. Not only getting the kills, but Caden being the first one to go down. No smokes for the execute.
Oh, Jesse continuing to brawl, rolling up his sleeves yet again and getting stuck straight in. Scythe another. Barca on the brink of building up a lead for themselves here now. Not much cash left in pocket on the Desire side of things. It's another one of those rounds as well where when they lose that first player, they really struggle to get anything done. Yesterday, only won 2 of the 4v5s that they played. Both of those where they were able to get an immediate trade.
Yeah, in fact, it's not really looking good for them in that department. Like, I can check it real quick because I do have it. They only win so far here in Ascension. Desire, 17% of their 4v5s.
Yeah.
That means that in over 80% of the situations where a player goes down first, they do not win the round. Which, you know, some teams have a crazy like conversion. Some of them like,
sure,
you know, if it's a quick trade, yada yada, you can turn it around and inflate those numbers. But for this, it's just terrible. Also, I love the fact that Vorwin is the one going onto this play, spotting the lurker so well, and at the same time, I like that Wacky was saving that gun. It's complicated to lose the bonus because if Barca can recover mentally from that last round, for the executes not really working, for all the stopping power that the Sire was having with both preventing the plan to go down, Filo with the operator, if they can turn things around, if they manage to snowball, now that we see Maniac going on the operator as well, of course a conversation needs to be had.
It's like we know Desire had a brilliant end to a lot of those openers. The first half flourish, both times, back-to-back against Apex, still losing 2-0. And maybe that's what we get from Barca here as well against them. That round in particular, speaking of trade potential, 4v5s, how many times was someone isolated by themselves, whether it's, you know, the A main extremity or B main? I mean,
it does happen like that. You know, if you want to lurk around as the price that you have to pay, but also knowing that it's like your first full buy, you need to be. I think that you always need a set plan, rather than just leaving someone lurking. I love that orb. I want to see how it goes down. Knowing that you
lamp orb.
cannot pick it up, like there was, yeah. It changes things. And now
Again.
altogether Desire just wants to execute onto A.
Maniac, another deep angle. This time the upgrade of the op finds the shot, but nothing more than that. These Sheriffs making a real mess of Barca's sight hold on a round which is just as important as the next for Desire. This is a comeback of their own.
And Phil just takes the operator. He doesn't care. He's like, yeah, you see that vandal there?
But
That was mine.
how
I'd
much
rather play with
effectiveness?
the operator. Yeah, but it's a bit ballsy.
It is. How much can he find from it, especially in Gen? Support from Wacky's going to be enough. Peeks out, finds the last. Guardi down, thrifty for Desire.
Haza, we were talking about where are those timeouts, and if they're gonna be this effective, get me more. Because after losing the bonus, seeing another one, yet another one of these rounds, second eco that they get throughout the game, Phil feeling himself to like, he could have just waited until the round was won to get the operator, but he decides to go for this and just play with Kaden. Securing this, also deciding to play in it from the attack. Again, with those Sheriffs, you can never count them down in the eco rounds, man. You just can't.
Yeah.
So
Continuing.
close to ultimate, still nobody's online.
Feeler's hit the shot as well. Jesse's low. Does Guardi make some kind of a rotation happen for the regrowth? Is it worth the idea of it? Doesn't look like
That was
it.
an amazing Wardi, by the way. I'm so proud of you,
I'm
Haza.
trying.
I am so proud of you.
We're
Really,
getting
I
there.
love when people try, really. Again, you're doing well. That sounded more like I love when you try, but you're
it's
no,
good.
no,
I
no.
mean, look, yesterday on the desk, you were the teacher. You know, we had the two truths and a lie, but a passing grade seems to be good enough, and Maniac's passing grade is well above average. Filu dismissed from class in this round. Another 4 and 5 that Desire have to digest.
You're enough wine. Either going up in that head-to-head thinking that the drone's going to be enough, and Maniac just having the balls to just wait there for him to pick. Everybody rotating from Desire. Trying to go straight to A, but look at all the movement coming from Maniac. He's already waiting for them.
30 seconds left.
And even though Tak left the camera all the way on B, they're
How
gonna
much
go without
more
info.
space can this molly buy? It's double damage onto Kaden. Holding on to this firmly. Foreman goes down. Jesse is here in support, and
10
this is where
seconds left.
Desire have to give the game up. Throw in the towel.
Yep.
Nothing more to be said of round number 17, but Scythe is looking to make it costly.
He has to.
Jesse as well. Oh, just about. Removes one weapon. Waddle denies anything more. Wacky. Position wasn't safe, and actually, Barcelona in the end give away quite a few rifles of their own, and Desire get away with a whole lot.
I mean, and not only that, we were talking about all the ultimates not being online, everybody being so close, but this round, it's looking different. And this can be a turnaround point for Desire, right? If they manage to get this next round without just using all of the ultimates, without not having that kind of panic reaction, they're back on the board. I wanted one of the teams to have a very decisive, very dominant win, but I'm also very down for this, for the back and forth. Speaking about their possibilities of making it to playoffs, of course. You want a clean win. Like when you're 0-2, you want round diff, you want this to be a 2-0.
Barcelona's own money's been a little bit wrecked by what they were doing there. Maniac, though, just so consistent. Kaden goes down, no smokes, no double controller. This is the default comp. You're playing into something a little more nuanced, but it's the Jet instead, the one which punishes. Maniac on another angle. This time it's more aggressive. Straight through the core of the KO player. Scythe in support, and with it, Tag the last one left. A recovery
No, you
mission.
wouldn't. You wouldn't.
Fated
Why would
from
you?
the start, and Maniac will finish it flawlessly.
It was time to run. It was time to run. But the movement, again, from Maniac, I think that he's been same man as the field was being. Maybe a little bit more, because he's being ballsy with the picks that he's doing. Not going through mid, just like Philly was doing when they were on the defense. But still, he's having what it takes to go for these off angles, to go and challenge the not being able to use the utility, knowing that the moment that's a touch aside, just because of how many ultimates they have, it's going to be very difficult for you to retake it, knowing that the cash is flowing that he should have been buying instead of someone else. But it's okay. I won't be picky. I won't.
And this positioning is so killer as well. One round, fighting the front lines. Next, more supportive. Speaking of support, the setup, the safety net that Scythe has unleashed onto the B site is perfect. Guardi's here as well, ready for a flash of his own to find the final kill. It is Forwen instead, with the armband on his shoulder. It's Barcelona that's found an 11th.
And I want to take a look when we're done at this with this game at the head-to-head between these two, between the Jets. Because Manic is a pain in the ass, man. He's been everywhere in the map. The way that he's reacting to stuff, how quick he was already to rotate, how he stopped in his feet the moment that Scythe was like, yo, man, they're coming over. Don't leave. I need your support here, especially if someone pushes me through market. How they interpreted where they need to put the bodies on causes the second timeout from Desire. Barca is like, they don't even want to chat. I mean, they have this minute, right? But it's not that they've been very eager to use it. Now, earlier in this half, when Desire used that timeout, it was going to be an eco for them, and they still managed to get the win. Now things are different. The score is a little bit further apart. Barca just 2 rounds away from closing their map pick.
Maniac as well. His story itself just makes this even more entertaining to watch. This is someone who missed Ascension 2023 after playing in the VRL finals the year prior, not getting that chance to prove himself, because that's what this is, an opportunity, one which Barcelona look to be making the most of at this point in time. Desire losing 6 from 7, that is a double timeout now in the second half. Grouping up towards either side of the map, and the Kingpin right in the middle again, Maniac.
Setup being a bit different. Scythe just playing for A. He has his ultimate. He can play so passive. And Borgund has all of this control. It's so important to use this ultimates in such a pivotal round.
The question now is, Waddle has the drone, has the recon. Where do you use it? Are you trying to clear out a potential position?
You have to assume that no space is safe.
Exactly.
It's Scythe, sorry.
Blinded.
No blade of grass untouched. Actually, Maniac has slotted into the pit as well.
With the operator,
It's a
he
double
just
threat.
doesn't care. He's waiting to see if they use the drone, and it would be so interesting if they were to break that trap.
Revealing area.
Unfortunately, we don't live in that timeline. It is the A push. Double anchors in the backside. Barcelona holding on for what could be map point on their own pick. Jesse, the new boy, hitting the ground running in a Barcelona jersey. The red and blue just suits him so well. Maniac over the top. Filu can add another to his collection. Quick dash to safety, or so it would appear. Jesse hunts him down. That will be number 12.
And it's not the first time that we see Barca trying to break this timing of when they're entering the site. They're always taking those duels. I honestly believe that Jesse feels unstoppable after knifing someone. I think that gives you a kind of superpower that nothing else gives you in this game. But they're always using this. And having this individual performance being so easy to rely on, being so ready, but it was such a difficult round from Desire. You have the Viper's Pit. You also know that Scythe has the ultimate. And him, instead of playing passive, he's like, I'm playing for Jenny. I'm playing with you. No worries, we're gonna go for the kills. But as we're seeing on the scoreboard, it's not that someone is necessarily carrying any of the teams, but everybody's having massive impact.
Oh no. And look at this. Desire banging their heads against the wall, hoping that the door might just crack open, give them an opportunity. It won't. Maniac slams it shut with the shorty. A 4-on-2. They just went for the straight execute.
They thought that this one was going to work.
Still trying to give it half a chance. Waddle picks up just the solo kill. Scythe in the backside. Jesse with the closer. 13-8, and Barcelona, that defense was just impenetrable.
I mean, I understood a lot of things after watching this map, why they like it, why they decide to run it like this. Yes, there was some sloppiness during the attack. There was a lot of brute force used against them to manage to close that one out. Desire tried everything, used both of the time as they had a very good recovery on the first half. But now it's time to Forget about this. Ascent is already over. Now we go on to our map pick. Now we go on to Haven. If you still want a shot of making those playoffs, you need to forget about everything and how you weren't able to turn this around.
One map away from elimination, another game of two halves, and Barcelona win it just before the full-time whistle. We'll have the next map coming up for you after the break.
Spike down B.
In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa.
All that pain, it done made me to a monster. I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
Tell me where the competition. Seem like they all been missing. Never made a wrong decision. It's got me walking different. I stay gassed up. Please point the opposition. No scope is no joke. Just know I aim with raw precision. I went and got my bid up quick, 100 figures. They once was competition, now ain't sitting with us. Been on a wave since we've been away. Snatch the game, now we here to stay.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
It's that you can't touch me. Things get ugly, they mad now. This all must be a whole new level to count. I'm packing on the pounds, pulled up with the dog hound, and I still had time to shut it down. Now you see them all screaming my name. See them trying to switch to my lane. They ain't never fit that frame. Only present when the cash came. Plenty days I've been on the road chasing. No legend ever said they was complacent. Nah.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
It's now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. Yeah.
I'm in it to win it like Mike Jordan. Better run out for cover when I walk in. There are no limits to my calling. Going straight to the top like I've been boarding. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot like my hands on the rifle. Yeah.
It's now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. Woo. It's now or never. Yeah.
Keep quiet, the queen's talking, keep walking. Couple of rings brought in, lines choking. Couple of reporters reporting. Firing line with the red dot, no recordings. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot like my hands on the rifle. Yeah.
It's now or never. Woo. It's now or never.
Welcome back to VCT Ascension EMEA. It's more second half syndrome for Desire. They just don't seem able to get the skeletons out of their closet when it comes to that second half, Kakuka.
Yeah, I mean, it was a little bit disappointing to see. Like, we understand that it's a good map for Barca, that they've played it a lot, that they know it to a T, what to do and how their composition is very, very strong. But if you take it apart piece by piece, I think that everybody individually was doing a massive job. I think that Borwin, his movement, his calls were on point, and how he was playing with his utility. Maniac with the operator on that second half. Jesse, Guardian side, just being lockdowns on every single site. And for the side of Desire, is what you're saying. It looks like they lost a little bit of steam. And of course, the competition gets tough when you get to this point. But you know that the moment that this is a possibility, Ascent is going to be picked from the side of Barca.
Yeah, coming into Haven as well as a map which Desire lost yesterday against Apex, a map which they play very different roles on as well. I have to be highlighting a player like Wacky, someone who on the Yoru I wasn't majorly impressed by. On his Gecko, however, the initiator roles, one which we've also seen just then, maybe not live up to the standard that we expect as him being touted as such a big talent, especially with the conversations we were having with VCT teams looking at who they're going to be trying to pick up. You want to be a flex player that can fulfill multiple disciplines, and if the Yoru doesn't come to the standard that you kind of expect of him here, that's when I start to get worried about their game plan as a whole.
It's still a risky move, right? Because you can end up being a master of none, you know, and just thinking and selling yourself as, oh yeah, I'm so flexible, I can play any role. Well, can you? Because I would be very passionate about something that I'm very good at, and I'd say like, I should be doing this, I should be doing that. No surprises on the agent select as we're seeing. And as you were mentioning, Desire played this yesterday. We were on the alpha stream watching it and talking about it. Thanks to highlights, Barca decided to start on the defense here, and it probably has to do with the way this composition executes and what you can do to stop it. The B executes can get a little bit repetitive. To me, in this map, it's always about the way that you control and put pressure over A and how that makes everything rotate. I think that Maniac was onto something on the first map, and still it makes me I think that the head-to-head is going to be even more important. The Maniac versus Philo that we were talking about, those Polish players going up against each other, because I wouldn't rate their Jets to be their best agent, but on the side of like Neon and ISO, I think that they can be the difference maker. And if we already saw that on map 1, this needs to be exponential.
With Ascension as well being such a clash of styles at times, we've actually seen these same two compositions already face off against one another. That was Saw versus Job Life. Saw playing the same composition that we see Desire with. Barcelona, of course, the same as Job Life with the Neon. Job Life ending up winning that one 13-2. Whether it's to be the same here or not, though, is not set in stone. We need a big turnaround from Desire here. It doesn't start with the second half, though. It's what you can build into.
Running all together. Gonna use the drone to maybe get onto one of those B executes. Holy Caden just about to TP onto site. And the setup is not ready for it.
It's quite far away. Guardi still with the flashpoint and the stun. Making his way through Link. You have Jesse at backside. He's been taken down. Filu quickly replenishing his shield, getting to work, picking up where he left off against Apex on this attack side yesterday. Wacky on the score sheet as well. Good signs of what could be to come.
A little bit sloppy, right? Scythe is not going to be able to get much. Maybe he can get a kill or two. Be very okay.
Okay, yeah, he'll pick up the first. Nothing more than that. When the family photo of Desire players arrived, though, and right off the bat, this is something they love to do against Apex yesterday. Those B hits, if they can see a gap, they're fully gonna exploit it.
Yeah, exactly. But the same thing, the same way that we're seeing this, I expect Barca to be on the lookout for this. Like you have the Cypher, you know how this plays this composition. That's why I was a little bit shocked. I understand that, especially for the first one, you just go for clean execute. The problem is that once Filu is on site, if he gets the first kill, it gets so complicated, and the decision making of Barca to just try and stop it, it was a little bit delayed, right? We saw Saif just still being on A, everybody was already dead, and the player on B had already died. So even with that, go back to the drawing board, same smoke that they had been using in the past Desire, just getting all of this control. And Barca's just gonna go ahead and stack a little bit. Maniac getting a little bit of information, see if he can see anything on Z. Waddle trying to bait that they're re-clearing this mid part. But you just look at them, they're so ready to go onto A. Even if they pressure Wacky, well, the TP just left.
It's the trade-off.
Still a minute on the clock. Yeah.
Early information. Barca with the immediate mid space, but lack of information C keeps Maniac held at bay.
Maniac is in a custom game, and he doesn't know.
There are 3 players here. Used to be 4. One of them's left, and the other one sent 6 feet under. Filu getting to work. Double tap. So survive him a little longer. Guardi taking him down. This could start to get messy, but they fall like dominoes. Desire with all of the frags at the end of the round. A clean double up, and that's exactly what they would have been looking for.
Yeah, and now as we're looking on to the bonus, I want to see that stopping power. I want to see the preparation. I understand also that, of course, for these matches, it gets a little bit tricky to prepare for many different opponents. It's a lot to study and to be in account for. A round that supposed to be easy for Desire. Barca gets 1 pick, if I'm not mistaken. Had just, you know, tags onto all of them. Nothing very surprising onto this. And I think that that is what we see in this setup now on B being played. Where's my pen? Let's just highlight. Yeah.
So nerdy.
I mean, it's what they've been doing and repeating. We're going to see the shot guard trying to clear some of this, and maybe, yeah.
Stays up. Scythe has the info. Drone heading in. Top of the hat spotted. Util to the backside. Undercut and TP. But Desire do not choose to execute. They send the fake out. In the meanwhile, it's Garage, which becomes exposed. Guardi filling in the gaps, but Caden, a clap back. Look at Vorwin. Look at him running to fill this void outside of A. It's another late B hit, and well, the traps are prepared for it, but is there anyone there to capitalize? No, and now Vorwin's died as well.
Oh. It was massive. The spike is going to go down. Go. Oh.
Fight in middle, so cagey. TP into the backline. Maniac, what an adjustment. Jesse a little more, but now you're down to just 12 HP on the duelist. Filu ready to make the play upon Caden's command. His captain. Dash comes in, still a half a chance. Oh, gets onto the defuse, but the double tap had Filu covered should he not have hit the shot, which he does. The bonus converted for Desire.
The double tap came in clutch, man. Seeing that one. It's definitely a painful one, but that is such a good bonus round for the side of Desire. Maybe being aware that this B executes is something that they abused a little bit on the early map yesterday against Apex, and they do not want to repeat. Also forcing Barca to use all the utility to try and protect Scythe onto the C side. Very well executed, and of course that puts Barca in a tricky situation. Guardi's gonna go for this Guardian, trying to deal some damage across window. And Manic is just ready to full send it.
Barca playing
as they should.
Off of one another, as they should. Just like the football team, tiki-taka. Jesse up on high. This is where you start to get a little bit more isolated though. And for Desire, they are taking it 1 round at a time, but like we said yesterday against Apex, first 5 rounds on the board. How much can this Sheriff do to stop the early momentum though? It is a pick. Jesse will get out of dodge, and the paranoia pushes them back. Forced into the C play, look at Scythe.
Yeah, but burning some of this utility is so good for them, at least doing some damage. It's still a 5v4. Philo has his ultimate, though, and with Scythe in this position that he's taking, he's going to get all the information. The camera is going to be broken. But just to look at Maniac just jumped the trip. And Borwin is like, yo, man.
Caution here.
Well, they're kind of split up from each other. It's Tag's trip.
He's trying to give him the timing, so now, yeah.
Opens up the timing.
Yep.
Maniac takes it. Still, Scythe in long. Yet to be revealed. Finally, they know. So disciplined, waiting for his team. A cannon out of the Sheriff from Scythe. Jesse adding another. And now on to Caden. For all of his experience, he can't offer anything in the 1v3. that third round becomes nothing more. Barcelona on the board.
Thrifty.
Totally. I'm so surprised because this is the way that the second half of Ascend started. The other way around, right? It was Desire losing the bonus, but I'm still very surprised at how smartly played this round was. Like we're waiting on the timing, waiting on the exact moment where Mania can get all that space and just break in the trap to just give that cue to Tag that, hey, there's someone coming, but actually Mania is already on your face. Aside with that position, and maybe a little bit crazy that Desire was not aware of all that they've given away. And Maniac, watch out because he's back in the operator now.
Well, I was just about to say,
the ISO?
About to get the reveal in, and if Maniac gets spotted, there is a real point to be made of this ultimate. Maniac, he does. It's out towards Garage, manages to catch him. Set piece. Can Desire find the value? Sheriff baited, pulls out the op, wanted to break the double tap, couldn't. The execute is again a little bit labored. They are waiting to make this one happen. Tag has come out onto the site, does get caught by the ult. Now it's really messy.
And of course, they're gonna run away from the situation. Morwen also decided to use his drone. Maybe guard the fact that they could be pushing them through B.
Desire always taking an extra second to set up the split, and Caden, away from the rest of his team, has put them a man down.
Spike planted.
It will be Waddle and Filu. You can see they're preparing to make an excursion. Undercut would have opened up a duel, but he's backed away instead.
All the utility is available, well, most of it for Barca. They have the stun, they have a couple of flashes, the recon, and Jesse has all the time with also his paranoia and the TPs, but he needs to be a bit faster. He needs to take advantage of all of this.
He's managed to get the timing just right.
To lose this.
Round the corner, paranoia, and Jesse will be the one that closes it all on his lonesome. The rest of the team,
can someone run for the operator?
Just a distraction.
No?
I don't think they're not going to get that.
I don't think they had time. I don't think they had time.
Doesn't have the legs.
But someone should have been running.
Doesn't have the ult.
He should have been running.
Just 2 for Barca then.
It's so sad to see that you get all that investment putting into the operator. Yeah, he's going to get another one because Scythe is kind enough to pay for it. But what a situation. And again, what a stopping power for Borwin. We speak about how Borwin has experience playing against this squad, not as this team, maybe not in the IGL position, but this later rounds, the fact that they get to the post one with so much yet to use, it's very impressive.
Opposite, Cam
so
hasn't checked, sidestep, no tag, Maniac, punished, wanted more, went greedy. Yeah, the op does find its way into a player's hands. It's on the Desire side of the server.
So that's 2 for 2. That's 2 for 2. Philo has his name written down, being like, Maniac, I'm so coming for you.
It's the Sheriff
and it's,
as well.
I mean, it's what he has to do, right? He has to pep balls and just not allow him to have the impact that he was having on the first map, and now he can do it. And even though Philo is the kind of player that literally waits a lot to use the double tap, also because of the nerf, he's very selective when to use it. He's not going to be opening with it. Still very ballsy about it. 5-man push. I love watching a team, for example, like Sentinels doing this this kind of ecos. They're a pain in the ass.
Totally. Any EMEA fan would know. But into post, you have the op, and I think that has to be the biggest talking point here. Hello, Scythe. How on earth has he managed to pull that one off? Wacky wants to leave the front line. This Vandal could have been dangerous, but the Rogue Rifle can't do anymore. And just simply fall into the dirt and die. 3 on 3. Op has found value. Open plant, but body's on the site. Waddle tag damage. Scythe jumping up. Tag has him covered and the opposite number is gone. No way, Jesse. You have to be joking. Last chance saloon. You can tell the desperation here for Barca. Desire on this Thrifty, so close to locking it in. And who other than Waddle to finish off the job?
I cannot believe we're in this situation again. For Desire, it's definitely impressive to see. Just going for this first duel all together, just put all your eggs. And it's also so important that Wacky decides to go on the push. It doesn't matter that you have the man advantage, you need those guns. Or at least you would think you do. And then you see Tag and Waddle, and you remember that you actually don't. And this calls the first timeout in the series for Barca. after just losing control onto that, maybe being a little bit too cocky and confident about what they had and what not, and maybe thinking about if they still want to be using that operator, because yeah, those tendencies are there, and Manny can literally just play with his ultimate for this round if he wants, but there are issues that need to be addressed, you know, and how much is being invested and put into what.
This is also where Vorwin can call on some of that experience that you were talking about. A guy who plays with his heart on his sleeve and the armband as well. I think you can tell that it means a lot for him to represent this famous Spanish club. 125 years celebrated, of course, this year. So much history there, and for them to now make an appearance.
I love that I'm the Spanish one and you're giving this guy.
It's nice, you know what I mean? I think a lot of teams in football don't want to take that plunge into a different kind of game away from you know, the classic football games. And you can see the statements made by the backroom staff, the managers as well. They want to be in VCT, and when given that ultimatum yesterday that they were going to be eliminated potentially, just reaffirming their status and where they stand.
And of course, the A control looks a little bit different, right?
Take flight.
Manic just wants to be helping. They need to be a little bit more careful. The drones are gonna almost meet each other.
Who's next?
When the ultimate is going to come along with that TP.
Yeah, I like this. Dimensional drift out of the first TP, bit more ground covered, fake out placed into hell. Wacky not showing anything on the screens of the Barca players, but just about cutting it fine enough to make them concede the site. But into the retake, you've got to be looking at the utility available.
Give me tag.
Crossing through B. It's a venture which he can't make by himself, and now a decision to make for Barca. Time of the essence. Do you retake now? Sicers giving you the way through. Water with the ult. Combination through hell. It is a dangerous place to be if you're standing on site, and for that reason, Desire vacate. Ult already used. Maniac with one of his own. A bit of electricity back into the retake. Third kill already racked up. Wacky to try and stop it all. The plant is far from ideal, and the time is 2. Guardi holds it all the way through. A third for Barca on the board.
And definitely coming out of a timeout, this is the kind of outcome that you expect. Use those ultimate, put them to good use. Feels like in the previous map, maybe they were holding onto them for too long. Right now, you need every round. As we're saying, if you are to win here, either do it 2-0 or don't do it, because you're only going to be suffering for an entire day for nothing, right? Like, if you want to make it through this group, most people have named the group of death because of the other teams that are playing in it. And I don't blame them.
Oh, this is a nice.
You need to be convincing also if you're going to make it onto playoffs.
Maniac trying to put his best foot forward. Key component in the retake last round opens up the following. Tag gone, no traps. Desire fretting about the flank. Garage where they go, and you've got to worry about a different kind of wire here. Scythe cutting them loose. Behind his cages, drone over the top, that's nasty. Let's get cancelled. Headshot Waddle, flashback sight, peek together, double for Waddle, in fact. So, a 2-on-2, but this is the flank. Filu denies it. It's unbelievable. The ult as well has just about won the round. It doesn't matter if you win the fight, which you won't, because you're dead anyway.
The highlight reel that we're seeing from Filu, how he's just so bold to go for this pigs, even though Maniac finds the first one. And you think that even in these situations with the stats that we've had, how we talk about how they've been struggling to convert those 4v5s and turn things around, the Sire on this attack is looking different. They're not dependent on the B executes and whatnot. We see all of the pings in the map just trying to address everything that is going on, but right now I'm still surprised to see that Manic has gotten 7-7 probably because the round with his ultimate, but I am seeing him defeated. And it's not his fault. It's just Phil is feeling himself, and he's going for the duels time and time again. Like, I think we've seen Manic almost getting the kill, but that double tap being in the way.
Oh, but how much longer can they keep this up? As long as Scythe gives away those, shouldn't be a problem. Guardi onto Filu. Things are getting dangerous. Caden one back, but is it enough? Waddle at the double once more. He just doesn't stop. So much impact from the Sova.
Spike planted.
Plant on the corner. Foreman will know where his counterpart stands, but Wacky has the line held, the backup exactly where it's needed. It is a 6th for Desire, and it's the gun round too.
So has a good question here. So if you're going on a 1v1, who would you rather be against?
Not Scythe. Oh, actually, yeah, definitely Scythe. After that one.
No. Filu or Waddle?
Weak.
Now, my response is,
Let's
if
hear it.
there's a Vandal in play, like if we both have Vandals, I do not want to go up against Filu. If we have Sheriffs, it's Waddle. Also because I'm terrible at Sheriff.
Filu's Sheriff has checked out Maniac like 10 times already on the op, so like everyone's equally as capable. That's the scary part, but does this
Speaking about
translate
Sheriffs.
to second half success? And if Barca can find a round with the Sheriff here or something like that, then what a difference that makes. 3 rounds already, it's not ideal, but you've given yourself a platform. There are chances here to make this difficult. Filu with the set piece in, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. Jesse's got another, the stun comes out, they can't push the site.
Can't push the site, but still, even in this situation, with a 4v5, they decide to back off. We understand that the preparation for Barca was there and that eventually they will go back to that. Maniac has had the same position every time that they've gone on to B.
Yeah.
Vorwin to join him maybe and find the success that they found on previous rounds.
It's not the first time which that same B play has been cancelled by the Barca utility. This time, they drop back further. Guardi through the gap, adding 2 to the tally,
30 seconds
making
left.
it look simple. Edge of the smoke. With bated breath, Barca continue to wait. Tagging Caden, how much more can you possibly offer us? A 5-on-2. The odds could not be stacked any further. And Maniac, right in the B door, is only going to need a moment's notice to make himself a difficulty. Caden now, 1 versus 5. The paranoia has him caught, and it's over. It's exactly the round that we were prophesizing, and it came true.
And it's so important, right, to get this ones on the board and also to see the comparison between the first round that we saw in this map and this one, how they were too fast, too quick, too eager to go on the retake and just choose and position yourself for duels you're not set to win. This is just textbook. Yes, Guardi has a couple of insane shots here, but still, he's patient. He can just go in and try to, you know, it's still 1 man down. We can still win this. But this is the kind of rounds that you need if you want to bring this map back. Oh, Wacky with the ultimate. I am so ready.
Mate, what have they got for it this time? Just to quickly touch, though, we know what the win conditions are. You said it before, right? It is the retake.
Wacky's heard me. He's hearing me.
Here.
I'm on a call with him.
There anyone left to pick up the pieces once Wacky is done with this site, though? There should be. He's taking the extra room all the way through Garage. This is a strong post plant. If Desire can get the spike down, they have the Garage control. They're looking for the jewels. The paranoia comes in, but Wacky's cut short. Caden a trade. 4-on-4.
Yeah, and Scythe is going to get all the information, playing within sight and from long.
Guardi with the ultimate.
This ultimate has a massive. Are you sure?
This is
Ay,
really
mi
deep.
madre.
Players clearing the front of sight, yet still he pulls the trigger. Not quite the X factor they would have been hoping for. Filu, another. Oh, more thrown to the table. Waddle can't quite catch the double. They're low, but not low enough. Guardi and Vorwen finding the round for Barca, and Blink and you'll miss it. That's a 5th now posted.
I was nodding with my head, being like, "I no." But you want to be fast. You wanna have that edge to yourself, and maybe break Waddle's position before he gets very comfortable to use the hunters here and just push him until he is down. Look at all this utility being thrown, literally 1 millimeter to the left, to the right, and
Crazy.
Vorwin's dead.
So close. Vorwen and Waddle, same role and played in the same region before as the Polaris guy. I got to mention it. That was the last real team experience we saw from the Spaniard.
The Polaris guy?
Before he joined Barca, which just makes this story even crazier.
Oh, I thought you called yourself the Polaris guy.
I would be lying if that's not a nickname I'm used to. But
Used to, or you gave to yourselves? Not the same.
beggars can't be choosers. I get what I'm given. But here we are. Into this round.
And has he been spotted? I mean, he is going to spot Maniac right now.
I mean, Tag will
Also
know.
invested the drone, yeah.
And it's called for reinforcements here too. Caden, that's a couple of players on this side of the map. How do Barca react right now? It's just making sure that Garage is okay, because how many times have Desire set up by taking this space reactively? And to be honest, it looks like they're going to, just a little later than scheduled.
Give me Scythe.
Oh,
He
he's
can
gotta
have
be
the round
careful
here.
How many can he get? Nothing! Caden, so quick.
Cover going out.
And they go back.
Jesus. That's a painful one. That's just a painful one. Still, I understand how the read from Barcelona is just go to see. After what we've been seeing round after round, how well Desire is playing the map. And the movement, and of course all this noise and utility is going to change things around.
Huge, brings the ult online. Full ends here as well. Oh, flashed out by his own teammate. I think it was plenty more utility. Where that came from though, 10 seconds, Spike needing to go down, but Waddle has to cross a bridge which is burnt before him. 6-6. Desire might just be in over their heads this time.
Yeah, but remember, Barca decided to start here on the defense. We still have a lot of things to see for when they go into the attack. It's good to see Maniac ended up on a good note, and all those duels, those head-to-heads that he was losing, still 6-6, a very good half. Let's give them a break.
The biggest half of Valorant which Desire will play this year is coming up. If they cannot find a way to convert this, Kakuka, then their campaign for 2024 goes dark. And after what we've seen from map to map, this is always where they've struggled. We need a big performance out of them now.
And it's devastating knowing the prospect for next year, how Italy and Spain are going to merge their respective leagues. How everything this year has been almost flawless for them. They could leave Ascension without winning a single match.
It was always about carrying on the legacy in VCT rather than just flying their own flag. And Wacky, not one of the Italian players, but he's been here a while. He knows what it means. And with a kill like that coming into the retake, it's going to be a major asset to how this plays out for Desire.
Ooh, that shock dart.
It's late.
Would have been massive, yeah.
But this is quick. A fast retake. TP to the corner, but Wacky is expected. Filu able to add a little bit more. The double tap lasts long enough to play in the rest of Desire. A pistol, which they very much needed.
Thanks.
Yeah, but for Desire, it's just so easy to win this round once you have the ISO. It is crazy because you know that Philo will not miss a shot.
It's the
and
pistols.
even if he does, it doesn't matter because it's pistols and every single one of your players is coated with this gun. So just look at Tag and Waddle. It's impossible to go on a 1v1 against this guys. And the way that they isolated and everything was just beautiful for them to play. Yeah.
When he's picking up the kills as well. It's not like he's just the human shield, the test tube, whatever you want to call it, right? Like, it's the human antidote in this situation. The answer that Desire were looking for. Outlaw buy for Wacky on the attack. What are you thinking about this one? Or defense, sorry, I should say.
I mean, I like it, right? He has the possibility to just cover the extremities very quickly and just rotate very fast. So I like having an outlaw, having an operator, anything that can have that kind of impact.
It's going to be on site here. It'll be more useful for it. Should any players slip, the net does pick up 2.
One enemy remaining.
Vorwin yet to introduce himself. Could maybe find Caden. That's what you're hoping for. He can. Ghost upgraded, but Filu quick to recover any issues that could have happened there. Nothing too far out of Desire's hands yet. But this is the bonus round. This is where things get spicy.
Yeah, exactly. 2 bodies down for the side of Desire in this bonus. Still, very well played, very clean. Trying to get onto side, but very quick rotations, of course.
Down A.
That's the kind of reaction that you need to have for this round. You know that they're just gonna be flooding onto site. But as you're saying, this is where things get interesting. Yes, Desire has a 2-round lead, but if they want to take things to sunset, they better be convincing.
It's also the reason why I mentioned Wacky's Outlaw, because when Saw were playing this, super flank heavy. If you're attempting to retake, you're not always going to be in the best positions, but right now, C Long, it's good information.
Like, he has all that, and he can TP to spawn.
Exactly. Won't be present on the roll call when the push comes in, though. Has to deal with this one now. Desire, with the sum of their numbers. There are still 2 pistols here. That's where you're not going to have quite the same firepower. Tag tries, and oh, it falls like a house of cards. Straight into the lap of Barcelona. The first gun round goes their way without any trouble. So different to what we saw in the first couple.
Yeah. I think now maybe giving up that A control. I understand that there is a lot of pressure. The segue also from the Neon. As I was telling you, I think that Manik is way better on this agent and can have a lot of more impact. You can see that he's feeling comfortable, but as we were saying, that's just a bonus. Yeah. This is where things get spicy. The score is too close for comfort from any of them, and they know what's at stake. For Barca, is do not choke this. Do not choke this. Do not take this to a map 3.
Exactly.
You need to turn this around.
It's getting more and more spicy. The Scoville charts are hitting the highs.
Wacky just goes in every single round. He pushes. He has the deeper angle, and he just goes back.
So is Wacky. And that's the ult available inside this first full rifle round for both Filu. Oh, how does Filu get away
and
with
now
2 there?
Double tap.
The double tap, like you say. The fake out to keep Scythe guessing as Barcelona stew in the errors of failing to clear that corner. And even if they did, Filu was there.
Now things just freeze, right? I think it's moment to just consider saving. There were a couple of rounds in Ascend where that should have been the call. So I like that they still can cool this down. Assume that, yeah, they tried to take mid control and it's not possible. But I also love for the side of the side that is what Wacky's deciding to do. Round 1, we see him on A. Round 2, we see him on Z. Now I push mid. You know, like he's always having some kind of impact. And when you play a pick like Euro, I love the fact that he can justify that they all can justify it like this.
Those are the mental games that you've got to play too, because for Barcelona, it's a decision they have to make. Do we want to maybe push into the same site where he could be
10
before?
seconds left.
Did we even know where he was in the previous round or not have the information? And I think this is another one of those where Filu steps up, much like he did yesterday, but it just didn't translate into second half performances. Think about Sunset. Kayak drowned him out by the end of that game. But more from Wacky here as well, even offering a lot on the duelist, where this was his role last year, and that Ascension campaign didn't go great. He was #1 for first deaths per round. If you can get an untradeable pick like that, though, it's a completely different character.
Totally. Things are starting to get serious. Yes, a couple of saves. But again, you're in such a good position. You should have a good read on this if you're Barca. But Desire are playing it so well. I love the fact that we've seen 2 very different faces from we were seeing yesterday. And seeing them change these little things, not being predictable in the attack, having this high impact rounds coming from the defense, dictating the pace of the round time and time again.
Super early drone from Desire as well off that fake TP, some more utility that they'll be without. 2 players strong on the C site, with a third of Caden trying to fill the gap. Barca want to fight between the lines and aim for Link here. Caden may just put his head on the chopping block, and to rest it won't be. Maniac instead the one that falls. Tag off the back of the pressure created. More damage dealt on towards Scythe. And Vorwen falling amongst all of it as well. Still, 2 players on C. They passed this test with flying colors.
And with almost 40 seconds left, you kind of have to make a decision. Are you going to go for this? Probably group up with Guardi, giving him a little bit of room to have some impact. So 3v4 is definitely possible, and the spike is going to go down thanks to all of the control.
Now this is interesting. Guardi in through Garage has finally been spotted by the ultimate. Tag doesn't have the support of Wacky's gun, but the information is more than enough. Jesse would have liked a 4K here. It's on Slice's shoulders to close it out though. And up against Tag with the supporting cast of Desire quick on his position, hot on his heels. Double digits is in the bag.
I love when we see one of these ciphers that make you really question if C is a side you should even think of or like approach. I feel like Tag should be one of them, right? But still, invest in a couple of ultimates. Like the Euro one, I understand. I think especially with the score the way that it is, you want it to be situational. The spike has already gone down. Oh.
I think the big takeaway from that play, though, is the proactivity to fight back in from Tag, and it's what you're talking about, wanting to take those duels, not being an idle Cypher setup off the back of your own utility, jumping the gun.
Oh, Wack
gets
is
the
feeling
result. Here is the
Wack is feeling it.
A death sentence, perhaps, for Barca.
Question mark?
The ult has managed to take him away. He's not on the aggressive line. It falls to Filu, and he goes short.
I love how Wacky gets the first duel, or tries to get the first duel, but Filu always goes down first. My man's the fighter here. Spike's gonna go down. Look at the position of Scythe, though.
Can he find value from it? That's the real question. Desire already getting underway into their retake. Caden slow. Not in position to make it off the back of the smoke. Now he's the one with the best information on what this flank looks like. Barca should know. And Caden, with the money that Desire have, not in a position where he has to save. A kill or a death brings the ult online. How much that could possibly be done with that, though, is a question for another day. Another situation, one where Barca don't lock in an 8th. That is another for them now. They're second only on this attack side so far.
But you can tell that maybe the nerves are starting to get into them a little bit. Like, Worthy had a perfect ultimate for him to stop. And if Scythe wasn't able to get those kills, if Scythe is not on top of getting that 2K, that ultimate would have been perfect and would have guaranteed them the round no matter what. So I think is a justified ultimate usage. Now, speaking about ultimates, the kill contract, I can
see it.
I am so scared because if Waddle spots anyone, look at where he is. He's Philo's just gonna press it. Philo?
Thinking about it. It's another undercut. Both vulnerables used. Paranoia as well. Still nobody peeks, and Maniac's standing his ground. It's a TP out from Wacky, so Philo's left by himself. And to be honest,
they burned a lot of utility there for nothing.
Barca happy to reap the rewards of what was an elongated fight with just nothing taken off the back of it. Desire.
That was a very intense 30 seconds.
And it's like one stun that Maniac throws out, and that stops it dead in its tracks. What do you do from here?
I think that Barca's very good at like freezing this kind of rounds. Trap is not going to be spotted.
Not the dark Warhorn would have been looking for. Does break the trap, drone through B, pressure. Pressure which forces Desire to react backwards.
I mean, the previous time that Guardi has gotten control over B, they're just gone, planted the spike. Very easily. Caden could not be anywhere. But they're very mindful.
Oh!
That's
a spike!
Never mind!
Filu! Smash and grab! Can he find Guardi? No! It's his own double tap, which gets shattered. And as the pieces lay vacant on the floor, the site is as well. That's with the exception of Maniac. In the back, still lurking. Reveal doesn't catch him, yet to be cleared. Scythe falls on the back line, but the pole persists. They have not managed to dig him out. They double guess it. They don't check. And Barca follow up off the back of it. Only Tag left. Still guessing. Was there someone behind me? It didn't matter. Desire losing yet another.
Yeah, but I understand. I show the respect for Field for saving his ultimate until this position, right? There was still time, and it would not be the first time that Barca runs out of time in some rounds. Definitely today it would be, but in the past it has happened. It has been a recurrent thing. I was watching, I saw it, it happened. But still, burning through so much at the beginning of the round, it just reminds me of when I'm playing TFT and I feel like I need to save all my items just to make the perfect ones. And sometimes you gotta create the situation, and you just live with the situation that's been given. And even though you had an idea of how to use it, you need to think of what you're losing if you don't just react. I think that Desire has been very good this game at dictating what game they're playing. But in this case, Barca just had it too easy to be the ones dictating that pace.
And
because for that retake, there was nothing they could use but they go and shoot.
this is another round similar, because the Hunter's Fury gets invested early, does find a couple of tags, breaks the trip. It's the positioning off the back of it which is most important. The setup, which Desire have been able to create. Fake out goes long, Paranoia as well. But Vorwent has punished the mid overextension. 3 on 3, guns dropped, can't be recovered. Hat off the head is info that Barca have to take control of this C site.
All the information is given. Kaden is also going to be heard. Only the Sheriff for him to defend.
They know. Oh, Scythe hits the all-important shot. That was the only player guarding the C site. The one man between them. And the odds now skewed against Desire with his death.
Right here.
Now you wonder, do you want to go for this? Do a little bit of damage. Waki being 3 orbs away from his ultimate.
Lost bonus has gone up, and you look at the money, I think this is still credible. Scythe, 20 points of health, but it matters not. Scythe sweeps up the round. Barcelona have the equalizer.
Hey, he made up for that round on C-Long. He made up. You know, we all whiff sometimes.
He got his.
Exactly. But very important for Barca to get this round, to turn things around. Even though this was not the best purchase for the side of Desire, the idea and the shots behind here on A were so good. But Vorwin, I think that he's having a brilliant day, at least from my understanding. Like the way that he was playing with the Viper, how smart he's been with the Sova. Important round for them to be able to freeze and to think about the situation that they're in. Double digits, now equalized on the score.
The war of attrition on A continues. I mean, the vulnerable from Filu in the previous round is the reason why Wacky gets that next Sheriff kill. Mid-proactivity, tucks in the corner with a TP up for a little bit longer. Kaden clipped, but yet to be removed from the situation. They hold on, and the map material that Desire have right now is second to none.
40 seconds now burnt.
Second TP going through. No way, Wacky.
No.
Is this the game that you play? Absolutely. A roll of the dice, and it's exactly what Desire needed. They've been risk adverse at times, but that one has paid off.
Here.
Oh my god. It's just been these rounds. This kind of aggression coming in from Wacky that has been pivotal.
And now he's here.
Desire.
He is on the B site, ready to go.
He's everywhere.
On the round. Wacky is in your walls. Waddle is 2. Desire building from the bottom up. A flawless round makes it an 11th, and with that, the lead is theirs again.
You think, you know, at some point he's gonna turn 1
It's just perfect. Like the TP as well has the timing, and look at the follow-up. There's nothing.
Oh. Even trying to follow up, like the moment that you lose the chance to refrag, which with Euro is not a very big window.
Timeout.
Yeah, there has to be a timeout. As I'm saying, if you want to win here, like if you're going to win here, you have to do it in solo. You have to have some consistency. You have to go into tomorrow feeling like you can make it to playoffs. If a game is going to be as important as it is, I want to see from Barca that they have what it takes to close this one out. But on the other side, I'm seeing a Desire that has, from one day to another, improved on this map. That is understanding where their strengths are, and that is playing beautifully.
Yeah.
And this is Ascension. We only do 3 mappers, I've been told. I was sent an email at the beginning of the event.
That's what I heard. Depends if you're
so
Tom or not, too.
What? No, Tom has it in his contract.
It's just lucky, you know?
Yeah.
Like the genie lamp, you rub his head and you get 3
People
maps.
is like, what do you do to like know the outcome of the games? Well, it's our broadcast. We know exactly. Like, I am hired from this time to this time. I know exactly
Paid
when
by the
we're done.
map, Not by
Exactly. This is
not
all
by the day.
pre-recorded. No, I'm playing by
You're
the round.
actually in Barbados right now, just on the beach, chilling, holiday.
Stop. I mean,
Finished.
I might not be in the beach, but I'm boiling in Berlin.
We could only be so lucky here in rainy Britain. Do the dark days continue for Barcelona, though?
Here we go.
Desire had bodies on the site, but they've given up the space now. They respect the ultimate. Maniac with a Phantom in his back pocket, but wants to push the front lines. Is there anything that could help tee him up here? Wadi has the flashpoint, Paranoia as well, but Wacky makes the move first. It is delayed. Barcelona still with plenty of tools of their own, and Tags just drops straight out. There is no TP. As soon as Wacky's finished this ult, he's straight out by the side of his teammate. Trying to hold them for as long as possible. Filu breaking between the lines. A triple now for the pole, making it a quad. And with that, Desire have map point on their own map pick. Can anything stop them? Or was that round that we saw a couple moments ago a backbreaker for Barcelona?
And you understand, after the timeout, you want to do something explosive, knowing that Wacky has had that. He's going to use the ultimate. Like, he's going to find a way to have some impact with it. And it's so unfair sometimes to go against Felu, because it doesn't matter that you hit the first one. It doesn't matter that you have all this utility. Like, the spike is down, you're in your position. Felu goes in alone. He goes in alone. Like, in previous rounds when it's been like Waddle coming out with it, they were 2 seconds away from even coming out. Some rounds are impossible to win. When you get this kind of time, when you get this kind of individual performance, and even for the last round, he's going to have the kill contract.
There.
A lot of early utility burned again by Desire, trying to take the A lobby
This
space.
seems like an obvious
playing
round, in my opinion.
to the combos, and Jesse knows. It's exactly as you put it. Waddle. Is his following act any better? First kill is clean, but that was the low HP player. The headshot surplus to what was required of him. Filu doing everything by himself. Okay, sure. You pick up the player into your ult, but he's out in the open. He's dead anyway. That's going to be the spike planted. What is going on?
Spike planted.
And Wardy still hasn't used his ultimate.
And Desire is still fighting this. They want a go at the site. They'll get it. The flash you thought would have stopped them, but nothing can hold back Tag. Another headshot, a double peek. Do they combine? Yes, they do. Tag collects the all-important 13th. Desire's second halves have not been up to par, but they respond exactly when they need to and keep their tournament life alive.
And the idea was good for Barca. I have the Rolling Thunder. Let me just go away, trying to break it. But the response from Desire, being ready to have this kind of impact. This round had nothing to do with Filo not having to do with that kind of impact that he could have. This was just a very good round. Just playing together. Tag having an amazing game. Playing with the Guardian, with everything that we've been seeing. Like, they should be very happy with the second half and how they played it, how good the conditioning was. But now, Haza, we need to go to Sunset. We need to go to that map 3, because we need a winner of this best of 3. We need to know who's still alive. So again, let's just give them a longer break this time.
Certainly. Maps, the guarantee as always. You know how it goes. We'll see you on the other side of this break.
Your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my Jovi, be my. way. I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl. You're extraordinary. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean? Yeah, that I mean. Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't made top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I do left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, They gotta give me the rock. I got a game on what? Yeah, I got a game on live.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals. Whoa.
Plenty more action yet to come here on VCT Ascension EMEA, and plenty that we've already watched. 2 maps down and no closer to finding out who it is that walks away with this series. The elimination game between Desire and Barca. Kakuka, from the haven that just happened, the second half, the way that Desire are able to build back into things without a timeout, piggybacking off of the one that Barca used, how did they do it?
I mean, with a lot of help from like the plays with Wacky and Philo, of course the setup was perfect. Also tag being impossible to go through. It doesn't matter where he is on the map. Doesn't matter if he's joining late to the party over at A or if he's defending C. I like the way that Barca were trying to do stuff. It's always the fact that the side was, as I said, dictating up the pace time and time again on that haven, being aggressive and making the best use that they could out of their composition. Do not get me wrong. It is, as you're seeing, it was a 13-10. There's no easy win. There was no easy close up to this one, and things will only get tougher for both of the teams. Barca, you know, I think that they've been losing a little bit of steam when it gets to this kind of points, like not being able to close the second one after a 6-6 half, not being able to stop what was coming at them from the defense. Now they have a chance to change that again, starting from the attack, especially when we think about the heads-to-heads and the individual performance. This is a map that Desire has played a couple of times already in Ascension. They haven't won any of it, but the reps are there. I think that things are starting to become closer. I think that Phil is finding a better pace in how to get the openers and how to have that kind of impact. On the same note, Barca has not played this for a long time, and Jesse has not played this map with them. So in terms of preparation, you were mentioning at the beginning of today, and how Jesse's going to fit into all of this, it's a scary prospect for them.
Yeah, his method in the madness is plug and play mostly. I mean, Omen does what it says on the tin, right? It's the role that you expect from him, playing it on so many maps. And for me, it being the Neon comp again, I think, is interesting after what we just saw on the previous. Desire's defense, so good at holding, like you mentioned. That's where they start here. Wacky back on the initiator, though. This is where I said I thought he looked better yesterday. But after the Yuri we've just seen, I'm not too sure how that supporting role exactly works. We're going to have to find out. What a series this has already been. Plenty more yet to come. I don't want to say this is going to overtime from the start, but you kind of feel it already.
You gotta feel it. It's sunset, you know, it's like bound to happen. I want to see how everybody is doing, like on the mental side and out of the tiredness, right? Like the series running long. We talk about the amount of best of ones that these teams go through throughout the year. Maybe not being so used, like the experience is there, but you might get too comfortable in having shorter days. So when it's one day after the other, for example, like Barca, go into that third map, knowing that you haven't been able to close one out. Definitely something that has to move away from your map, from your mind. But as I was saying, you say Wacky, I hear Wacky, all I see is Forsaken. Wacky is my Forsaken.
Okay, I would say Forsaken so far a little bit more flexible, perhaps. He did play every single role possible.
I was thinking of something.
Okay.
And I said Forsaken, but I was thinking of something.
Here we go. I'll tell you something. This is another Desire defensive round, or at least it would appear so. Guardi does get one back. That's enough to get the spike planted. Waddle has a difficult game to play because if he loses this control, backside Boba, before anyone on Desire can come to help him, it gets problematic. Well, and it's certainly going to.
And Guardino, assuming that they baited that plant and nobody came to help, that the rotations were still happening. Steals a 3v3, but the spike is already down. And Philo is going to be spotted as well.
Market player's locked out, but the Dizzy through the smoke could be useful. Jesse, another on the fadeaway. And from this 5-on-3 situation, Desire are falling like flies. They're hemorrhaging numbers. Wingman onto the spike after the first tap. Cam broken, Paranoia, both players caught. The wide swing, 3 players to the good, but now a man down. Filu on the defuse has been cancelled. Guardi finishes off the job. An imperative clutch for Barca, but a round which Desire let slip straight through their fingers.
And I was speaking about the mental and how they can get things back on track, how important it is to even get this first round knowing how Desire has been playing with the pistols and how lethal they are. But even when the 3 of them just back off, knowing that Wacky still has his utility, how the moment that they pick, the thing that they shoot is the wingman. Like the rest does not matter. You need to stop the defuse from happening, because even if Wardy was to lose the last duel, they would have not had time to defuse the spike. So a lot of discipline in that round from the side of Barca. Of course, they will be able to purchase in this round 4 Bulldogs. I thought that the FPX spy was a little bit more popular these days.
Well, rifles do the job, right? Just got to hope that you don't lose any of them.
That's the thing, right? Like, as I'm saying, Desire has been so good in punishing and just doing very well with these pistols that it only pushes me more to think, well, if I know that they've been doing this for 2 maps and we've been suffering the consequences, maybe going for this kind of buys and just sending someone in that can die more easily and that won't mean that much for the bonus. You have a better chance. Desire just stacking here on B.
Yep, and that's the thing. Barcelona look like they're going to play into this as well. Jesse's still offering A pressure. Does Guardi find anything with this knife? And does that change your mind with 35 seconds left? Seemingly, the answer is yes, and the read is spot on.
30 seconds left.
How does it not? Like, exactly, like now you give the spike to Maniac, you assume that it is a stack. Like, if you spot 3, it's a stack. It is what it is.
Guardi through middle, a little too much on his plate. That's a phantom drop. Filu still with the Sheriff. There isn't all too much firepower on the Desire side.
Here.
But having players in position with 10 seconds, the spike planted, Filu gets the upgrade. Paranoia, nade, dizzy, flash on the breach. I'm seeing a lot of utility that can make this difficult for Barca to walk away with what they want. And that's the round, not just the guns. Jesse with a TP into the rafters, top of the site. Forward forced to give up his space, peeking through together. They fall to the ground. Desire with further damage. Barca holding on, but you're already down to your last 3 rifles, both of them Bulldogs. This is getting scary, but not scary enough for the round to slip the net.
And again, this is a round that was presumed for them, having 3 players down, making such a huge investment. It's a little bit devastating, of course, because you think now this bonus is a round that you might easily lose. Either you have a very good set plan, or it can live your side. I was also seeing the pings over from mid. I just want to highlight again, Borgwin is having such a match. It is so important that the moment that they hear something, he baits, he makes them think that he's just playing through main, that he's something that needs to be contested. Embrace the timing a lot. It opens the possibility for, while they're looking at him, for the other players to open up in their angles and trying to secure that kills. 3 Sheriffs in the hands of Barca for this round.
Desire have already bucketed some of that early regenerative utility. The dizzy on Wacky picked back up on A. It puts Filu on the angle from elbow. Cypher set up market, and with both initiators towards top mid, you've got plenty to play for rotations here.
And a little bit of time as well.
Chance perhaps to take this fight. Guardi does rescind positioning. Not penalized for that, and neither is Filu. Boombot cleared, but no re-aggression. He stays, as does the spike. Barca still far from committing, and we're into the last 45 seconds.
I think that they're trying to bait maybe some aggression coming in from the extremities after they put a little bit of pressure on to mid. Didn't matter if it was coming from B, coming from A. Would have been ideal, but Filu's just waiting and holding this angle.
He's heard the dart. That was all that was needed for him to disengage.
30 seconds left.
Contact hit. But the setup from Barca is still fairly strong. You've got a late flank through middle from Scythe.
There.
The only
20
issue
seconds
is they've not got into the site. And as you say, 20 seconds left makes it all that more difficult. Filu still alive, still standing, and still dishing out damage. Guardi gets him back,
10 seconds left.
but I'm not quite sure they're going to be able to get over the final few hurdles put in place by the Desire team. Guardi, another, but nothing more. The Sheriffs, with the mix of rifles, not enough to see that round pass Desire by.
You know, I love the discipline from Desire, just giving out the space. You don't know what to expect from this round. You don't know if this is a set play that they want to do and run through middle. Let's just play in our positions. And that's what we're saying. If you have that little time left, many things can go wrong, and especially just having 3 Sheriffs. It's very difficult to be mindful of these situations. But a couple of ultimates in their hands right now for Barca. Try and get this distance. 5 players waiting to go onto A. Camera's going to be instantly broken, not without getting the tag though.
No one-way smoke either, no early utility. Forced to fall back.
Oh, there it is.
Filu again. A player who dropped off as the series went on yesterday, but still running hot here. A second kill from the showstopper, and no punishment either. They can't stop him. Jesse does inject a bit of life back into this Barcelona round. Scythe going down in middle. Is it all done and over with? Wacky finishes off the job. We are back to an even standing.
And what a performance from Filu. I love the fact that he's still feeling himself after the previous map that he had, where he was an absolute menace. At the beginning of the day, we were talking about, yo, we went an entire half without a single timeout. Things were working out, the conversation was flowing, but now after just 4 rounds, and of course, thinking of what's at stake at this match again.
Yeah.
It's time to slow things down. What is happening with the map? Desire's not really being aggressive, besides on aiming. And they're dealing very well with how the pressure is being put onto them. We see the pings on the map, thinking about, you know, where I was, what was going there, if there was utility being used at me.
So yeah,
If
guys,
the timing was, yeah.
this
so I was here.
This place called Middle. I went there, but I was by myself. I got double peeked. Do we want to go back? Do we not? I think it's a situation like this, and the read I'm starting to get with Jesse as well specifically is that while he's a very young player and he'll give you those multi-kills in the mid-round, he can be great individually. As a team environment, I think you need big names to lift you up. And not to make that comparison again, but it's the elephant in the room. KPZ was here at Ascension last year. Hard to call upon what exactly the team environment looks like, but it's situations such as this, yet again, where you need that bounce back.
And they need that bounce back. And now that we're looking at the scores, look at Maniac, right? We're talking about Filu having literally going exponentially better as the series moves forward. Manic's still yet to find a single kill on this map.
And with the one-way in play, tag shouldn't be expected in the corner here either. Maniac hard clears him, and their own smoke has not exactly been any more value added. Nice from Desire to pick up the kill on Jesse. Vorwin low, Scythe known about, Wacky having him held.
Things need to be frozen a bit.
They've got all the info. There's players in the back lines here as well. Filu cleaning up, and the nade thrown to the head of a low Vorwin means he's forced to peek, and Caden clears up.
Yeah, the economy might have not been the best for Barca in that round, but very well played from Desire. Again, it doesn't matter where tag is on the map. It's a site that you do not even want to look upon. It's just dodges. Just don't go there. It's so complicated.
One enemy remaining.
When this situation starts. And also, as we're talking about momentum, as we're talking about building, you have a Filu that is feeling himself. You just win a very clean, flawless round.
Still exciting.
Desire trying to put their foot down with this utility, and it works out perfectly. Mid-push Filu tiles where he lays. Tag picking up, and Tag has done it again. Oh, it's a quad from Tag to finish. A 4th round for Desire. Everyone left dead in his wake. And for the Cypher player, so involved with the aggression there.
He is not just a Cypher player. He's Tag, okay? He's 10-2, man. Like, I think it is also so interesting. We were talking about Barca not finding anything and just maybe waiting a little bit too much for the aggression across the map, how they've been keeping an eye on to mid. And after that timeout, getting a round to cool down, and then go on the aggression, then putting out the surprise in the form of Tag, out of all people, to just go and get those kills.
Once more, Barcelona slowed, not allowed to leave their imprint instantly. Wacky backside holding on. The rounds are coming thick and fast, and Barcelona are falling out of favoritism. Tag adds with Caden alongside him, only the captain. His position revealed, and the round has ended. This is insane, Kakuka. And something I want to mention here briefly as well is when we were speaking with Tom yesterday from the Desire games that he had seen, one of the main things he raised, the youngsters dropping off in terms of performance as the game goes on. But Tag has just got better and better.
And the fact that he can put up these numbers, it's not only about the momentum that you get and just getting the rounds on the board. Yes, you're getting close to the victory to staying alive in this group stage. You also want to see the improvement from yourself. I think that, you know, the going through the days, knowing that you have very tough opponents, but you want that spot more than anything in the world. So seeing yourself being able to put up this performance, having the correct reads, is a game changer for teams.
In terms of the Alpha and Omega streams covering both games, it's interesting how that works out, because the match in this group is to be played again after. So we don't know how exactly that sets up the future for either team to make it out. We've had a 3-mapper. It's gone long. It's gone late. If Desire are to carry on this momentum, if they can make this 3rd map clean, does that help their chances anymore? I mean, it has to, but is it still going to be enough?
Barca taking all of this space, just with that recon from Vorwin. Not the best of buys, but the Guardians going up in front.
Top mid isn't a position that we've seen them in too often either. They've gone investigating, but it's never really been a position they've executed from, and that will remain true here as well. Pressure, offset, but utility expended to stop it from being set in motion for Barcelona. They've acquired market in the process. Now Desire know. It's Tag's setup once more, which they try and venture into. And he will not stop. It's Tag's sight, for goodness sake. When will you learn your lesson? Tag with 4, a flawless for Desire.
And back-to-back 4Ks for Tag, almost like, wasn't that the last round? The numbers that he's putting, he's a complete menace. It doesn't matter if he's pushing around the map, if he's holding down a side, his utility holds so much value. He gives you the timing. It stops the plan from even happening. And then on top of that, he can shoot like this. I remember last year seeing his videos being like, oh,
15 and 2. 15 and 2.
My games do not look like that when I'm playing Cypher on this map, and I love playing Cypher on this map.
I think in the business we call it a life game. Tag with the performance exactly when he needs it. And if it were to go to an overtime, like I said earlier, then you're looking at the kill record by that point in time. The same one set on Sunset. He's down, spoke too soon. Barca building back into the round, but the thrash in middle. Can you pick that back up? Wacky has managed to get it. It didn't land on the mantelpiece, so instead, more that they have to work with coming into this retake. Look at Vorwin though.
Feels like he needs to be the one going on these kills, but the thrash is gonna come out. He's gonna...
Oh, he's not been hit. Still alive, still standing, still winning engagements. Vorwin, the captain, aiming like the duelist, does get dropped. Filu still in play. The name which has been lighting up the server alongside Tag, trying to avenge his fallen brother on the site which he has held so well. Time is low, and in the smoke, Caden gets one, nothing more. Showstopper, the duelists clash. But can Filu get there in time? Yes, he absolutely can. It's very close, but Desire have just about done enough.
Oh my god, the reaction from using that showstopper. Also, if Vorwin hadn't died there, I would have quit my job. Because then this game is BS.
It's nuts.
Getting this one, he gets shoots the DZ, he gets the next one, he gets the Roomba, he gets the Roomba, he gets the Paranoia as well. How much more can he do? And still they're not able to close it. And we were talking about how in the pistol round, they were so successful in closing that one out and play the timing. But right now, this timeout is in place, not only because of the performance, not even being close to closing rounds. The reactions from Desire are so good, how they're moving across the map, how Philo just uses the showstopper up to the last second to get every single round on the board. It needs to be stopped.
It certainly does. And that's why the pause has been called by Lucas Rojo.
Waddle is just watching this map, and you know what? He's having a good time.
He's having a good time.
I am telling you, I am Waddle right now, and I'm just telling Tak how good he is every single round. I'm just glazing him, being like, yo, man, you're the best player I've ever seen.
I think that's probably the first time I've heard the word glazing used on broadcast, but I completely agree.
No, we cleared that at the beginning of this.
Okay, nice, nice.
We cleared it.
And look,
You're just too
the
British.
better type of glazing would all be giving out boxes of donuts to his teammates if they do a good job here too as well. A celebration for Desire. And for Barcelona, look, Desire now has 7 rounds, and not only that, still hunting for their first win in 7 games played in Ascension, if you're talking from the coach perspective, who has just said his piece. Last time that happened, Desire were the ones that were able to get the most out of the break-in play. This is a lot deeper control that we've seen from the Spanish side in terms of how they're playing the A, how they approach it rather than just executing. And well, Wacky has capitalized on their separation. It's just falling apart.
And Waddle is like, yo, guys, again, mid, Scythe is here, again. And he just walks off. He doesn't even want to take the duel. Why would you give him that?
I look at
If
Philo.
it's not favorable for him, and he's a breach, I'm not taking it. And also look at where Philo is.
Well, and it's the neural theft that's been dropped as well. So his flank is only further bolstered by the information that he has. Just got to check and make sure there's no one there. I think, Maniac stunned himself. This is really not what you want to see. Scythe has got to try and get something done.
30 seconds
Out
left.
on an island, playing through Ivy. Wacky still holding. Strong angle. A very strong angle. Well supported as well. The utility was there if needed, but Desire doing it all by themselves. It's Mr. Quad. It's Jesse. But there's no time to even think about this one.
10 seconds left.
No. He was trying to think maybe I can save this one up, but right now you're Desire. You look at the money, you look at the situation that you're in. You do not want to give Barca anything. 6 round
down A.
difference right now, and absolute control. Like, it doesn't matter what Barca's trying to try on the map. Maybe, you know, getting a little bit of more aggressive control than freezing at a different time. It doesn't matter. Like, Desire are just moving so perfectly onto everything. Yes, they're also hitting every single shot. But literally, Wacky, like, he has his full set. Could have used, you know, flash at the beginning. No. No.
Look, it's Valorant. Anything can happen. And honestly, Barcelona are going to be hoping for a miracle here. Fun fact, I don't know if you know, Guadi's mum takes their pet dog wearing a Barcelona shirt every day to pray for a win. And look, speaking of these miracles, if you win an eco round here, I think that completely changes the dynamic of these, you know, the final round and maybe even the second half.
But you think about, like, having the KO, right? And stopping that utility from even taking. It don't seem to need it.
No, they don't. They do need Jesse to keep hitting shots, though. The Vandal is almost all they've got. Another one bites the dust. Maniac out of play.
Timing's just helping. 56 and 45 HP for the 2 players from Barca.
Dire Straits. And look where they're heading. No. It's tag setup.
It's tag set.
Luckily for them, he's still playing towards top mid. A re-clear is necessary to make sure that Desire are comfortable coming into the retake, but the information that they possess now, the weapons, it has to be Jesse, the prodigal son, but can't do anything up against the Raid Boss tag. God, he will try his luck. Nothing is going their way now. A 9th for Desire might just be it.
And as we're headed onto the last round of this half. Yeah, we've seen it in the past. The 9-3 curse is the thing. We just need Barca to not lose that steam. Think about the first 2 maps that we had. How close it went in the rounds. Yes, Ascend, once it got to the second half, it was a little bit of the Barca showing. But that Haven, it was getting so close. Yeah, maybe they started getting too comfortable, but that is 9 rounds in a row.
It's insane. It's absolutely ridiculous. Barcelona
17-4, get out of here.
Always a club which is dreamed
nice
on in difficult situations, but how much more faith can you possibly have? It's cancelled by Jesse. Unlucky that he didn't actually bait out the paranoia from Caden, but this triple mid hold with the op thrown in the mix is pushing them right where they want to be. That's if Desire, that's as far as Desire is concerned. Nice use of the null command, no traps.
Plant's gonna be easy. Ultimate used by Guardi. He still has his full kit. There's a lot to play with if you're Barca. We go back to that pistol round, getting the spike down, get in a good position.
That's
to
the
play
game
for the
you
post,
play.
and maybe a little bit, of aggression coming from it.
The ult was used to stop the traps, to stop Tag, and Ultimate in his own ability, but you still had the Rolling Thunder, you have the Thrash. Not much value found as perhaps they would maybe have been hoping here, though. A player down, but not out in this final round. Tag, he's drawn the shorty. Oh, it's a bit of a blunder to fail them a 10th round. Wacky, can he add to the score sheet? No. Scythe finishes it off, but 9-3 does not feel like a scoreline that Barcelona can come back from right now.
Hazza, do you feel like we've cursed him? Do you feel that after praising him so much?
Well,
maybe that's why you took the shorty out.
Maybe that's what Barcelona need. It's a massive half, monumental, coming up after the break.
Whoa, VVS all on my neck. Whoa, we talking power, respect. Got me blowing on gas and I'm high as a jet. Like, whoa, shorty can't breathe no air. Yeah, red bone body, long hair. Yeah, everything I do real rare. Yeah, can't buy one, need pairs. Yeah, I get paid now. I was in them streets and I ain't never do no playground. I just kept it real, stay 100 and I stayed down. Made it out that jungle, now we shopping when we touch down. We riding around, my windows down and my speakers loud. Hate my grind down, like my shine up, one of a kind, no stopping mine. I'm certified, can't copy me. Got the bank like Monopoly. My tie fly, that's all design. I'm dripping shorty, know it's hard to see, but best believe live. Yeah, throwing money fast, like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas, like, hey. Double pump and bring it back, like, hey. Yeah, my amigo got the pack, like, hey. Hey, like, hey.
A 9-3 half, the second half. A half which has haunted Desire for this whole event. But if they can exercise it here, they will be the ones to live on ahead of Barca, who many already saw to be dead and buried. It's the attack side where they start, and I feel as if the pistol is all they need to bring this one to a close.
It's mandatory for Barca to try and stop this from even happening. Tag already used his camera and it's going to be broken. He's going to take actually the duel. He just wants to go for it.
Again.
He wants to make up. He wants to make up.
He's getting stuck in. Yeah. You don't want to try and make up for it by causing further problems. 22 HP, the off angle. Scythe had no idea. The crisscross. Can he nutmeg Vorwin? No. The Barca captain stands tall, 3-on-3.
Yeah, and now look at the side. Look at the way that they're moving around, even where they're going to plant the spike. They know that Vorwin is there, but they have no guarantees as to where the rest is.
Continuing to fight forwards. Utility to try and make this even more difficult. Both flashes waddle. They are fighting back through. playing as a unit, clearing so many angles with the aftershock as well. Separated now with Auto by himself, dealing with main, Caden, Filu doing all the rest and doing enough, doing what Desire needed. So close to the pistol, they can taste the 10th and they pick it up.
And even even then, being so smart as to keep dumping the utility, keep making them guess where you are on the side, where the position is. They still needed to win every single position. If you're thinking about going against a KO and a Neon, all the utility that was still available for Guardi, and still not finding the success.
Look at the kills as well. No one even broken double digits. Maniac 2 and 13, his counterpart.
And look at Jesse, like, not having a single assist with the Omen is like not the smoke, it's not the paranoia, not finding even that kind of impact. We talk about the inexperience of playing together, the understanding how well prepared these maps are going to be. And as we said, this is Jesse's first sunset with Barca. So we can understand, and to a certain extent, justify this. But individually, Manic is going to find the first one, but...
There you go. Call him into question. He appears. Say what you want about this being Jesse's first time in a Barcelona jersey. That's a decision they voluntarily made, and it may be one which costs them their tournament life. Of course, not one individual is responsible for the result. It's a team effort, and right now, Desire, front to back, looking that much more well-rounded.
And looking at what's happened the past days, Barca just wants to wait and die to the spike, not giving Desire more tools than the ones that they sometimes have not needed.
This is the position where, well, maybe one person wouldn't like it, but if the hole in spawn, you could just jump into that and we move on to the next, maybe? I don't know.
I think you do.
Who knows?
Desire just pushing, trying to get those kills. They know that at this point they just want to die to the spike.
Filu building up towards his ult as well. He's the one that you really want to be picking these up. And I tell you what, he's the only one left standing on the other side of the map. Everyone goes down.
And he was also the one that was the closest. I mean, it had more orbs.
That's what I mean. Like, you're looking at the orbs, you're thinking, okay, Filu, time to get your hands dirty. Let's see how much he can pick up. And then all of a sudden you realize, hang on a minute, he's absolutely nowhere near this. And just in case you didn't notice, Scythe brought down to his own hands and knees
I'm loving this replay.
a different kind of prayer. Will they be answered now for Barca?
Why are our service and our EDS so good? I just, we're so lucky in EMEA, honestly.
Shout out.
But look at the buy, especially we were talking about maybe too many sacrifices. Stinger, Sheriff, Ghost. What did I feel? I'm a Ghost player too. My Sheriff, no.
The key is you just don't spam it. You just tap.
I panic.
Sounds easy enough, right? Let's see if Wacky can give us a demonstration of how exactly that works. It is Filu at the front. They've actually just completely backed away from this one. They're using tag. He's bookmarked the B space. Same angle as the previous round, and Barca do not want to challenge this. Now he's been spotted. Forward could go huge, and he does. Maniac right off the back of it. Both stunned, but no follow-up. It's as clean as it could possibly get. Forward, the last one left. Barca with a round exactly when they needed it.
And we know that it's complicated, that there's 7 rounds separating these teams right now, but we've seen it in the past. It's perfectly possible. After fact to see Vorwin again, I think in many of the rounds he's been pivotal, both in Ascend, on Haven, even on this map. The closer rounds also meant a great play from the Spanish IGL. But they're still a long way ahead. If you're Barca, we were talking about Desire maybe giving up too many guns on that second round. Things are different now.
People will also remember
different phases of Maniac.
the icebox that we saw against Go Next opening day, that comeback they were attempting then didn't quite come through.
But that's the thing, right? I think that mentally it's taxing and it takes a toll that takes on in time, you know?
Is it gonna get any better? Can it? After Filu's opener, Guardi gone. Flash is perfect for Vorwin, but Maniac, with the overdrive brought online, needs to find the spark that can stoke this ember.
He has the spike as well.
Of a Barcelona performance. He does. Shot in the
and
dark.
And he's screaming, run, guys.
Do you even want to give too much more away here? It's a dangerous game. He plays on 9 HP. He has the support. Finds tag. Kaden and Filu, the ones to try and recover it. Maniac's still walking out here. He is right in the open. Offers his head to Kaden's Vandal. And now offers the space up. Barcelona are not going to fight this.
Get the paranoia out.
Flash's teammate.
Spike retrieved, and Spike's gonna go down. Filu one away from his ultimate. Maybe he should be the one to plant? Yes.
That's exactly it.
Kaden, good call.
Right in the mid-round. The captain's call brings up the ult. He's the first to contact. This is a brilliant setup, but can they find the value? Will it be enough? The answer is no. Scythe will finish off the job for Barca. The job which they started in this round. Desire making it difficult, not going down without a fight, but neither is the Spanish org.
And if they start linking these rounds together, again, it's just getting the momentum back in your board, seeing the price so close. And I've seen a sneaky peek of an operator before we jumped into the replay. The executes from this are way different than the ones that we were seeing from the side of Barca. But of course, the initiating power is different. I love to see Maniac having this performance. Just trying to not focus on the numbers that he was putting out in that first half. That's done. That's over. Let's try and have the impact from the defense. And he still has it in him to, with 9 HP, trying to get some job done with the overdrive. Money ain't great, but we've been here before, Hazza.
Oh,
we've seen
we
what
most
this can
certainly have. Filu gone. That was the showstopper, the Vandal, all of the assets. Desire. Yeah. You know what? I wanted to entertain the idea, but that one was shut down very quickly.
And flawlessly for Barca. I mean, it's just 5 rounds apart. Seeing worse things happening. But also, on the of Desire, you want to get yourself a very good round. And you're already in OT situation, right? But still, you need to close this maps out. Again, thinking about the rest of the competition, right now, both of these teams are fighting for survival.
Yeah.
And this doesn't even guarantee that any of them are going to make it out of groups, and they also have to play tomorrow against very tough opponents. But also think about next year. You don't know who you're going to be playing with or for, and you want to put up your best performance.
That's exactly it. Maniac, he's looked a whole lot different in these last few rounds. It's almost as if he heard what I said. Can't quite break the trap there, but eventually does. Guardian mid, they don't know about Jesse, and that's a serious problem. They won't either. He is out of there like it's nobody's business.
And it's a little bit of that round where we saw Taggett in the 4K. Next buy round that it's important, that is big, that could be the difference. You go in for the aggression, you choose the duels that will favor you the most. And right now in this 5v3 scenario, you gotta start thinking like the money ain't good for Desire, but there's still so much time. You gotta move around the map, maybe try and isolate some of these duels.
Tag throws his hat into the ring, but it falls off his head. For the Cypher that we've spoken so much about, Scythe's setup, on the other hand, has managed to keep Desire at bay, make it almost impossible for them to get the push that they wanted on this round. A 7th now, Kakuka. We are getting a little too close for comfort.
And back to back, I'm gonna say it, I know that it's not the sponsor for this stream, Andalucia Flawless, for them, calls out the timeout for Desire. Now, of course, Barca's also going to be getting this minute to decide what they're going to do. Now, only 4 rounds away, but they need to keep the streak going. If Desire was able to do it, why would they not? The productivity is definitely paying off, even when the situation is not looking good for them. Everybody's back on the board. Nobody is completely disconnected And right now, with all of the ultimates, with Waddle also being 1 away from the Rolling Thunder, this is going to be an eco round, but again, do not count them out, especially with this amount of utility. Philo has been having that showstopper since he got that plant a couple of rounds ago, and he just hasn't had the chance to use it. And that is something that we have to give props to Barca for, but can they keep it out? Because at some point, it's going to get out of hand. You cannot just go on the aggression every single time, expect it to work flawlessly, especially with the score being still a little bit apart and the Sire looking 2 rounds away from closing this match out.
That's exactly it.
This goes here.
It's only going to take 1 to put them on 12.
That goes there.
Some big hitters, some heavy hitters available. Barca with some trump cards of their own. And the way that they've been taking these B main fights are most interesting to me because it's that balance between aggression and passivity, a set piece for Caden to get control, make it difficult at the back. That's where Filu makes his entrance. Rocket doesn't finish off Scythe. Offered a lifeline. Might just have been enough to keep Barca in this. Filu revealed, should be dead. Ducks out. Is it really a possibility that they can get it done here? It doesn't feel like it. Still alive, still trying to take fights. Filu, oh my lord, how do they win it? With a classic, a stinger, next to nothing in terms of weaponry. Waddle another, but how much more can one man do? Scythe was so low. 6 HP, but the 8th round will be locked in.
I mean, I understand that still was an eco. I'm gonna get picky about this, right? You want to invest. You want to get this round. You want the momentum back on your favor to close this one out. You decide to use Caden's ult. But yeah, you're gonna go for the safe line, even though you're also putting Filu in the position to be pushing with the showstopper. My opinion, Waddle should have be the one to get the spike down, because if you lose those fights, you need to keep pressuring onto CT. And if that would have happened, we would have seen probably a different face. But, you know, that's just me and my wishful thinking. Still, those 2 ultimates are going to be coming into this round, and it is something that Barca still needs to fear. I'm looking at Vorwen for this round. We see him playing a top mid. The information getting found by Guardian, his knife.
Maniac as well, demanding the attention after a horror story first half. Some of the same issues cropping up on Desire's side of the server. Shoulder spot. There will be a stun. The flash that Guardi was holding, not going to get anything here. Doesn't have the chance, but then just plays himself right back in. A triple kill with Maniac present. Barcelona adding a 9th to their tally here. Waddle should be out without a chance.
Extremely complicated for him. Spotted, not have the spike. 4 people on the hunt.
They are offering ones though here, Kakuko. Guardi will be the first of those. Paranoia, but he is safe enough. Has the ult, flash chance to the second. Can't really get too excited about a 1v5 at this point in time though. Desire are running on fumes, it feels, and Barcelona, the pacing, the ult usage, the rotation of the setups, everything's been spot on.
I've seen that before, the loose in the 5v1s. Actually, seeing Barca in this situation, I believe that you were referencing the Icebox earlier. And that is a map that they struggled a lot in, and just not being able to close those clutches out, or to even throw rounds that you feel very, very comfortable about. Maybe too cocky, right?
Ooh. TP in middle. Jesse's gone for it. Wacky has caught him.
He should be dead.
Dead
Okay.
meat. What an opener. Exactly what Desire would have been looking for, and it's an absolute gift. The new boy on the block, a rookie error.
Yeah, and right now, Maniac looks like he wants to go for more. Playing very close up together from Desire. Wacky is able to retrieve his utility.
The
And in this
proactivity,
4v5 situation, yeah.
after losing the mid-fight, Barcelona to make a call such as this in the round where you have a chance to effectively tie up the score should you win it. Thrash comes back out. Yeah, the ult Guardi has the null command. Does he want to try and find a way to cancel this, or is the flank going to be strong enough? Recon, top of the tree. A 4 versus 2. They just fall one by one. Scythe!
Excuse me?
Arriving on the scene. Both Cyphers had their time in the sun, but it is Scythe which will shine brightest in the second half. Barca 1 round away from completing the impossible and tying up the scoreline.
And of course, there has to be a timeout here. After this half, after how proud you have to be of what you were able to achieve on the defense right now, you thought that Barca would be devastated, that their mental would be crumbling, that they would not be able to have such good responses to everything that's going on in the map, while still with that rolling thunder. But there's so many threats on the side of Barca. You see a Maniac that is completely forgotten about how he could not perform on the attack. Completely. It's a different game. He's playing on a different server at the time. He's gone from London to Istanbul. Like, Scythe being able to put up those numbers with how much we were highlighting tag, he's already surpassed him in kills, and they're still 1 round away from putting this on even numbers. Of course, the money's not going to be great for Desire.
And just look at the ults as well, Kukuka. Barca didn't use the null command there in the retake. They didn't need it. Scythe did everything. 1 away from the overdrive. Sure, the Hunter's Fury comes out, but there are still big pieces. Yes, Waddle has the Rolling Thunder. Will Filu be able to get close enough to have his back? The spacing's been fantastic as well. We mentioned it before.
I think that at this point, you're Barca, you just say, round for round, just round by round. Keep talking, keep the comms coming. Everybody focus. The day has been very long, 13-8, 13-10. Now this is looking to go to OT.
This is where they get confident. Does Guardi overcomplicate the situation though? Does he win the fight? He draws the shorty. Filu was never expecting that. Oh, Desire, caught by surprise. Like many, Barcelona's death was exaggerated, but they are not done yet.
The fact that we've gotten this 11-11 now, the reaction, the shorty pick. This is the problem. Once you're feeling yourself, once you're able to get these rounds in, all that you lost on that first half, it doesn't matter. If you know you can bring it back, if you just think about the second half and how good you can defend this map, it is a different story. Yes, the money wasn't the best for Desire, and everything comes down to this round. If Barca can even put themselves in a situation for timeout, it actually scares me that they take a breather, that they put their hands down for 1 second and Desire brings it to OT. But you need to get there first.
Yeah, you do. And there are still a couple rounds between them and that point.
Yeah, I think that all the success that Guardi was not finding with his utility on the previous half has been completely shadowed by all the info and all the value that he's getting.
Stun catches everything. Such good utility. Desire, after finding the pistol round, the anti-eco, the first couple where we thought they'd push the boat out far enough, come right back to snatch it at the very death. That's unless Barcelona can do anything more here. Down a player. Maniac skewing the odds back in their favor. The overdrive still going. He has not stopped, and neither has Scythe. The big name Barcelona players stepping up at the very end of this very long series. Smoke is placed. And Vorwin on the defuse still. He has not been taken off. They don't know. Desire have no idea. And Vorwin has hauled them over the line. The captain. The man with the armband. He wears his heart on his sleeve. And he has done what no one else could stop him from doing. And simply defused the spike to take the 12.
And this was a 3v5. And again, Maniac with the performance that he had, it doesn't matter once it comes to this overdrive, to turning things around. Also the trust that Vorwin puts into it. You know, like Maniac and who was it, Scythe, he just opened it at the together into the smoke, and once you get to the half, Vorwin just says, "I'm sticking it. You better put yourself in front of me because someone needs to tank this bullets."
3 suppressed.
Huge 0
suppressed.
point Guardi.
Yeah.
Big
He
information.
still has his ultimate for this last round. So does Jesse, to help if they need to quickly rotate onto B.
Guardi has had this ultimate for
Are they
the
doing
final
this?
quarter. He's held onto it for so long, and finally, he will pull the trigger. The push coming in through elbow, the smoke there, the crossfire set up, flash off the contact, but still a minute left to play, and Desire assessing their options will wait.
Right there. Can't use that.
Time to freeze things out. Filu still has that showstopper. Very important to play with timing. He needs to cut it, and he's gone.
He's managed to remove it. Guardi playing back in. We're coming down to the fine wire. This one, the final round of regulation, and Desire finally respond. Forward, Guardi, they get the kill. The drone is up, but what does the timing look like from Tag? Hero of the first half, step up in the second, misses the mark for the 2 versus 2.
Time is important. The smoke is going to dissipate.
Filu still holding on to this one. Guardi is low, Vorwin healthy, and cannot help the situation any further. From 2 rounds at the start of the second half to finding their 3rd in the 24th, Desire have managed to get an overtime, but even then, this should have been done a long time ago.
Yeah, I mean, I do not want to say that it's like I predicted, like Barca just putting their hands down and just being too confident about being able to close the map out. It's a very, very long stretch to get this many rounds put together. Very, very long one.
9 rounds.
So they should be so proud, yeah, to get this into OT. Tech pause, of course. It's what we do. So we do OTs and tech pauses.
Okay.
We're just getting the players ready for what it is like to live in Berlin and just going to the studio and having to have very long days and then things. It is what it is.
I mean, Kakuki, you remember what I said at the start of this final map, that it would go to overtime? Did we really think it would happen?
And you're always right.
In such a fashion? The simple answer is no. No, we did not. Desire should have wrapped it. It's Barcelona that break 12 first.
We got baited.
But they couldn't close. And it's another technical pause now. It's got to be a smashed keyboard or something, bro. I'd be raging.
Yeah, I think it's a mouse issue. It was happening a bit earlier. Believe it's Desire. Just having some problems. It is what it is.
Now,
And
the
man,
question, is
at
this
this
a bait
point,
or not?
everybody's on edge.
Yeah. It's not what you want to happen because the game's gone on so long. You come into OT and then you're made to wait. Barcelona have to accept the fact that they've just missed a huge opportunity to get that first win. Lucas Rojo's first win in 7 Ascension matches. It's been a horror story for the teams that he's coached in recent history. Finally, looking like we're starting to see the good side of them, but Desire hang on by the olive branch. The Italians are still in it.
Just being a little bit aggressive here on mid. Didn't work out in regulation. And now seeing them back on the attack.
Oh, but it's only Waddle here. He's completely by himself. The distraction bought in B main means there's no support whatsoever. But Tag is a one-man army. Such a big double kill for Desire. Jesse's still here. He will be flushed out too. What is left is trying to make something happen from the main push, but this is the story that we're used to. Defender-sided dominance. Desire, the ones which will take advantage.
It's just Tag on 10 HP, just getting the kills, getting a 4K. In one of the most important rounds in the entire year. They need to get this win.
That's
Not
it.
only for themselves, and actually, if you think about it, we were seeing it this round played multiple times during regulation when Barca was attacking, but actually Waddle always took that step back. Remember, he didn't want to take that fight.
No.
Why would we do that? And the moment that the possibility is still there, remember everybody, once we get to this OT, every team, or both of the teams, get 1 timeout each. Because of course, after 24 rounds, many things have changed. The coach might need a moment to step in and talk about the plans and where the holes are and how the team can close this one out. For Desire, is putting everything out. One more time, do not let this get more scrappy. Do not let what was happening on the defense from Barca have that effect. Maybe play a little bit more passive at the beginning of the round. Do not let Guardy get all of that info. Seeing the pings coming in on the map from the side of Barca.
And look, that's the craziest part about all of this as well. This is Desire's first map point after the situation that we were in. Now, do Barcelona break? Their year relies on this. 9 months of competition.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Building towards VCT EMEA.
Revealing area.
The world is watching. And Barcelona the ones waiting. Desire, nothing immediate. It is a slower pace which they take to round 26.
And my eyes go to Maniac. Look at the position that he's got. Look at how impactful he was on the defense. He's just going to be holding here. Waiting, being passive. The rest of Barca just waiting on him.
It's a different angle to the one that he was usually taking, though. He's right next to the corner. And Vorwen, the one that slots into elbow instead. Desire going to try the same top mid push that we saw go wrong so many times, but this time it's A inclined. The fragment comes out, that's the stall on one end. Can Maniac hold down the other? Against Tag, the answer will be no. Filu fighting, Desire getting closer. Only one player left. He's got to do it all by himself. The captain is cut loose. It's a 4-on-2 to keep Barcelona's dreams alive. They fought so valiantly, but the game is over for their 2024 campaign. Desire, through everything they faced, when it looked like they were going to lose in the most horrific way possible, again in the second half, they do what they need to, and they live to see another day.
They just needed that one round, that one last round that took them to OT, to being able to get that confidence back, to put Barca back against the ropes. The moment that they got the advantage is the moment that they lost the match. And of course, it is devastating to see their chances of making Ascension gone completely, and thinking about the rest of the year, how much they battled. It's not like Desire having everything going their way for the entirety of the year, not to take back on the effort and the work that they put out. But this match was a different breed. It's good to see Desire getting their win and already looking forward to what they can do if they can do it tomorrow, and all the stars aligning to try and make it to those playoffs.
Just when we were talking earlier about Desire wanting that clean final map to give them better odds in terms of round differential, it's still a kick in the teeth. They did get the win. It's not the way that they would have wanted it. That is the bottom line. The win has been secured. They're in it now. They're still alive in the competition. Fate may fall into someone else's hands, but when it came down to them performing when they needed to on that final map, they did step up.
And again, to put this out there, it doesn't really matter if you, if you win the entire Ascension, that is freaking great, right? Awesome for you, your entire team, everybody goes to tier 1. But the chances of that happening are not that high. There's 9 other teams battling for this, only 4 make it to playoffs, and only 1 is able to make it into tier 1. What matters is the performance that you put out there, the character that you show as a team. The players that we got on tier 1 this year that absolutely destroyed, Minibu didn't even make it to playoffs with Castle. Yeah. And everybody, like they could see the potential. The scouting is still there, and he was in the freaking finals of champions. So even for Barca, when I'm thinking about tomorrow, with how close this performance has been, with the matches that they've had, every single one of them so far gone the distance, gone to that third map, them not being able to close them out, still, they need to think about how they're going to perform tomorrow. I understand that there is not a lot at stake for them, but individually, they need to be able to see past that.
It's not just the mechanical performance, but the mental tenacity as well, the steely attitude to claw themselves back from that kind of a deficit, which gives you hope for the futures of the players that we've got here. And as you already mentioned, almost half of the turnover that we saw players coming into VCT EMEA this year played in Challengers the year prior. And it's the scouting grounds, the grassroots in which, you know, new talent is plucked. And Tag, as a 20-year-old Italian player, the first of his kind, if he is to secure a spot on a roster for next year, was a total talent there, where we asked questions before, and we'll come back to what was said yesterday by Tom. The youngsters on this Desire team slipped off in terms of performance as the day went on, but for him it was the complete opposite.
Yeah, and it's so good to see. Again, we know that the chances are very complicated. Once you get that 2 deficit, like 3 losses is a death sentence, but even getting 2, knowing how stacked your group has been, knowing that only 2 out of the 5 teams in the group even make it to those playoffs, I will keep the same mental for Desire. Enjoy the win. You were able to close the game when it mattered most. Take it as a learning experience. Even if you don't make it that far, you want to end your year on a very good note. You were able to get your victory today, and probably you get it tomorrow. Even if that doesn't mean you make it to playoffs, you gotta seize every single round that you play here. This is the best display that you can get thinking about your future.
Yeah, we could take a look at the stats as well from Tag in that final map or series in terms of how he performed for Desire, and yeah, the numbers speak for themselves. 29 kills.
Get out. 44 headshot. Get the hell out of my screen.
Ridiculous stuff. Ridiculous. And something I wanted to ask you earlier that I didn't get the chance to is, when we're looking at VCT EMEA, as well as someone who's been following it for the whole year, how do you think that stacks up? Does he look like a name that you think could jump the gap?
Oh, I think it depends. I mean, from the previous year, from like 2023 onto 2024, there was like a massive overhaul of rookies. And I think that now it's going to become the trend, because if you missed out last year, if you went out to get names that were already a part of VCT, that had been around, probably you feel like you didn't get the results that you expected, because it's crazy as it sounds, it's better to get a young player that is a sponge, ready to get a lot of knowledge thrown into them and just shape them into the player that they want to be, than to probably get a player that has been around for a very long time. Each different one brings different things to the table. But I believe we might have an interview ready.
Yeah. Speaking of sponges, let's absorb some answers. We have Tag in the building here with us. Tag, how are you doing? Firstly, what does it mean, and what does it feel like to get your first win this Ascension?
I mean, I'm really happy for the win. We should have gotten a win more earlier in the tournament, but it is what it is. So I'm happy that we won finally. I'm happy.
I mean, you should be happy, especially with the numbers that you were putting out. So what is the key to having such an impact on playing Cypher on Sunset?
I don't know. I mean, just you need to know your role. You know, I do my job, I do my part, and then I shoot back. Just click the ads. That's it.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you something.
Click the ads.
So you know, in EMEA, we're always scouting for talent. I think that you've proven yourself. I'm just gonna give you some hopes also for tomorrow. If you could choose one team to join next year, who would it be? Where would you like to go? If you could choose.
If I could choose, I think I think Fnatic. You know, just Fnatic. It's my dream team.
Well, you must be happy that they just said the heroes out.
It's a valid answer. I was just about to say, I'm pretty sure Desire did a show match with Fnatic in Italy last year, didn't they? Yeah. Were you there?
Yeah, I was there. It was like 2 years ago at an event. Yeah, I was there.
And that's when he decided.
No, I mean, it's been a dream for so long, you know, when I was a kid, so yeah.
Okay, so in terms of being around more experienced players then, as one of the younger members of the team, being, you know, near the Fnatic players in that environment, the show matches that took place and the like, what is it that you think changed between the Desire that we saw last year and the Desire that we have this year in the competition?
I mean, of course, we changed 2 players in our roster, and like Philo and Waddle are just insane mechanically and knowledge-wise. Like they're another level from the players we had, so we made a huge step up. And then our coach Simos, it's another level, insane. He's teaching us every day new stuff, so we just keep improving day by day.
I want to ask you, now that you mentioned your coach, I think that those timeouts were coming in clutch. How were the feels, right? Because at some point on Sunset, things start going south. You guys are not able to get around out. But then the moment that you get a gun round, you win the entire map. How were those timeouts coming out?
I mean, whenever we get a timeout from CMODs, we just like feel relieved, you know? Like, okay, we got this, we're back in the game, because we know that he's gonna give us an answer and we're gonna get back in the game.
To speak of your coach a little bit more here, Simos is a experienced name, a very well-known one in the Italian scene. You know, his Twitter, he likes to post his Conor McGregor, you know, his fights, his scraps, and stuff like that. He made a quote when the group was released and who it was that you were going to be playing, and he said, "Do or die, that's perfect for us." Do you think that you perform better as an individual when the stakes are higher, or just in the average game that you'd get in your challenges?
I do. When the stakes are higher, I perform more and more, because I just ask myself for more impact and more everything. So I just, like, from my focus from 100% goes to 200%. Like, I need to give everything I have, otherwise it's GG, you know?
So how focused are you going to be tomorrow? You're playing against Go Next. Of course, the performance, of course, you're in a tough situation for getting out of groups. It's still possible, though.
Yeah.
So what do you think, and what do you make of Go Next as an opponent?
They're a good team, but I think if we play normally, without being scared any pressure, we can win them. But we need to play better than we did today. We need to play better and more compacted as a team, and that's it. We just need to click heads at the end of the day. That's it.
You're pretty good at that.
For sure. Once again, Tag, congratulations on the win. I'm going to leave this final one with you if you have any words for the fans watching at home, or perhaps your opponents ahead of tomorrow.
Yeah, I love you guys. I love you, everyone. And I love you, Dad. See you.
That's really sweet. That's so sweet, man. I absolutely love that. The support on both sides as well, when you think about on the Barca end of things and how much that meant to some of their players as well. All of their players, let's be real. Like, this is your whole year that has built up to this point, and Desire, a round away from crashing out, they end up winning in overtime. I don't think that game could have had any more drama if we had possibly asked for it, but we are going to be heading over to a break. When we return, there's another best of 3 left to play. It is the classic.
Waiting for some overtimes.
Exactly. Another extension. This time it is on the pause screen. We'll catch you guys on the other side of this.
Man, I paid that cost, long nights on the job. Didn't know, I'm a pro. Didn't know, I'm in the zone. In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals. Whoa. Stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Didn't know how man stay boss, man, I paid that cost, long nights on the job. Didn't know, I'm a pro. Didn't know, I'm in the zone. Didn't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa.
through the flame, now get out the way. Whole lot of change, still been the same, put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it, look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That when it's degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. You step in the room like this, we breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood, and up in the few, might land in the tomb. Bad with a vengeance, killing the ops and leaving no remnants. They all in attendance. Gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind. It's time, let you be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G League, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm notched up in TT, hey. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. You step in the room like this, we breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood, and up in the few, might land in the tomb.
Welcome back to VCT Ascension EMEA. We've not been short of drama today, and that doesn't stop anytime soon. Our second series is similar stakes, different group. TU taking on SOAR, both of them with a loss already under their belt, and hell, the possibility of them staying in this competition completely gone should they add another one today.
Yeah, exactly. A couple of losses, right? We're not going to take a look at the groups. Let's just bear in mind this. Seoul started losing in a 2-1 fashion, but it was so close against Maus. And yet they play again on the next day, and it's devastating, a devastating loss against Job Life. But now they've had a day to just cool down, take a little bit of a break, and just go on to face this very, very important matchup. On the other side, we see an Ultimates with a different story, but thinking of the head-to-heads that we might see today, this definitely catches our eyes.
100%. Mo had a blinder of a performance yesterday against Job Life. Not quite enough to take that historic second ever win for our MENA representatives, a team which he himself has represented every single time we've seen them in one of these tournaments. Kunya, on the other hand, a complete rookie at this level of play. Someone who, as well, also adding a lot of clutches. Both of them had at least 12. Ridiculous scenes. Does it get that close though? Gonna have to find out, and that starts with the map veto.
Yeah, Lotus and Icebox are out for this one, and Saw is going to pick Ascent as their first map. I believe they have not played it yet in this tournament. Both of the teams have played it regionally, but still have not played it in Ascension. The Ultimates have gone for Haven, that I personally love, and it looks like we're going to get the same. Oh, Sunset is out. I was going to say, are we going to see the same best of 3?
Yeah, we were definitely close. I was thinking about it too.
Hazza, is this a map 3 OT? Is that what's in the book?
If I speak, I am in very big trouble. So I'm not going to say anything. I'll leave this one open to interpretation, wherever the viewer's mind takes them. But I can add a little bit to these first couple of maps, though. You know, that's the job.
Okay.
Ascent, for Saw, this is another map where they're incredibly good domestically. And for TU, I don't think we've seen anywhere near as much of it.
Yeah, exactly. And also going back to the perspective and the situation that both teams are on, I already said about Saw, of course, then going into 3-0, death sentence, especially for Saw, a team that surprised us so much last year when it got to Ascension. We're going to go straight into Ascent. The teams want to play. No changes in the composition, very similar approaches, just changing over the Sentinels.
Yeah, it's by the book stuff. Teams with their slight variations, but it's tried and tested. We know how it plays. In terms of this game, though, the Ultimates and Saw, as you already mentioned, the conversation with them was always going to be, does the rebuild stand the test of time? Does it have enough time to be effective enough to match the efforts of the team, the heroes that went to Berlin last year? I'm seeing some of the pieces come together, and look, as we look further down the line, you've got that conversation with the Spanish League as well. Can they afford to get more talent in? Is this going to be a long-term solution? A brilliant chance for some of the stars that they've already got to show what it is that they're capable of.
And there is a couple of things to take into consideration as to maybe what we see in this map, and being picked, and probably what Saw want to or intend to see a breaking point here. Fighter is not really fond of the operator, right? I think that on the previous series we saw such an impact from both of the Jets on the defense.
Quick pace to the pistol round, fight through middle. It is the IGL addicted who has taken initiative here. Spy punishes the extension into the arch smoke, but it's opened up the A site. That's the cost that TU have to pay.
Yeah, and the spike is probably going to safely go down unless Fighter is going to stop it. He's not going to have the angle to do so.
So
he's definitely going to put the pressure. Yeah.
Immediately taking fights, but in that first head-to-head between the duelists, he's going to fall. TU, that is the story of this round. Not quite close enough. Damage dealt onto multiple players. BRK down to 2 points of health, but Saw, they are the best at these pistols for a reason.
Yeah, but oh my god, I saw Spy buying a shotgun and I was like, don't get me here. Green down for them, also very important to be setting such a strong pace right off the bat. Coming in, you warmed up, you warmed up, you're starting on the attack here on Ascent, on your map pick. You want to be dominant. And speaking about dominance, this buy definitely tells us the intentions for what Saul want to do on this attack. 3 rifles, a couple of pistols. And a little bit of a freeze, maybe expecting some aggression coming in from the side of TU.
This is the buy that you wanted from Barcelona.
Yes.
I think it's coming a little bit too late and for a different team. in that same 2025 region. I'm sorry.
Scanning ahead.
In terms of the utility, though, that's spot on. Recon actually doesn't collect anything, so Saw have managed to get up nice, close and personal, but Khalid with the Sheriff, not only does he pick up the engagement, he's managed to get out into the boathouse as well. There's support ready to pivot through towards stairs and collapse. This is very dangerous territory for Saw. They've got to try and deal with it. They do, but not Fighters. Classic. Of all the weapons, 2 kills picked up. Addicted 4 bullets between the last couple of players and almost every shot missed. The shot dart pulled. A triple from the free gun for Fighter. That is the conversion of round number 2 for TU.
And I kid you not, Hazak, you and I were on the desk yesterday. Do you remember how the second round went? The Ultimates won the pistol against Job Life on bind, and then instantly Job Life responded with the pistols and caught the second win, not even being able to convert. As you were saying, Khalid, beautiful movement. We're gonna butcher that name, and I am so sorry for it, so apologies in advance. Getting the pick, moving super quickly. San just being a little bit of a bait, buying a lot of time. The response to TU being flawless, and now all those rifles at a very, very good price are on their hands.
It's all the money they've been able to save as well. Like you say, Fighter would be building towards the op, but we know he doesn't play it, and I think that makes this ascent more interesting.
Maybe he decides to go for it.
That's true. You could also say he didn't play the Neon, really, or at least to a high standard, until we saw it the other day. Something that I'm always coming back to with this team is the coaching staff that they have brought into a new roster, but everything on the ex-Falcon side kept the same, and just the mentorship of certain names that they've got in their camp going a long way. And, well, Fighter does take the first, but maybe the VOD review required for the second there.
Still the kill goes down. A bit of a spot. BRK is going to try and find some impact here, maybe find a kill. He's going to get the space, but...
Ooh. Flash right into the heavens.
30 seconds left.
Spy still guarding this smoke, though, on the Saw side. It's just denied information. And BRK, where he really wants to be right now, is dragging players away from the B site. Khalid attempting to get the information back, and that is the punish that BRK would have been looking for. The spike heads elsewhere, and as you say, time is of the essence. Khalid, the MVP from yesterday, can't stop the spike and can't deny the round either. BRK on the back lines. Thrifty for Thrifty.
Maybe too much of that pressure, right? Because going back, again, with the last thing that I will say for now, about the situation from both of the teams. This is the last match that the Ultimates are going to play. Tomorrow they have to sit and wait for their fate, right? So to get in this win is compulsory for them as well if they want to feel some sense of security. And now back to back, so is able to respond to that round, running the clock down and still being able to secure the round. Khalid had the information that he was so far away, and we just go straight into the brawl.
That's not the Mo.
It's impossible to build economy like this.
That's not the Mo I remember from yesterday. First death.
He will be back.
Not something.
He'll be back.
3 suppressed.
You expect it. Fighter in middle, do you expect this? Obviously not. GRTW loses his life, and that's one of the rifles that they do have.
I mean, and with all the info, he can just push right now because the knife got 3 players.
And that's what Saw are thinking about. Like, they have players in the site, but you've also got Addicted, committed to the flank. Fragger. That's a very nice kill to pick up in a situation such as this. It's put so much pressure off of Short, yet still, that's where Fighter reprises his role in the madness. Fragger a third, and Khalid needs to match that effort, go one better, get the clutch, finds the first. It's Sharp, it's his Sheriff. Second, it's a headshot. Oh, and a follow-up as well. Khalid.
He can pick up a rifle.
You have to be kidding me. Every chance that he can go ahead and win this now. TU. The miracle story that keeps on giving for Mena.
Okay. We know that the stakes are high, that everybody's a bit shaky, a bit nervous, but to be able to respond back to back, What is going on? Getting a 1v3 in that situation despite being down. Someone playing from main. Two people playing from site. Oh,
he didn't miss a bullet.
The road time is...
Kakuka, he didn't miss a bullet. First headshot, second headshot, third headshot. And then the Vandal, well, from that point onwards...
He misses one. He misses one.
Okay.
The first one well, actually...
But it's the full rifle round now, so all of a sudden, we're in a position where both teams have money. And at this point, I couldn't tell you who wins.
It's impossible to know, right? Everybody's working the map, finding solutions and breaking their ankles, apparently.
BRK,
It's
short
the
for
nerves.
breaking
Man,
his
this
legs.
is too close.
Blades out, and he's not good for the fight against the guy named after that endeavor exactly.
And Sanders is ready to see if somebody wants to take that position. That pressure is going to be followed up.
At the same time, TU respecting this, GRTW given room to roam as he would like. Spy, kick it on forwards, Khalid from elsewhere. And, okay, sure, what was the one space that we gave? Mark it, and now we know exactly where the last player is.
He still can do some damage. At least he will get his ultimate if he dies. Probably try and save this rifle. Of course, after this first 4 rounds, the economy is not looking good. But apparently, the ultimates have managed to do what we believed impossible. Getting 2 rounds in a row.
And for those who are just watching the ultimates, this is what their defense side macro is all about. Constant pressure across the map, forcing you into making difficult decisions. Yeah, there's an overpeak in there every now and then, but it's challenges for goodness sake. Of course there is. Sort not able to really punish it so far. And look, they've started to build up some economy now, and they're the first team to do it.
Yeah, little by little, I see the sheriffs, and also I see all of those ultimates that they can use to even getting a kill down.
Revealing area.
Just means getting more rifles on their side.
Kind
and
of
as you're
surprises
saying,
me.
TU doesn't leave a spot open. They're willing to fight.
I was about to say, it kind of surprises me that Sora are so heavy on this early utility to take the main space, because again, you know, Fighter's not going to be playing on the AWP. Still, they've dealt with it, and as the drones are traded across the map, it's TU that get the better end of this.
But look at that, they have to be so careful. Having bodies on the side, using the drone, you cannot take anything for granted.
Oh, Fighter.
Of course. Oh, you left the hole.
It's just so
guess
clean.
What?
Yeah, that's
guess
a...
where they are.
That's a very wide trap wire.
I will take those steps.
And he gets it. That's Fragger gone. GRTW trying to make it difficult, but the mess is more on his behalf. Spike now up short. Feels like the last option in a set of fairly bad ones. Mowing back sight, rekindling the form perhaps that we want from him, but not yet offered a gunfight. It's going right down to the final few seconds, and BRK's finally opened things up. That's where TU respond, as they should, as we expect. The 4th round is picked up.
3 players making it through, and 3 rounds in a row now to you on their defense. As I'm saying, the fact that the moment they stop pushing, I think this is even more scarier, right? And probably something that you need to think of. Yes, the operator is not going to be there, but it's not going to be stopping Fighter for being aggressive in the slightest. Not only here on B, when he's been doing it on to mid, that is something that is going to be constant. So as you were saying, you have to be mindful of the utility that you're investing time and time again, because that operator is actually going to come into place after the timeout. So I'm very excited to see how this one pans out. Because at least, you know, in Ascension he hadn't been using it, but probably he hadn't even needed to. He's a great race player. If he feels like he can have more impact, if it fits your playstyle better, but this is only going to put more pressure onto Saul, because if he keeps moving as freely as he has, and we saw Philo was so maniac on that first map in the first series, and if you guys have been watching with us since the beginning, well, first of all, we appreciate you. Thanks for, you know, sticking around, but you know how that went. You know how important, how much of a difference making it was for the defense side.
For those who have been with us the whole time as well, you'll also remember what happened the last time a Cypher player missed a few shots. That was tag, and look how that one ended. So, far from over. Timeout to build some confidence, perhaps. Fighter has completely baited us. There is no operator in play. That's like,
Fighter, come on.
speaking about
You
Ascension,
reckon
though.
he heard me saying he's the only duelist that has not played operator?
Speaking of Ascension, that's like existence level strats. My op player who's been practicing it in scrims is only going to show Rifle's main event, and when he has to bring it out, he does.
Boom, when you least expect it.
Genius. Is this the answer for Saw, though? B take, late main, Nanos do nothing. They've got the first pick. Sand gone. Couple players backside. Khalid moving up on the box in the corner. A one and done, or so you think. He can't even get the first eventually. A transfer, but not before Cunha's triple. And this one, it doesn't matter what gun you have. Fight as good as dead there in any situation. Saw only 1 round away.
I mean, it's crazy because of the start that we've had of this map, but actually a very good timeout. You think about the tools that you have, how you want to use that Hunter's Fury, and you can observe that every single time that you've been putting pressure onto B, they're just backing onto backside. And if you can trap them there and put that utility to place to deal that damage, it's easier for you to get those kills, to get them into positions that they do not want to be at, and to maybe not being able to choose the duels that they want to face. Coming at a good time, but far from over this first half. Not giving anything away.
Ooh.
At least for Spy at the beginning of the round.
Yeah, Fragger has the lineup for the fragment. Expected to use the ult here as well. Gives a bit more tradability to GRTW and where he'll be playing from. A split for all intents and purposes. They do call upon the services of the ult. Saw making inroads to the site, and Spy is left all by himself on Generator, an island, and he sinks into the sand. Speaking of that, man, he's picked up a kill and just about keeps TU in this retake.
Exactly. Now they have to decide, depending on what Fighter finds here. Of course, Saw needs to push.
Well, they don't know. They still have no idea. Fighter teasing them, and all it does is tee up Sand. The rest of TU doing what they got to. Fragger caught inside the ult and caught out without a chance. Khalid finishing it off, and a 5th for TU here doesn't feel like a necessity, but with Saw getting back into things, you want to build up a lead.
And Saw just keeping the same pace that they were using on the previous round, just going to this fast execute, get the spike down, let's get some damage going. And even though they get the opening kills, the response is almost instantaneous. In this 5v3 situation, they're still able, TU's still able to find a kill, and Fighter is so comfortable working the map, running around, and finding these pain points. Of course, the response from Saw is, okay, they have the lockdown. This is the only thing that can destroy us, but because of the position and because of the freedom that Fighter has had, it's another round for them. 10 and 4 for both Khalid and him. Amazing performance so far.
3 players strong for TU on this B site. Sand clearing out the smoke, but not disrespecting it. Still Saw a potent enemy. And they've built back into this as well. They've got money, they've got guns. Mo, where has that come from? Just running through A main yet again. It's forced the hand of Saw. They need to execute now. Sand, that smoke, not one that he's able to deal with. BRK blistering onto the site. Fighter still alive, has the support of Khalid in the back lines, and may not even need it. It's Khalid all by himself instead. How does he get away with it? It's daylight robbery, and Fragger can only take him once the sun has almost set on this for Saw. The paranoia's caught. Yeah, they're not going to peek. They're going to wait for the spike to go down, or maybe even just chance it and hazard a guess as to what was happening there anyway. Nicely done from TU. A 6th now.
It is impossible to go against him. And I understand that you look at the Sova here and you think, oh, at some point he's just going to grab the Odin and just going to be spraying them down. He doesn't need to. Like, with this Vandal usage, he should never. What a round again from him, getting 3 kills. It's very difficult for Saw. And also, I think that the learnings from the previous round of if they're going to be very heavy executive, just going to be go straight, just put that pressure on the other side of the map. If you find someone, 10 out of 10. If not, you've already gained a segue to get from a different position onto that retake. And now it is true. You cannot gaslight me out of this.
Oh, it's GRTW again. I know Cypher dies in all the cinematics, but this is not exactly the same story.
With the Vandal, he'll get it.
Yeah, he gets what he needed there. It's a tough angle to be peeking into there for Fighter. Perhaps that's why we don't see him on the off. First time it comes out results in a death, but what can Saw do with this player advantage?
Right now, you're gonna freeze, try and work the map a bit. They still have 50 seconds to work with. The operator's on the floor, and GRT has managed to put that trap down. So all that map presence is a little bit gone. Saw it taken on mid. Watch out with running down the clock, like...
Yeah. And the fact that Saw want to go
they end up going A. Ooh,
back to B, after everything we've seen, after these same setups that have worked so well for TU, leaves you scratching your heads out of the frying pan into the flames. BRK needs to cook up some success, and oh my lord, the double from him just about does it. 3-on-1 for Mo. We need some more magic.
We definitely need some more magic in this 1v3. I mean, Khalid can do it, why not him? Of course, the situation was a bit different, and I really doubt that Saw is gonna make that same mistake one more time.
13 clutches already. Is he able to add anything more here?
It's a trap.
The trap is everything. You live and die by it. And for Saw, it is as simple as that. Pulling the trigger on a fourth. Now this is where it gets scary, because that gap has reduced a lot. In fact, I don't think the gap's really changed, and that's the problem for the defender side.
Yeah, and right now, you think at the end of the day, you're attacking on Ascend. Every single round is a massive victory, especially with how things have started on the map. And right now, TU, the Ultimates decide to put a pause on two things. What was working at the beginning that is not happening again? Is that map control gone? Like the previous round, we did not see it, but Saw and the way that they've been working the map has changed also. And it's adapting on the fly, especially when it's a team that you may have not practiced against as much and definitely do not have that experience in officials against.
Be a bit of a shock to the system. 2 rounds to gap. Saw breathing down TU's neck, and that's the reason for the timeout. I think both teams have been playing on the edge for the most of this tournament. I mean, Saw losing by a matter of 4 rounds in their opening series against Maus would have been a huge knock to the confidence, but they come back into that next Job Life game, and
Oof, that was
decent in the second map, but the first completely outclassed. How much more can you ask
Just
of this
say
team?
it. It was a 13-2. Just say it. We've been there.
Exactly. But then the same for TU, right? They got close, so close to that second win against Job Life as well. A place that they've never been able to reach as a region before. And as BRK flies in blinded, he is the most dangerous man in the server right now. A wanted man. Khalid able to hold on. Boathouse is secure, but for how much longer? When do the reinforcements arrive? It is now through the stairs and not been able to pick up enough kills. 1-on-1. Mo is here, but not quite in the nick of time.
What a brawl of a round
before the switch.
And as we're heading on to the last round, look at the amount of ultimates that Saw has to play with. So we're gonna need a replay for that for this one, because we know that Saw is up and up the pace. They just want to go on to the execute. They know the TU will come out to play these duels. So it's, as I said, a little bit brawly, but Khalid is not hitting those 3Ks every single round. It should not be your win condition.
No.
If you TU.
Fighter also stepping up. How much more can he do here? It's BRK, it's the judge from Sand. Peek me if you dare, he'll still put you down. And with that core to be stabilized, this is where Fighter needs to get a little intuitive. Can't stop it. Does go down, but the Guardians finished off the job. Khalid again. Any gun given,
man,
the task will be completed.
Time for a little bit of a freeze now. Never mind.
Oh, apparently not. But just as soon as that
The reflex
happens,
there.
immediate trade, 3-on-2. And for Khalid being able to hold his site more aggressively, no less, it's the confidence. Not only from performances we had yesterday, but the fact that this is another one of those players on the TU side who has represented MENA at every event, who has been to Ascension equivalents before, who knows what it means to pull on the jersey. This from Mo, though, another one of the old heads, exactly what is required.
It's a good moment also to stop from Saw, as we were talking about the way the TU was working the
seconds
map,
left.
to check if somebody was out there.
Recon did
needs
land.
to keep looking. Yeah.
Saw already filling that space again.
Are they
Here the
clear?
gunshots, Khalid. Oh, their mental timing looked like it was right, but the placement a little off. Addicted clears it. 2-on-2, a much scarier prospect.
10 seconds
Spike is going to
left.
go down.
Left.
This Spy is going to allow it.
Planted.
Just going to suppress the one. They do not have the info on when Addicted is playing.
They expect someone to be playing higher up, though, not least towards main. That is Addicted, but his life allows the trade. The captain selflessly lowers his head for the youngster Cunha to add another clutch to his collection, an expanding collection. The round count as well for Saw, 6-6 after the first half of Ascent.
In the end, this was a 5v3, you know, being able to turn this around, finding kills like this one with the judge, being able to freeze, to read the intentions, and still manage to bring this, especially with the beginning of the half we have, is very surprising for Saw. They were going on to their defense right after this break.
Chasing good vibes, is he chasing good vibes? Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride, I despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater blind my shine. I'm just living my life, too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes, chasing.
So the second half begins with a 6-6 scoreline, something which Saw are more than used to by now. A couple of the maps they played in that really tight opener against Maus panned out the same way, and from this defender's side, well, they'll want to keep it clean.
Yeah. Things have to change. We cannot have the same beginning of a half as we had on the first half.
Please, no.
For the sake of their mental, everybody's mental. Our mental.
Paranoia's traded, dancing in the dark. No one knows what's going on, but kills picked up for Saw means that this is the round they'll be looking for. The 7th.
Spike down mid.
It's almost there. Mo, the one which stands between them. Could he, from this situation? Capable as ever, first burst collects, second as well. How does Mo even make it look possible?
18 HP? I cannot believe. One more bullet. 1.5. I love the fact that Saw is like, oh, you want to be aggressive on the defense? I'll teach you how it's done. I'll teach you how we do it here. Even though they had the spike there in the corner. Oh my god.
The burst hits onto
Please,
both
no.
players as well because they're so close to each other. Gets almost maximum value from the freebie that's in his hands.
He deserves the he deserves the
Look at
sheriff
this.
round.
Yeah, he's on Sheriff.
Yep. He deserves
First player in, last player out. That's how Mo's been approaching most of these rounds. And, well, fortunately, that knife has kind of cut their plans short because Saw know all too well what's going on.
You will learn with time that you cannot say all too well in my presence. But we will get there.
Can't say no to Mo.
True. Right now, TU on their attack, of course. not having the money
Right here.
to battle
Enemy mark.
fairly in this round. Just running across. Moving over to B. But look at the intention and the read. GRT is already moving on to A. Gonna live addicted by himself. That trap still should be the sound cue. TU has to be very sure that they want to go in the moment they break it.
Addicted doesn't have the recon either. It's just the shocks in terms of supportive utility for himself. He's holding for a bit of utility on the opposite side, which never arrives. Still stair control. Oh, drive-by from Sand. That's gonna sting. Post plant for TU.
30 seconds left.
Man, this is the kind of situation where like you wouldn't push this, right?
You wouldn't think so. Now the retake has to be set in motion. What, with Addicted losing the gun there, it can't quite get picked up. Classics have to be problematic as they have proved to be before, but Fragger cleaning up. Standard procedure, Mo, 1 HP, Khalid as well. No, this is not how it ends, surely. Oh my god, please! Fragger, the safe pair of hands which Saw needed. An 8th picked up, but barely anything escapes.
I'm just thinking, you know, I'm happy that Saw is able to win this round, but it comes down to the smallest of margins. And thinking about your economy for the next one, you have a TU that has gotten this fight down, that has gotten 4 kills, and it has invested what? The utility and 1 sheriff. Of course, look at this, their buy for this one. Saw on the other side only manages to get 1 bulldog across that round. And things start to get serious because Khalid is already 1 away from his ultimate. Could be a deciding factor, not for this round, but next round. Definitely be make or break.
Yeah, see if they can lean into that a little bit here. He's by himself on A. Saw 4 players pushing. Kind of hoping that he had a few more ult points to fill up because could get 2 ults out of the fights that he's about to take. They push him one at a time. Ooh,
no,
crouched into the corner. Paranoia, that's a gun. Cunha salvaged it. And I'll tell you what, Kakuka, they're only a man down in this situation.
Yeah. A Vandal, yes, the HP is not the best. The spike is safely going to go down, but they have to clear everything first. They make sure that the site is cleared. And I'm looking at Sand for this one. Just look at the position from Addicted coming from behind.
So key if he can keep it. You look at the utility TU have as well. There's every reason to fight on the front lines with that Paranoia and Flash Drive. Instead, it's just him locking down the mains and cutting Saw away from any real chance at a retake. They're playing exits now.
In a 4v2 situation, not much else that you can do. Sand, of course, is going to be pretty safe to make it out alive. Oh, the timing, he saw the gun!
The barrel has done a disservice to Mo, but it will not matter. He does not care what odds you give him. The guy's a born winner, and so are TU on this attack side.
And it's also a very easy situation if Spy is able to save one of the flashes so you can safely get out of the site. And one of the things that we only saw 1 round and, you know, didn't end in the best was the operator coming in from the jet. But I feel like BRK has a chance of making a difference here. Now, so as we're saying, this is their map pick. Now they're on the defense. Now you got to prove to us why you decided for this to be the ground that you're choosing on such an important map for you.
Yeah.
Last year, we were all cheering for you in Ascension.
Can they give us anything more to celebrate? BRK seems to think so. On this defender's side, Saw with a little more life. You actually look at the difference between the two. It's a single percentage point in terms of their win rate, which is just nuts. And I'd sort of go one step further. They've only lost it a single time out of having played it 16. But again, it's like, is that the regionality?
Yeah.
That's the problem.
It's very difficult to like measure your entire year because this is the high pressure moment. This is the ones that matter the most. Yeah, it's been a long run to get here. But especially with teams that have some security on it.
Yeah. How many times is Ascent going to come up in a league that plays best of ones? Probably more often than not.
BRK is going for the second one here.
He wants more.
Of course he does. I mean, somebody has to take care of this, right? 30
Oh, you can't blame
and if
him,
he
but...
doesn't, it doesn't matter. GRTW has the trapwire waiting.
And
but it's Fragger that's going to go down.
that's the
That's an
double
opener.
reveal. That they saw the rotate. They've opened up A. Only Cunha here to try and stop this one in its tracks. Fortunately enough, spies the player caught on the other side of the smoke. But Mo is the answer. The key to unlocking the A site, and that's the numbers for TU.
Numbers. But still, Spy is very low on HP. Khalid has his ultimate, but he's going to be playing. Never mind. Okay.
Got a magnetic dome and he's magnetized to the roof
he
of
saw the
hell.
opportunity and he went from it. Honestly, with the individual performance that he's having, I am calling him a genius. If they would have been doing
That's it.
3-man, you know, getting up, yep, he got the time, he got the pressure, and yep, he got the round. So in my eyes, this is another Khalid 1v3 because he was so freaking scary that they decided, no, not worth a chance. Honestly, let's just move the operator to the next round.
Oh, BRK, I don't think you take any more of those. Would have been nice to remove a rifle from the hands. You look here still, Khalid.
Yeah, but if you lose the op, it's
500
it's
credits. It's the game you play.
And with this opener, I love the duality of TU. You know, the going the very explosive, very aggressive, even from the defense. Now being able to just wait for a read, to just wait to get some information. But the plan is the same. The moment that they find a hole in the plan, the moment that they get a frag, they just go there. They just instantly, the call is, okay, they made a mistake, we got it.
Rinse
At
and
the end of the
repeat.
day, when oh my god.
Ooh, lots of fights in mid. Addicted right in the center of it. Trying to hold it down for the rest of his squad. A bunch of youngsters which he brought in, and he seems to have taught them well. Fragger doing exactly what he does best, fragging out, and that's the lead.
Too easy, Hazza, come on. Like, my hopes are too high with you. You didn't even get to see the full extent of this round. Yeah, BRK goes down, but everybody is following up on him. And the money wasn't the best. We saw a couple of shares that, as a result of what happened on the previous round. And probably TU trying to, you know, see a mistake or find a hole and just being like, oh, we capitalize on that. So reads onto that and just goes onto that brawl.
I think I was owed a cheap pun. There's a player in Polaris called Tempo, and that's one that Marcus loves to abuse.
Oh.
By saying his name, obviously.
Too late. Clip
Nothing
is
more
already
than
there.
that.
Clip
We
is
all
out
love
there.
Marcus.
Don't fight it. Just don't fight it. Embrace it.
Here we are. Fragger's got to embrace the role that he's now found himself in. Backside needs to lock it down. Cunha support. Back of the head. Fighter taught a lesson. Fragger here as well. The site looks impenetrable, and just look at the damage onto Mo.
Now you gotta make a decision, as you're saying. Mo on 13 HP. They have the Vandals. Do you think about fighting this? Do you think you can hold this for an entire minute without any of you going down? Credits on the side of Saw. Like, even losing a player, like if you're addicted, at some point you go. Same goes for Cunha. You're not scared of taking these duels. And with the position that Fragger has.
Yeah. Recon as well. So much setup. Waiting for something to happen. TU still thinking about this. Yeah, the traps come off. And BRK sat waiting. Main, so patient. All of this information. Still the cam in middle. That'll have been checked by now. So TU have to check out of this round. It's not winnable.
Yeah, and you just
10 seconds
focus on the
left.
conversation for the next one. Saw is very willing to just be like, okay, we accept this. Maybe BRK trying to see if he spots something, but they're not going to be too eager to chase these kills. Not when the score is so close up. You want to keep building onto this. Yes, having the ultimates would be nice, but you also need this kind of confidence going for yourself. Now 3 rounds away for closing their map pick. Again, after the 1-day break that they had, this calls for the second timeout on the side of the ultimates. Now, they had a little bit of time, it's like a minute on the previous round, to start this conversation going of, okay, where are the holes? How are we going to approach this?
It's like 2 timeouts in one, basically, to
Yeah.
go over what exactly it is that we want from them. And the reminder to those who are yet to watch a TU game in this elimination match of which I'm sure plenty of eyes will be fixated on. They're in a LAN environment. They're in the prac rooms in Berlin, in the Riot Games arena, getting used to it. And from speaking to Fighter as well, you know, the first series always being difficult for them in these big competitions. The fact that they did bounce back and not crash out, that all of the players there still have that fire inside them, that they walk through the building, they can see the stage, hoping that it'll light up with their name in the bright lights. And
that's all you want.
It's not their map pick, again, we know, and they have proved the ability to come back, but saw a building now, and this is where you need to find an answer.
Thinking already of that second map of Haven. Looks closer than expected, but still have too many rounds
now
to see left here. It's Ascension. It's going to be long. Doesn't matter, because every single one of these rounds matter. Again, it's not only that you make it through, you need to be convincing. For both of these teams, so both of them are out. But for TU, this is the last chance that you have in groups to make a difference and to get yourself onto playoffs.
BRK could not be any further round this angle without getting spotted by the turret.
Oh,
and Sand seems to know what's going on. So many times Saw like to play the op in front of a Cypher setup, but it's spread very thinly. They have good information towards both extremities, and they will hold.
Nobody has disconnected, guys. They're just holding. Waiting and expecting that at some point, again, Saw makes a mistake. That has been the cue before. Saw pushing, trying to regain that control. They're leaving open a lot of space, but look at the beautiful setup from GRTW. They're very mindful, very demure of the spices they're living.
And when these final 30 seconds comes in, BRK's fully pushed tiles. So that is all of the information. Now, the full gamble for Source should be on this A-site execute. Spy trying to throw a spanner in the works, still in middle. But as soon as Cunha spots the ankle of Fighter, that's the information up. Dash round the corner. Instinctive jet play to get out of trouble. But trouble is still arriving for TU, and that's the time. The sixth man for Store arriving in this situation. Fragger on spot falls. Chance for the spike plant, and they've fallen short in terms of numbers as well.
Yeah, and BRK is now faced with the same question. Are you going to save the operator? Yes, you have a lot of money. You have to go for this kind of fight, but after Addicted goes down.
Fighter is low. Not much health left to account for here. Blade would be enough. It's the Phantom instead. But instead decide, yeah, he wants the op. Does he, doesn't he? We know which decision is best.
I mean, probably now your team.
Oh my lord! Oh, BRK, you wouldn't, you couldn't. Honestly, he shouldn't. Yeah, there you go. He is finally put to rest by Fighter, but that is not the end of the round that I think anyone was expecting.
Oh, I'm just gonna give this a minute. How can he?
Moment of silence.
How can I shoot that? Want to?
10 seconds left.
Last player. I understand. I would have done the same. It's like you're lost, you're dead. You kind of accept fate, and then you're not dying. It's like the most painful 2 seconds of your existence.
That goes there.
But amazing that this time around you're still running down the clock. And they managed, even in the nick of time, get the spike down, get the presence. Again, they're just waiting for someone to go for this kind of pushes.
I mean, look, you can't put a price on success, but you can certainly buy another operator. BRK, additional opening kill. Oh, the flash is sublime. Triple threat, op, omen, KO, all accounted for. Double entry for Saw.
Yeah, my theory is that the previous one was the wrong operator. It was faulty.
Okay.
So he just needed to buy a new one. That was it.
Makes sense.
You know?
Yeah.
Recovered.
I feel like making the wrong trousers Wallace and Gromit reference, but I feel as if you may not know that film.
I can't use that.
What do you mean film? It's not only films. It was a full series, no?
You might be right. And that's where this conversation ends. It's an open B site. And so they leave the back door open.
5v3 scenario. They have ultimates to play with. Spike could stop all the utility from coming down, but he's not going to go for it.
Oh, Mo spotted before the smoke plumed. Fighter still going, still with half a chance. Another jet clutch. Doesn't know where to look. A target-rich environment, and finally it does shoot back. Saw up to 11.
2 rounds away from closing this map out. I assume that at some point you think that you click in the head, you go back, oh, I didn't click it, oh, I still didn't click the other one. But it's the nerves of how important this match is for both of the teams. Great retake from the side of Saw, but again, in a 5v3 situation sponsored by that beautiful 2 openers. Coming from the side of BRK.
Last player standing.
So nice to see. And even then, Fighter gives it a go. Some of these rounds have certainly been one for the ages. Now, the investment from TU, it is on the ropes, Kakuka. And in a round like this, when you know you're up against it and Saw likely to take 12, what is it that you try and bring to the table?
I think you still try reactive. Playing all together as they were doing, I just think that...
Fighter gets away with it. Absolutely everything. Saw a shouting bloody murder in mid. How on earth has that happened? Finally, the Op will look to restore order, but in BRK's absence, so much flies under the radar. 1 versus 4 attempt, dashing into the flames, and for all of the rounds that we've seen a Jet solo at the end, they all conclude in very much the same fashion. TU double digits.
Yeah, fighting for A main was maybe too complicated, but fighting for mid. And also, I was a bit surprised that they were able to close this one out. Yes, there's a lot of like brawly moments for that. And it calls for a time on the side of Saw, but they also have the side open. Like, you expect those kind of things. I don't know if Mo saved the operator for himself. For Fighter, if he's baiting us and he's just going to throw it away, I do not expect it. I want to know what they do with that, because for Saw, getting so close, I repeat, this is their map pick. They should be comfortable closing this one out, because same as the last series that we were watching today, you do not want this a 2-1. You're already an 0-2 down. If you're going to win, you need to make this as clean as possible. And winning your map pick has to be it's compulsory.
I mean, if you want to play reactive, if you want to lock down a lane, then the operator might just work. It's whether Saw managed to snatch it. Mo's saying, BRK, I have a gift for you. An operator. I don't think we're going to see that. But look, these on and off rounds for TU,
Mo is good with the
it favors them. Do you know what I mean? Like, from this situation, that defender-sided economy starting to dry up. Things like the Op, you're not going to see it as much. Aggressive play set up towards Link. And it hits the Op right between the eyes. The reveal comes up a little later than BRK would have hoped. But it seems to matter not. Sand already with a couple to his name, but it goes no more than just the double. Khalid 1v3. Is it going to be another iconic clutch?
He wouldn't.
Players are low, but the double up is Khalid proof, apparently. 12 for Saw. They get the all-important round and put themselves one away from converting their own map pick.
Yeah, and closing this one out is just massively important to do it now. Do not take this to OT. Also, repeating a little bit of that mid-aggression that we were seeing on the previous round. Making a little bit brawly. BRK, I think he kept his knife out at the beginning. Maybe he didn't swap fully to the Vandal. Might have said it wrong, but very important to have this kind of plays. You want us to make a mistake? Okay, we'll just go on your face.
Yeah.
I don't like it when the timer doesn't move.
Oh, we just knew what was going to happen. And to actually talk a little bit more about that last round, yeah, it's something that I probably could have predicted, because Saw did actually do that before in their final against Pedro. Whenever the KO ultimate is up, they like to get aggressive on the other extremity and sort of play away from that. Big ults available here for TU, to be fair to them. So what can you craft? What can you conjure up out of these last couple opportunities that you're going to get at making this nasty for Saw?
And the tech pause, just to give you guys some information on it. One of the players from TU is playing remote and he had a disconnect. It is what it is. It happens from time to time. But the moment that he's back, we'll go back into the game.
Be a big one for Saw to win. I think that goes without saying, but the fact that they're still without a win after such a close opening series and how things have gone for them, a lot of the conversation was how exactly is Addicted going to fare as an IGL in this competition? Because we spoke so much about regionality, the Saw we had previous, it was Batty at the helm that time. He's gone up against Robbie BK now, he's gone up against Alluri, two of the top IGLs outside of his region, both in France and DAC. We know how stacked those can be in terms of talent and leadership. It's what it's all about for me, really. Cutting your teeth against the best that EMEA has to offer. And I think it would be disrespectful to say that Khalid doesn't match that with how many events he's been to as well, and what a standout performer he's been, not just on the mental side and the leadership side, but within the server as well.
Yeah. I love that you mentioned Badi. I think that last year he was very, very impressive and a very nice guy, which is also very good to add on to the mix. It has to be very frustrating for a team to be in this situation, as in the technical pause, you're about to close it out, or if you're a TU, you're facing this kind of issues that are out of your control, that are out of your hand, and you still need to bring it back.
It's a quality that you can only really acquire through official experience, and that's another big thing, right? Like, these events don't come all too often. Maybe you get a play-ins tournament and you get through that into Ascension and it's like a couple extra reps, but other than that, yeah, like, not really at all.
Oh, I saw a shield being bought by Sand.
Good start.
Sand, my goat. I like when people buy things, because that means that we're back into the game. The timer will start moving very, very soon. Again, I hope this like doesn't affect the mental.
Yeah.
The previous round from Saul was amazing, but still, look at all the capabilities that TU have to win this one around. Spike can go in with his little eye. They can use the lockdown. They need to secure this round at all costs.
Yeah, he certainly can. What he sees, though, will be decided in the next couple. Could very well be the defeat screen. Saw setting up. Will they really go for back-to-back mid-aggression? For a moment, it felt like it. It's the recon set piece instead. But Addicted comes up with nothing. Has allowed for that cam to be planted towards Archers, though, and that's where GRTW will sit and spawn.
Nice. It's not going to spot anyone, but not spotting anyone is also information.
Right here.
Fighter's going to be revealed. Still, both of the teams want to be careful about this round.
Cam gets visual back. Two players spotted, destroyed. Now, what did TU try and do with that? They see GRTW flying through spawn. But consider the spike. Here. It is well out of the way. Here. And yeah, Mo has the ult. Let me try and play this. Again, Saw, so proactive on both extremities at once.
Yeah, that's two players spotted right now. The call is clear on the side of Khalid. We need to do something about this. They probably have abandoned A, but look at all the setup. This is so well thought for Saul.
That ult is so key for TU as well, because it's brought the traps offline. In comes the Killjoy ult. Is it going to be enough? So much put on the line, and Saw drop them to the dirt. TU with 20 seconds to save this first map. A 4-on-2 is the situation that presents itself. Sand locks in, he'll collect. Mo picks Spike back up on his feet. And the Spike, with it guarded, has the ult. Have they managed to get on top of it? No, he's stolen it back, there's time. And away from the molly of his own goddamn teammate. We're gonna get into post. Despite everything, Sand could be the hero. 3 is not enough. And even standing in terms of man count, but they are so separated from each other right now, TU. The RK floating in with the blades. That's info on the first. Cunha still left to his own devices, and finally, TU find a way to play off of one another. Back they fall. Cunha to reach out and clutch yet another. Can he possibly pull this one off? Mo is gone. That was the man for the moment, but can Cunha be the man
Oh my
of the
God.
hour. Double burst. Is there time? Yes, there is. Cunha brings Saw home with a clutch right at the very end of Ascent.
And what a round to close things out. The ultimates fought until the literal very last second. But Saw had a plan even for this round. And even if the plan does not work, it doesn't matter. Cunha in a jumping right click. What a disgusting way of closing things down. But as we said, this was Saw's map pick. Having this performance is exactly what they needed after the 1 day break that they had. And believe me, it was not clean. It was sloppy. The beginning of the round, everybody at the beginning of the map, everybody wanted every single round. And it was probably, but the moment that it got stabilized, the rounds were massive from both of these teams. Like the way the TU was waiting so patiently in the attack. I'm very surprised and I'm very excited for Haven.
Me too. I mean, this is how we like it on the Omega stream. Plenty of rounds, plenty of close ones at that, but Saw doing just about enough to win out their own map pick. Cunha the hero, he'll keep them going for at least another. We'll see that after the break.
In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa.
Seem like they all been missing. Never made a wrong decision. It's got me walking different. I stay gassed up. Please point the opposition. No scope is no joke. Just know I aim with raw precision. I went and got my bid up quick, 100 figures. They once was competition, now ain't sitting with us. Been on a wave since we've been away. Snatch the game, now we here to stay.
I told my mama I make it. I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. My feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I'd make it. I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
It's that you can't touch me. Things get ugly, they mad now. This all must be a whole new level to count. I'm packing on the pounds, pulled up with the dog hound, and I still had time to shut it down. Now you see them all screaming my name, see them trying to switch to my lane. They ain't never fit that frame, only present when the cash came. Plenty days I've been on the road chasing. No legend ever said they was complacent. Nah.
I told my mama I make it. I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I'd make it. I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
It's now or never.
No limits to my calling. Going straight to the top like I've been boarding. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot like my hands on the rifle.
It's now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. Woo. It's now or never.
Keep quiet, the queen's talking, keep walking. Couple of rings brought my shot, like my hands on the rifle. Yeah.
It's now or never. Woo! It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. Yeah. It's now or never.
In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals. Whoa.
Welcome back to VCT Ascension EMEA. The first map of our second series of the afternoon has taken place, and Saw only one away now from keeping themselves in the competition. TU would be crashing out of the competition. You know, it's sad to see from the games that they've given us with how close that last one was as well, Kakuka, but still not enough.
Yeah, exactly. I'm very happy that Saw is able to close that one out. At the end of the day, they chose to go to Ascend. They felt very comfortable in it, and BRK was one of the reasons for it. He ended up, as we're seeing, on a +10, having a brilliant impact, especially on the second half. But look at that. I mean, 347 ACS. That's massive for a Jet player. That's exactly what you want, especially starting off right off the bat.
Yeah, so impactful. 5 first kills as well, only a couple of opening deaths. This is something that we saw a lot against Mouse as a win condition for Saw, that hero factor, and it was a concern for me coming into this game as well, because you had so many situations where you were relying on someone to be your star power. This is what Ascension's all about, but like, it's a team game at the end of the day as well. Do you know what I mean? And into Haven, it's that team performance that I'm really looking at, especially with the comp that they play.
You know what I'm looking at the beginning of Ascent, I was telling you, probably fighter on the Jet, not for me. Not for me, not enjoy, you know, any of the map. And now we presume that he's going to be playing on the Neo. Now that's a different matter. When we were talking about that aggression coming in from the defense, it's going to be a given.
Ooh, Saw have completely moved away from what they were playing the entire time so far on Haven. It was the ISO, it was the Yoru, like what we saw earlier. And the ultimates, well, they double down, they go for the same thing. It's the Neon. In terms of how these comps are going to interact with each other, Kakuka, where are you placing the most importance?
I mean, one is a fighter having a good start. I think that he has to go back to what he was doing at the beginning of Ascend. Mo keeping it up. For the side of Saw, changing this and decided to go for the most standard combo that we have seen in Haven 3,000 times. It has to do with BRK feeling confident and comfortable, and probably having a little bit of an edge. This is a combo that you can always swap to, and that could definitely be the difference making, even though they were, I believe, undefeated. But besides the one from Job Life with that composition, maybe they spotted a lot of holes. At the end of the day, this is the map that they got 13-2'd on. So if there were holes and they're being exposed, the moment that you touch Ascension, having this in the back, being like, okay, maybe we had a different idea, maybe we thought that we could make this work, but if you still have this in the chamber, it is the moment to use it, because again, is in or is out. There's no middle ground, and in your situation, you want a 2-0.
As you put it, both of these teams regionally without a loss on Haven, but coming into the competition, both of them yet to win. One of them will obviously change that statistic by the time this one is done. Does that end up with TU being sent home and Saw continuing on their miraculous run?
Starting right off the bat, the aggression is already coming from TU. After responding a little bit of sound. And Fighter is just going to guard this position. But look at all the movement from Saw. They're about to go into the side, but Sound is going to spot all of them.
Saw we're doing a lot of this as well with their own comp against Job Life, but consistently not really getting too much value from the positioning in mid. What can Fighter do here? In terms of right now, audio cues of the cam other side of the wall should now be the steps onto the A rotation. TU ready to call it, and they do.
Yeah, and look at Khalid here. It's going to spot minimum 2 players. Everybody's rotating from TU already. Oh. But my eyes are on Fighter.
Yeah, he's taken the long way round as well, so not caught by Addicted. Flank will be coming in. Trap was for mid-window. This could be dangerous. The spike wasn't committed. It's fallen into his lap. Fighter gets away with it and can head for the hills. The stun to make it more difficult. The headshot to finish off Cunha, and Fragger by his side. A 4-on-2 situation once GRTW has got a single kill, but look, Spike is here, and it's 20 seconds. Fighter's on for the ace, but he is denied by BRK at the last moment.
Okay, that was shaky, but then manages to get the last kill. I mean, I was talking of him being a little bit more comfortable. Did I expect the 4K? No, but the timing was gorgeous. Also, have to call out that utility from Mo. The paranoia goes in perfect timing. So it forces everybody from Saw to freeze for a minute to wait until they can have more clear fights with the pistols. And the movement from Fighter, the stun, everything, how he's able to isolate even this movement to make sure that if he opens onto Sirius, he's not going to be exposed to whomever is on long.
This should do.
Very good round from TU. Yeah. Different look from Saw, you know, being so aggressive and now taking your time.
Standing ahead.
We were saying in between games, you know, do we arrive at funny o'clock? A couple of those Ascent rounds ending with a Jet player left scrambling for their life. And it was BRK's Marshall into this round most interesting to me. You know, how much value could Saw maybe find from this light purchase on the whole? It's already 2 players that have been picked off though, with absolutely nothing back in the conversation.
But they're still gonna take their time. The spike still waiting in the back. You were talking about Fragger and this Marshall. Still hasn't found anything. Khalid being very careful.
Ooh. Timing here could be everything. Fragger, given a chance.
He has a ghost. He can be adventurous.
They were playing for picks here, Saw, but right now, TU, the ones instead that are getting all of the action, all going their way. Spy ready to peek, off the smoke, and he will. Double tap available. That's your license to chase.
30 seconds.
Signed off. This one nearly sealed and delivered. Cunha has the cursed Marshall in his hands, and that should be him dead. Khalid finishes what he started. TU second round, and it's flawless.
And it's such a good prospect, right? Khalid is able to get the Marshall, so he even finds something, he's just gonna drop it. He's like, no, 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 no. I'm going for a Vandal. If anybody wants that, they can take it. But it's not only important to have this this presence and this impact.
One enemy
He's doing it flawlessly, especially after how the beginning of the previous map went. And going into your map pick, knowing what's at stake. Just little by little, you gotta have this convincing rounds. Now is when things
Side
get
Haven
tricky.
as well, the economy, so much build up. TU trying to play for combos at the start. Acquire some real estate, Spy manages to pick that one up onto Addicted and will fall back. A clean way to kick this off.
Yeah, and look at Fighter. He went for the same position that he went the previous round. He's not going to be spotting anyone so far, but look at... So after losing one player, they've regained all the control in A-Long. This is a given, but watch out because Spy still has a double tap. And could be a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, and also as well, TU should feel a little bit more comfortable on this A side because hearing the cam clicking in mid, they know, and with only 2 players, the bonus has shut down the buy round for Saw. 5-on-2, again GRTW making his impact, but not really the impact that you want. Consolation kills that are being picked up as Spy grows stronger moment to moment.
Spy, go to fight. Go and fight. You have money, you can get your ult.
It's a Bulldog too.
That's what I mean. Oh, he can upgrade. And Fighter, even though with the impact that he had on that first round, on this one he doesn't fight it, but it's not necessary. It's so good to understand the small advantages that you can have with this composition. And in this case, not even using the double tap until you have the information and whatnot. Finding that first kill. Being able to retrieve and still have your full pack of utility to support Khalid on the side, of course, calls for the first timeout of this half after losing the bonus.
Makes so much sense. A momentum blocker as well for TU. Like, it's not just the rounds that they win, but the context. The last couple, only 1 casualty with upgrades. The money that they've been able to make already is just ridiculous. This Outlaw will continue to be a valid pick for Fighter. No one's going to have heavy shields here.
And it's crazy. Like, if he goes for the same pick that he's been going the previous couple of rounds, he gets the Gale, he gets the overdrive. He has so many tools to work with. Both him, Spy, and Khalid, 1 away from their ultimates already. And they're 3 very scary ultimates. Especially from the defense.
Yeah. And the crazy, the funny part about this too is you got Fighter on an Outlaw. Mo's actually picked one up here as well. Why not upgrade it to an operator, you know? You got the Happy Meal, you're enjoying it. Let's get a bigger drink.
No. There's 12 rounds in this half, Hazza.
You genuinely believe Fighter will bring the op out?
No.
Okay.
But why would he?
All right. Yeah, that's fair enough.
He's a raw aimer. He only aims for the head. If you, why would you put all your eggs in one shot?
I mean, this is well above head height. Not unless you're Shaquille O'Neal. There goes the drone.
Could you imagine?
It's caught out. Fighter wants to, drill back into this though. Still has the slide available. Back on the same angle. Yeah, there's a chance someone's crossed, but Saw so many rounds, that C-long default from them, it's kind of expected that there's nothing behind this.
Yeah, but the drone's already out. Most just devastating.
That's
the
a
Outlaw
tilter.
has so much value in this rounds.
Ooh, Addicted. Giving Spy a haircut through the smoke. Fighter's still here with the Outlaw. He's used 1 of his bullets. Another one left. BRK up so far as Garage wants it on his own terms and conditions. Does he get a fight with the Stinger? No. TU respecting it, but they still have.
Look at BRK. But they're so spread out.
Yeah, pushed back pretty far. And yeah, Fighter still plat solo. All of a sudden, this gets really worrying on TU's behalf. Recon, only 1 angle that he can take, and he's blinded up, so they will push him down. Util in the backside, BRK guarding this. Oh, they've traded places! And he's managed to get away with absolutely everything. TU handed a death sentence, but saw the ones to survive instead. Addicted finally shut down. How are these rounds getting anywhere near as close as they are?
I think it's outrageous, like working the time so much on the side of Saul, respecting everything. But the execute onto the side with the split was flawless, right? You have the recon, and if someone is not spotted, they're going to be blinded by the paranoia. Like, you force them into the position that you want them to be, and the hunt is definitely there. But in the end, it's just addicted, and the Marshall just finding 3 kills. The aftershock, everything brought to perfection, but being so patient on the side of TU and not overcommitting to things. Grant them another win.
If we see any more of that, it's going to be a very long day. But for TU, in fact, 4 rounds to the good now. Guns come back out, anything more, and you are laughing into that second half. Util to take garage.
No distractions. Caution.
It is the reaction.
For a second.
Okay. What's happened? Hello?
Yeah,
okay,
we just went to the wrong soba. It's okay.
Well, it all comes through, and so does the round for TU. There's barely anything left here for Saul to try and work with. GRTW seems to be the gold standard. Another kill for him.
Scanning ahead.
But 30 HP, it's a bit of a disservice for the Cypher player, and can't finish off Khalid either. Does get the rest of the map at his disposal though, but may have to be without addicted services if he can't fight his way out of Cubby.
He's making sure that they keeping an eye on him. Maybe getting the spike down. We've given some money now with 30 seconds. Probably try and save this gun. The money's not looking good for Saw. All of that build-up is on TU's side, and they can use all of this ults that we were talking about for this important rounds. For this, okay, they have credits now. Planted. Got the guns out. And right now, in a 1v4 with 30 HP is almost impossible.
And it is, for good reason. Fighter finishing it 5 TU. That was crazy. I mean, yeah, you had Khalid bring the ult in. Just great supportive Sober play. That's what you want, really. And the same from Spy as well. He's been all over the place with this
I need to see this replay, right? Because the moment that I heard it, I was like, oh, that is a very quick react. Like, you put the one way, it's being challenged, you have an instant response to catch them off guard. And it is perfect, like, understanding that if Addicted is using his ult onto side, they're probably going for the same kind of execute, just splitting a bit. Very good for him still. Khalid hasn't even died this game yet. 6-0. Trying to break some records here. And again, we've been in this situation before, so not having the economy on their side. BRK, the only one playing that hero bundle. And
he's playing it like a shotgun. Hipfire, scope, which one's it gonna be? Jump scare GRTW, and the one round that he goes down, immediate trade.
Sorry, that was very funny. I want to see the slow-mo. I'm like, hello. But that is just an all-low that you give to your opponent, right? If you're gonna go for one of this plays, if you want to take such an aggressive stand on things, at least do not give them a bundle. The repositioning from TU is already onto plays. 2 players supporting this A site.
It's the guns that they've got here as well. Sheriff, Outlaw. Just the perfect tools to craft some kind of a pick, and the flash spot on to Khalid. BRK doubling up. They managed to find a way into the A site. Upgrades to go around. Pick of the litter. Spike planted in a position so open that it forces Mo to take a look. The last look that he gets is a bullet from the brain. The barrel of BRK, who's on for his quad, which he picks up. And that's the first for Saw. That is the hero factor that they've been waiting for.
Yeah, finding that kill. It's crazy that they managed to finally do it in one of these rounds. Probably having a bit of the TU stance on what they were doing on Ascension, just waiting for that kind of aggression to come and to find that hole and just punishing on that mistake or that aggression, right?
Oh. Close enough.
But still, having all that utility to come into fruition, and BRK hitting some beautiful shots.
Oh, here we go. Second chance.
Oh, hello. Perfect.
I must wait a moment.
Chef's kiss. GRTW, the victim of the A push once more.
they double down. Khalid is like, oh, they punished you when you were aggro on A? Not again. I'll go with you. It's like bringing your big brother with you.
Yeah, just take all the rest. Don't you ever bully me or my son ever again.
Here.
Oh, give me the double doors. Is that
I'm thinking
going
it
to be
into
Mo?
garage.
Yeah.
Mo, BRK clears it. Diligently done by the duelist. And him heating up here just, again, feels like such a win condition for Saw to start picking up some of these rounds. The hat off the head of GRTW. He's been building towards this neural theft for a while. How much value can they possibly get from it? It looks like the C split. And, well, TU, they're reacting quickly. Bodies on the site, accounting for themselves. Can they keep this space? BRK's blades, well, they've fallen short of the mark. Sand attempting just a little bit more, but how much can they possibly look to do?
30 seconds left.
Khalid 1v3, maybe a better duo.
Spike planted.
Oh, there's no way for this one, right? Like that is, I feel like that's a mistake you make once and it hits you so hard you do not repeat it. It's going to be that first point of contact. Ready, just waiting around.
Ooh. Now, has he been missed? Well, the answer is obviously not, because Addicted has managed to clear him out there. No idea for Khalid, and even in that clutch, I think the util that you want the most is probably the dart. It was the thing he was without. He needed to react quickly, else Saw would set up to succeed, which they have done brilliantly. It's a couple of rounds that they've been able to find now.
And TU having the stance of not wanting them to get the spike down, not playing this for a retake, just playing with bodies onto site. But I also think it's so important that BRK is being proactive in finding this first engagement. Probably what managed, one of the reasons why Saw managed to get that first map.
Same
and
as
now
on the
things
pistol.
we've seen this aggression before.
Here.
Can they find the same kind of retrospective value, though? Because the C execute is prepared. It's a fake. It pulls out Spy's ult, so that one's gone.
Right now, very slowly getting onto site. Gonna dodge the trap first, breaking it.
Ooh.
He's going down. I mean, the delay was definitely there.
Yeah, this is the key. The entrance back into the site for TU, because they picked that one up, and sure, the players towards spawn have been halted, but you've got a flank ready to get called in. Fragger, blind as a bat, paranoia, brilliant usage, stun on the next fighter, and Khalid cleaning up from the back lines. Brilliant work from those two. And yeah, like I said, you find that one onto BRK, GRTW's the follow-up. They do, you know, not able to take the backside control, but the flank is just absolutely everything.
Yeah. Using also that wall from Ice, so like maybe helping the opponents a bit. I mean, it is a round that goes for TU, but probably has to do with Fire and Khalid coming from the back. Probably that aggression that we saw a couple of rounds ago had the same intention behind it. But Addicted is going on the operator. This is not a bait, right? I am not drunk. I mean, it's late, but I'm not drunk.
Yeah, wait until map 3 for that one.
Sorry.
In terms of his positioning, it's towards C long, but look how active TU are in the middle. The flash, well concocted, Spy responding, and that's where they disengage. Sand's still going, aggressive in garage, has his util for the C site, but it's not where he holds. Khalid threads the needle, one on a lobby. TU just continuing to double down, double down, double down. They are fighting every possible avenue, and that does not stop.
Yeah, and now you, on a 4v3 scenario, if you're Saw, you'll have also committed to that operator on Addicted. He hasn't found anything onto C. Khalid is proven to be a force to be reckoned with, even though the Recon's not going to spot anything. Smoke.
Ooh, Mo lost in middle. The Recon didn't get it, so this is a nasty surprise for Sand. BRK knows all too well about that rotation. Site cleared, but Khalid still having this backline available to him. Both TU players split up into this retake.
He still has the drone to play with. There's another wall. It's definitely doable if they play in unison, but Saw has a different idea. They just want to push.
They hear the drone. They fight straight into Spy. Second fight eludes him. BRK has been Soar's hero so many times. Can he pull the cape over his shoulders once more? It's Khalid that he faces in the clutch, and as notorious of a name as that may be, it makes no difference to BRK. Soar getting their third.
What a performance. It's not only the fact that he gets all the frags consistently. We've been seeing at the beginning of the round just now, going up and fighting Fighter, just consistently trying to fight this position that he's been taking onto mid. If it's aggro onto A, if he wants to have any kind of presence around the map, they're trying to shut him down, and he's been successful at it. What a way to close out the round between him and Khalid. 6-3 now. Still, oh my god, Fragger, I think he left all the frags on the set.
Well, you've made the joke now too,
No,
so we're both
and it was
equally
terrible.
guilty.
No, yours was way better.
Okay, okay.
Right here.
It's a bit of damage already onto BRK. Khalid thinking about the shock. Yeah, even burns the updraft to make sure he is well out of harm's way. Fighter in mid again. But Soar have to expect this by now.
He's also being cautious of the set from GRTW. They're having
Thunder.
no doubts. Full utility onto site, but look at Spy. Never mind, he's gone.
He was lasted a whole lot longer than you expected him to. GRT, another pickup. Knowing about where the spike's often planted, Khalid is there, but it's forced to move away. And if you use the recon now, gonna have it to set up the retake, but that is already in motion. Fighter on the back lines. Sand stopping them from making any advance. All of the shots have got to land, and Fighter's finding bullets out of nothing. Addicted domed. A GRTW in the clutch. This was well within his wheelhouse if you're talking of the Soar series past, but right now doesn't feel as if they're getting the same kind of life in situations which used to suit them.
And it's crazy to think, just based off on, you know, Khalid burning the recon, as you were saying, probably not having it for the retake, but maybe trying to speed things up, even on that situation. Sand just having the Spectre and just going for the kill as quickly as possible, and just with the crunch, with how quickly Fighter is able to take up all of this space. Very clean retake for them. Look at them. It's not only the ultimates that they have online, it's how close they are to another two. And Saw not in the best position economically, but BRK has his ultimate to play with. And it looks like the plan is very simple for this round.
They need him to open the door. It is Route 1, first page of the strat book. Shorty out, but Fighter has an equal action, a better one, a response to the site being taken into the aftershock, but gets away with it. Gets away with everything. TU, in fact, they push Soar from C. GRTW making it difficult in Garage. Are we going to get a repeat of that Sheriff round before? It doesn't look like it.
Spike in a tricky position. I'm looking at GRTW. He's going to get the kill, and he's going to use his ultimate. Oh, Addicted is going to see what's coming for him.
He's gone.
Okay.
No way out of this now. Neural Theft Zone just knows where the ISO is. It's so close. GRTW another has to expect Spy and Fighter to be chasing down the body, and they do. Look at the wrong way. But Fighter bails out his teammate, the newest addition, acting as if he's been here since the very beginning. TU up to an 8th and still chasing that second Ascension win.
Man, that was too close for comfort. The last round of TU's defense is about to begin. We were talking about the ultimates being online. There's still a lot. And just think, remember how impactful it was from Khalid to have his ultimate. And it looks like Saul, but because of the way that they're positioning, they want to repeat on this. Executes onto C. See the pings on the map.
Same again. But this from Sand, I like a lot. Around the cage, revealed late, but then dodging second, third reveal. Fragger puts him down at long last. Fighter is the toughest task that you are yet to beat on the C site. TP away, but he still knows the laser beam hunting you down through the neon wall. It's so much damage onto Cunha. His work's cut out for him. The half is over here.
And just in case, it's a Spy going for the kill with a double tap, because we do not want to give anyone the numbers. What a way to close out the half. I think it shows how dominant it has been for the side of TU. Of course, they decide to play on this map, but the display that we've been seeing has us on a different level.
Yeah, we're going to be heading to a break. Second half up after this. I checked my watch here and it says that it's 9:30 in the UK, but we're getting close to funny o'clock, and TU keeping us there, keeping this one going, and a 9-3 half posted coming into the favoured attack side can only be positive signs for them to move us on to our decider.
And I have also heard that the alpha stream is over and a lot of people have joined us. So just to repeat on stake as we go into this pistol round with TU already on such a massive lead. Well, actually, I'll tell you after this round.
Oh, and Fighter will continue to deliver bad news on the sore end of things. There is an answer. BRK, Fragger, two of the better performers so far on this map, but it's still not been enough. Double tap for Spy, and he's blood hungry. That will not stop anytime soon, not until he gets forced back to the site itself. Garage control for Saw in this retake.
And Sander's going to spot one of them at least. There's a brawling coming fairly soon.
Look at this movement. They go straight into the jaws of BRK, who has not missed a bullet so far in this map. Sure, Saw have been on the back foot, but when he is firing on all cylinders, there's nothing stopping them.
Yeah. And as we're saying, I'm going to take things back to the stakes because I know that a lot of people are joining from the alpha stream. First of all, welcome. Hope that you really enjoyed the games. Please tell us in chat how that ended out, because we've been trapped here for a very long time, and this only looks like we're going to a map 3 unless Saw is able to turn this around. Definitely getting the pistol is the better start for it, and with the performance the BRK is having in this best of 3, everything is looking possible for them. But again, back to stakes. Whomever loses today, either the Ultimates, TU, or Saw, will be out of contention for playoffs. And that is the most important thing that you can hit. Not only that, for TU, this is the last match that they play. Even if they win, they still have to wait and see what happens with the rest of the group. But for Saw, it's a death sentence.
That's a shoulder. That is definitely a shoulder, and GRTW's taken a huge chunk out of multiple players. Runs out of bullets. Bulldogs trying their damnedest here, and look, a 3-on-2 is acceptable, but only if you can get the remainder of those weapons out.
Exactly, the spike is gonna go down. I already, foresee good round.
So quick on this response. Fighter has tucked and heard the footsteps. Khalid should know better than to peek that solo. This is nasty. Fighter picks up another. PRK's been called to action. He's zooming through spawn, and that's where Khalid will fall. Fighter, 1v1, 1 HP, and one duelist, one player standing in his way. Saw's superhero BRK versus the youngster, the new addition, the one who so many doubted. On his Neon, no less. No abilities left, but all of the ability is in the gunplay. A monumental clutch for TU.
On 1 HP, they managed to turn that around. 5-man push onto Garage, finding the kills, even with the classics, retrieving 2 Bulldogs and having that performance. The movement from Fighter, in the end, how he trusts his gut. No, that's not a stick. I'm going 100% onto that. These two are onto something. They are already feeling that this needs to go to a map number 3.
Caution here.
not only is Fighter the latest player in, this is his
20-6, Hazza.
20-6, first ever tournament at this level. Only his third official at this level, with this team, for goodness sake. But the way that he's come on performance-wise in the last couple of days is second to none. And Saw, having picked up the pistol, thinking, oh, maybe there's a chance they get back into this. What a way to take it from them. And one away from the overdrive as well. So you think about bonuses. It's not a bonus. I'll tell you that for free.
Nope. And on Ascent, in case you weren't here to see it, it was sloppy. That thing happened like 4 times back to back.
I actually don't know which one you're referencing.
Yeah. But still, for TU, 3 rounds away from closing the map in a very dominant fashion, round to round.
Bonus shots. Fighter trying to make entry, but will not bring in proceedings just yet. Down to the last 30 seconds. And GRTW, cam contact. They only just spot him, but he can't pull his gun out. Khalid finishes it. Smoke goes into the choke, but the spike should be able to go down. Should is the operative word, because BRK has hit a belter. Spy responds. It's still so close. The spam! Khalid 20 HP, but by the skin of TU's very teeth, they have brought this to post.
19 too many, if you ask Fighter. And right now, you think of maybe getting some picks, die into the spike. Cunha going to maybe have some impact. Put in some smokes and isolating what you think some of the players are. But everybody's playing from within sight.
Spy from Logs has the angle. Mo is lining them up and knocking them down. The Outlaw continues to feast as the night goes on. 11-4 for TU. From this point, you're looking to the next gun round, what could be the final gun round that Saw are able to poke across here.
Yeah, and for Saw, do not forget, they decided to change the composition for this one. Yes, they got battered against Job Life and probably decided to go for something different. And BRK, like, it's not really affecting his performance in this match. He's going to go for the Marshall and his ultimate on this occasion. But I am looking at him to shine, because in these situations, I feel like he's been the one to bail them out.
Every single time, but how many more opportunities rely on his sole shoulders? Top frag the opening series against Mouse, still lost by 4 rounds. GRTW, info, traps, first of which broken. And TU just sit on that.
It's gotta be very careful.
Oh. Forget the blades.
Yeah,
that Marshall works perfectly fine, and that's second round in a row we've seen him do it.
If you go on that head-to-head against Spy, coming in from garage, uses the double tap, like you might be there, but it doesn't matter.
Starting to think about it now.
Even though with the advantage, yeah. With the same angle, he's got the info, he knows when to look.
Rinse and repeat, blades out! Oh, BRK, just the one. Still. That's exactly what Saw needed. Kills and untradeable ones, because TU have been thinned out. The numbers down to the final 3 players. They're heading towards A, and Saw have men of their own here. Bodies on the line to deal with what could materialize to be an empty threat. Addicted, another widest of wide recon peaks. Sand collapsing, but that's a good way to describe his body. Hunched over, brought to the floor by Fragger, a 5th for Saw.
And even in that situation, BRK decided to push all the way through C after having those 2 positions and feeling a little bit too exposed. He finds and he tries to think of the way that he can have the most impact after finding the first one, after finding this one as well, going into this round with his ultimate and a Marshall. He makes the best out of the situation. Already in a 5v3 scenario, easier to convent for them, but still it's a long way ahead. Too many rounds to separate them. And of course, a lot of ultimates coming in. Look at the Fighter. He's going to use the overdrive. Not without a little bit of a fight. Speaking about fights.
Yeah. It's another heavy A round into the smoke. It's the classic. What? Fighter with the free gun. That's the kill he gets. And Saw get a little too overcompetent. Cunha lost 4-on-3. Early advantage for TU. We speak of this Saw comeback. Did they need another year's experience? Are they ready for the fight now? Every round is important, and in this one, they are stricken. Addicted, trying to lead by example. GRTW is inside the trap, and Khalid, well, he'll go down, but brought out of the fight. A dead man walking. Sure, Spy will be the kill. Sand just makes it impossible for him to get spotted. Sloppy, but good enough.
I mean, it was 100%. Once I saw him moving, I'm like, running with the spike, I was like, please, wait. You don't know if that duel is lost. Just don't run and put the spike. But he would never do that. Sand would never do that. Map point now for TU. Trying to think and getting things onto Abyss, our third map. And of course, if there's a moment to use a timeout, it has to be this one. 7 rounds in a row that they need. BRK was massive with the Marshall, wants to try on for the operator. What a brawlish situation here. And I think that the movement from Saw was correct, getting all of this still being spotted. This is the moment that you jump onto chaos. And these things are always open to happen. But still, it's not over. Can turn things around. Fighter still has his ultimate.
Clinging on for dear life. It's because the entry with the classic, for God's sake. Like, how on earth has that happened? I get it. And made a target of himself, helped out the rest of the team. And looking towards Abyss, like you said, it's kind of hard not to at this point in time. Saw attempting to mount the comeback. This is a map which, when you look from region to region for Saw, it was available. They chose not to play it. TU did. That was the difference. Both of them having played at this event, but only TU finding success there. And it's that constant development that we've seen from this MENA team. They've built into the event, and they want to go for a couple more series. They're not just going to settle for leaving in groups, as they have done so many times before. Fighter bringing out the ult, bringing out the big guns for the all-important round for them to seal it. BRK's not the only one involved so far, though, and that combination utility of the stun and the ult has found 2 picks.
Wanted to send it quickly. Spy, the last one remaining, the drone that is going to go out. The paranoia, I don't think you survive this one, mate.
Definitely not.
Exactly. The round is going to be close, and probably TU wanted to speed up the pace right off the bat of that timeout. Everything that has been discussed doesn't matter. Let's try and close this one out as soon as possible. But we're so ready. Addicted, beautiful utility to stop things from happening. And also, Fighter not being able to find anything. Very good respect shown by Saw onto the pressure that the utility was putting onto them. Still 6 rounds to go, but definitely possible. It's the economy for TU, it's not the best. Miyuki just swaps positions again. Trying to have the most impact with this operator.
BRK's been able to do that. It's into the late round where things get a little bit more dicey. Cunha has the cam contact to bring through the one-way. I don't think that's the double tap broken just yet. Paranoia at the feet. It is the smallest of shallow angles, and the reload in the open doesn't make for easy viewing. The Saw faithful feeling those palpitations as TU breathe down their neck once more. That early garage control into the B play. BRK lost, and with it, maybe their chances of the round. Retake is just immediate. Don't stop for anything, but TU will bury them where they stand. The B site, the final stand for Addicted here on Haven. Discipline out the window, no chance. However many rounds you thought you could have possibly won, TU shut it down nice and early and move us on to Abyss. 13-6, they are the ones which get the Haven result in the end.
13-6, and Eco with the hero Vandal on the last round. All it took was BRK to lose, to miss that one shot. Just pull the trigger onto the initiation coming from them. A very good and decisive map for them. We understand perfectly this pick. Saw trying to surprise, changing the composition. Didn't really work, but I also think it's on TU's side. They understood exactly what they wanted to do with this composition. Yes, and how to work on to the map. But as we're saying, everything goes comes down to Abyss. As we're saying, elimination is on the line. Both of the teams wants this more than anything. So let's take a break. Let's keep them a breather, and we will see you at Abyss.
In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals. Whoa.
Seem like they all been missing. Never made a wrong decision. It's got me walking different. I stay gassed up. Please point the opposition. No scope is no joke. Just know I aim with raw precision. I went and got my bid up quick, 100 figures. They once was competition, now ain't sitting with us. Been on a wave since we've been away. Snatched the game, now we here to stay.
I told my mama I make it. I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. My feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I'd make it. I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
It's that you can't touch me. Things get ugly, they mad now. This all must be a whole new level to count. I'm packing on the pounds, pulled up with the dog hound, and I still had time to shut it down. Now you see them all screaming my name. See them trying to switch to my lane. They ain't never fit that frame. Only present when the cash came. Plenty days I've been on the road chasing. No legend ever said they was complacent. Nah.
I told my mama I make it. I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I'd make it. I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
It's now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. Yeah.
I'm in it to win it like Mike Jordan. Better run out for cover when I walk in. There are no limits to my calling. Going straight to the top like I've been boarding. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot like my hands on the rifle. Yeah.
It's now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. Woo. It's now or never. Yeah.
Keep quiet, the queen's talking, keep walking. Couple of rings brought in, lines choking. Couple of reporters reporting. Firing line with the red dot, no recordings. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot like my hands on the rifle. Yeah.
It's now or never. Woo. It's now or never. It's now or never. Yeah. It's now or never.
don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
Tell me where the competition. Seem like they all been missing. Never made a wrong decision. It's got me walking different. I stay gassed up. Please point the opposition. No scope, it's no joke. Just know I aim with raw precision. I went and got my bid up quick, 100 figures. They once was competition, now ain't sitting with us. Been on a wave since we've been away. Snatch the game, now we here to stay.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
It's that you can't touch me. Things get ugly, they mad now. This all must be a whole new level to count. I'm packing on the pounds, pulled up with the dog hound, and I still had time to shut it down.
In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa.
It's now or never in VCT Ascension EMEA, last chance saloon for both Saw and TU. We're going all the way to Abyss, a map which we hadn't seen all too much of from them regionally, but in Ascension it has been a mixed bag for both.
Yeah, exactly. For the Ultimates, it's been a very, very good show. And in fact, they have played the same opponent on this map with very different results. But we'll talk about it in a minute. Before, let's talk about what we've seen, this force to bring things back on the side of TU. Not only Fighter had an amazing map, I feel like the way that they were working around it, how to a T, they were, you know, when you saw a change in the composition, you might think, oh, maybe TU expected a different thing and they're going to be facing the challenge in a different manner. But for them, it was always about the game that they were playing round after round, Hasa.
Look at Spy right underneath him there as well. Matched for kills. A couple less deaths, or a couple more deaths, I should say, sorry. But yeah, TU showing up on all fronts when they really needed to. And for Saw, yeah, BRK is certainly attending every single Ascension game so far with good numbers. But we need to see more from them coming into Abyss. It's another jet map. It's another one where you're going to see a lot of these players on the same roles. They play the very default DRX comp that we see so many bring out. But is it going to be enough? And that's the big question here as well, with it being such a young team against some of these more experienced players on the TU side at these events when they're fighting for that second ever win where men have never been before.
And think about it, right? The first map, Ascend, was a 10-13, thinking about, oh, thank you, production, for them. And now they managed to bring it back on Haven. It's not only the map that you pick. As I said, changing the composition on the other side does not bother you in the slightest. Being very dominant on this second map and also being so close to winning the first one, and with the result that you already had on Ascension, you should be very excited about going to Abyss because your chances are looking good. Also, they get to the side that they start on, and that's going to be the defense.
Yeah, let's not forget the Ultimates when they played this last was versus Mouse. 13-2. Not a scoreline which I think anyone would have expected. With it also being Mauser's pick, with Maus having beaten Saw here as the first map of their Ascension campaign, could very well be their last in the tournament as they face elimination, as do their opponents. Stakes don't get any higher than this, and I just can't wait to dive into it.
I mean, it's poetic, right? Like the win against Maus and now being able to close this one out. As we said, whomever loses is out of contention. But things are looking just a little bit better for the Ultimates, right? If they can give another consistent win, tomorrow when they're watching all the matches go down, their chances are pretty good.
Yeah, that's the thing too. Saw have to play another game, even if they win this, that they're not in the position where they have a win under their belt, anything to fall back on. And in terms of confidence, that's always going to eat away on the back of your mind. They've been to this map before, played Maus here before, lost in the longest fashion of which we've really seen in challenges. And for that to be such a tough pill to swallow, to come here now, something I will mention is it took hero plays on the Saw side for them to get that far, and BRK playing massively. Same for TU when they played Mouse. The amount of clutches that we saw come out from them, which should not be repeatable offenses. Whether that's the case today or not, completely different question, and that's what makes it so interesting.
I mean, it happened on map 1 right off the bat. I think that it is always a good factor. Like, rounds should not be determined by winning clutches, but if you're always on the winning side of those clutches, then fair enough. You know, you have the individuals that it doesn't matter who it is, everyone can step up. You know, in so many matches where like, oh, this player is still alive. Like earlier today, oh, Tag is alive. There's no way that you can go onto the side. He's gonna down every single one of the players. If those 5 players are the menace on the side of TU, if you also have the record on the Abyss, if it's a map that Saw doesn't really play, everything is going on your favor if you're TU.
Yeah, and I'll just put some numbers to the Saw side here as well. I was looking at it earlier today. That Mouse series, front to back, 12 clutches, 3 aces, a 1v4, 4 1v3s. That's a lot. You're asking for plenty of favors, and we've reached do or die time. Again, it's that same sentence, that same phrase, but those are the stakes. It comes down to this. No changes in composition, no deviance whatsoever from the script. This is how it's going to play out.
I think that for the last map, it has to be this way, right? Like, especially if you saw, and this is not a map that you often play. We know that also is a very recent map. You have to go with what almost worked. As you're saying, there was a lot of clutches, and they were going Saw's way. But still, they didn't manage to close that one out, which only makes us wonder what we're going to see. The ultimate starting off on the defense, a little bit of what we saw there on Haven. If they're able to be that aggressive, I'm down for it. I want to see Fighter on that Jet. I want him to change my mind into, I want to see the same Neon performance that we saw from him now on the Jet.
And we have reached the very end of play for today. And for TU, their final series in the competition comes down to the final map. The same place that Saw started theirs. An 18-16 overtime loss. A kick in the teeth to start things off. And looking at it as it is now, we wipe the slate clean. Completely fresh. One map to decide it all. Whether your year ends here and goes dark until 2025, or if they can play on one final time.
Setting up. Just putting some pressure onto mid. The intentions are pretty clear for Saw.
BRK straight into the vent, but this is an area that Mo has been able to shut down time after time, and as the paranoia leaves his clutches, he's back in the same corner where he was so effective previous. First headshot lands, he wants the second, will get it. Spy showering lead for a third of his own. TU, another pistol.
Yeah, another one under their belts, and Spy feeling good, getting 3 kills, getting to support, trying to shut them down as quickly as possible. Probably getting that information at the beginning. It was difficult for him to go down, but still, as you're saying, another pistol for the side of TU. BRK is going to be purchasing the Marshall, trying to maybe spot on something. But good start for the MENA region.
That's the thing too, in terms of those pistols, you saw won both of them on Ascent, picked up the map. TU, sure they only picked up 1, but in that second half, it's the immediate response to win the anti-eco.
Yeah.
Could Saw offer something similar here? It's the Marshall again from BRK, but no one in mid.
No one in mid, and if you're TU, you're just waiting patiently. Couple of pistols here. Sorry, 1 to defend on Fighter. Khalid.
Cam broken. Loving this angle from Fighter. If anyone goes for the orb, he can always spam it out, but instead they just peek wide into the crossset.
Oh, they're
playing
damaged.
a dangerous game, Fighter, and as you say, damage has been dealt. Time is of the essence, and with the trap still up, Saw don't have too many options. GRTW still on the right-hand side. Perhaps a cause for rotation.
Is he gonna go through danger? BRK still waiting to see if somebody peeks a little bit. It's going with that Marshall.
Oh, 30 seconds.
TW is trying to find an opener here. Maybe find someone off guard. The
That might be
timing
what
could
he
be
wants.
massive here.
Yeah, because he can't fake the site out by himself, but what he can do is find the kill onto Spy and the upgrade. BRK as well, 18 seconds. It is getting incredibly close, Kakuka, and there's only one player for the job. It's Mo, the MVP from yesterday.
10 seconds
A
left.
step up required in this situation. Gets the first, takes the second off the spike, and with
Spike
Fragger
down
dispensed
A.
off, this one goes no further.
Yeah, exactly, and Addictive needs to die here. Everybody's gonna go down, and as you're saying, Mo, with the 4K to seal off this round, it could have gotten very, very sloppy.
10 seconds
Good
left.
timings here found, but yet, as we were saying, not having enough time to get the
Player
spike down. Changes things up. Oh, and if Mo is gonna have one of those games,
Oh,
so better be ready, because he is a force to be reckoned with.
The writing's on the wall. This guy has been such a talent, someone who was on the radar of T1 teams at a point, but again, it feels like that ship very much sailed. The Casse win last year for the ex-Falcons team, it went no further. They've started to build now, but Cunha wants to make it all crash down, everything they've worked so hard for. Opening pick onto Fighter.
Wanted to be a little bit more aggressive, find the impact that he's
Gun here.
found in the extremis. Khalid holding that angle, the BRK. He's very eager to peek on the previous round. It's going to go back. But definitely start taking their time. They want to see if they're going to see that face of TU that is a bit more aggressive. But after seeing at the beginning of the round, did they think this is going to be...
Yeah, Mo, he was through the thicker part of the wall for just a moment, but the bookcase plays against him down the rope. Khalid had a strong position, but's forced to give it up. Spy caught in transition. GRTW picking up the pieces onto the IGL to fend off 4 players. And while he does have the rifle, the situation plays so heavily against him.
And even in this situation, right, it's a 4v1 on your bonus. You should, you know, he's already a little bit damaged. We see Addicted using the drone. You need to save those guns. You need to make this rounds as clean as possible. Knowing what it's at stake and knowing that this might as well go the distance. You need to be prepared to be here until 1 a.m., baby.
Oh my god. That's the thing too as well.
Is this a bait? Is this a bait? Is this a bait? Is he baiting? You
tell me. He's done it quite a few times. For those just tuning in, Fighter yet to play the op. We've seen it go so far as Mo, the controller, has left it damn close.
He played it one round.
Oh my god. The Fighter op, renowned for not being played. Is there a reason why? Oh, probably should have been, but the conversion isn't there. And actually, he gets away scot-free.
Standing ahead.
The fact that he's so aggressive, he pushes, and it doesn't matter. Khalid has you. You can run away, and he's gonna get his first kill across a cage.
Nice shot. Not the worst way to start things off with this gun in your hands. We know his classic's just as good inside of smoke, so.
This guy's so iconic.
PRTW 4 versus 1, flash on his face, and Kelly cleans it up. 3-1 TU. This is scary for Saw. If they can't find a way to get a foothold in this game quickly, it could very easily run away from them.
And just seeing Khalid put in on the numbers, we know how effective he was at the beginning of Ascension. We know that he is a very experienced and notable player, but just to keep the context also on that win that we were talking about against Mouse, my man ended on a +16, and there wasn't that many rounds to have that kind of impact. So it's definitely a worrying prospect also because he's getting very close to his ultimate, and he's extremely effective on those.
Flash out.
In that Mouse versus Saw game that we saw as well, again, just to call back to day number 1, game number 1, map number 1. I was actually, funnily enough.
And you've been everywhere.
Biased memory, I really have. Just love the 3 mappers, that's what it's all about.
I've seen
getting
so
to the
many
point
maps,
though,
I don't even know who we are anymore.
Very true. But when the dust settles, yeah, Saw did start slow on their attack side against Mouse, but they were allowed an opportunity to get back into it, to make an adaptation, to rack up some rounds. The scary part for me is, if TU continue to play this off-piece style, which is so hard to read, when are you going to find those gaps? When do you get your big break? And Sure, Fighter missed bullet does help them out as they chip away at this mid control, but execution's still not called. Oh, it is now. It is now, and Khalid has dealt with it brilliantly. Reveal 2 players, can't finish the second, but good damage, which puts Sand in a strong position to convert, which he will. Twice the skulls.
Where is everyone hiding?
And look at Cunha as
3
well.
on 2. Yeah, but it comes down to Mo. He keeps back sight and the round is won. So hard to chase with 30 seconds left. Doesn't want to offer the duel to GRTW, had the neural theft, but the game is over. That's 4-1 and that's another gun round.
And I appreciate the effort that Saw is putting in to get in that mid control, maybe try and work onto a split. You have to try and get Khalid in a position that he's not favored in, but he's so aware of the space that he is given out. He was so comfortable, not only playing on the solo, but also knowing on the support and the space that he has for himself.
Last player standing.
Very good to see this kind of performance for TU. I'm expecting to see a timeout fairly soon. Probably the conversations that they're hearing on the side of Saw are still good, are still on the right track, and there's not that need to have it at all.
Crazy part too is that opening half, that 10-2 half that TU made. Yeah, that was the attack side. So we've still got to see that one. Does make this a little more worrying. The way they've come out of the blocks with so much pace. GRTW wants to find Sand, but he shouldn't give away too much more from this situation. And holding back onto A-Link, the drone comes out main. They don't have the numbers here, Saw, to fully execute.
Going into tower.
I'd say that, BRK just flies straight in. That's the ult online. Fragger tossing up Mo back sight, but he escapes to security, or so you would think.
There's no security.
Punished. No, there isn't.
You
I don't know
were
why
lucky you didn't fall.
Oh, the Hunter's Fury as well. I mean, sure, you're not playing for time. You're playing for denial or damage. Fighters up again. Hasn't been too bad so far. Barely missed a shot since he's brought it out. But the 4-on-2 is dwindling. Those opportunities lost of all of the rounds that Saw are able to find, of course, it's the Sheriffs.
Right here.
No.
Or so you would think. Khalid is still in play.
I will leave. Hazza, I will leave.
It's a 1v3 that he's already made up today. Does he have any more of that action for us? Pulls the pin on the spy cam. No cover, out in the open, so many angles. Just shouldn't be possible. He's managed to get it half. How on earth has he done that? BRK finishes it off. You don't get any points for half of the defuse, but you do for putting together a round like that. Brilliant work from Saw.
I'm just scared. Like, in the end, we can understand like the idea of getting all this pressure through mid and trying to get this rounds to happen, even though this was an eco for them. So going back into the drawing board and getting this, still being persistent on how they want to work around the map and how they want to approach this mid. Fighter's going to be off of that operator. Right, 2 kills in 6 rounds. Nah. Put him on the van and put him to fight.
Exactly.
My man chose that name for a reason.
Oh, reveal. I love the set piece. This is something we saw CGN do a lot on this map before, but they're not able to quite find the results here, and for good reason. It was CGN playing it. Here is Khalid on the site, trying to do his best, and it does work out. Brilliant job, still 7 bullets and plenty more targets, which he is more than capable to hit. So 3-on-2, the ult was up, and still is, but they're locked out without the spike, Kakuka.
For a second, I saw him slip him, but it's not going to happen. He's spotted though. Gonna be forced out.
Kind of hoping that a player would be made vulnerable by the gravity well or even the stun to force the peak, but it's ill-advised. Spy doctors the 5th. TU continue.
I want to see the replay because I want to know where Khalid was playing, because I think it helped them to have that micro at the beginning so he could rotate so fast, getting the first to just see in the wall and say like, yeah, I'm going through this. I'm not going to let you in because then it's going to be a difficult situation for us. Perfect read and movement on from them.
Yeah. This is also a lot of what we saw yesterday, creating pressure in areas of the map and making it difficult. I jest about CGN, but They didn't lose Abyss when they were playing it in the play-ins tournament that I'm referencing, and how they like to set the pace a little bit on these defensive rounds, and it works out for Fighter there.
This is what I want to see. You know, Fighter on the left side of the map at the moment, that, you know, he needs to get put in on this pressure. Doesn't matter if it doesn't work in a round or two. It gives you so much info.
The blade's gone too. And that's half of the battle on rounds
He
like
has
this.
a knife. Like, he has so much lay-in potential. Forces them out completely.
Fighter gave up all of the space that he'd found. He's dropped much, much deeper with only a minute left. Saw still needing to re-clear a lot of this space into the time bank, and actually that's also brought a rotation for TU.
But it makes a lot of sense, right? He goes back to the site. He has Sans utility to play around, and Khalid is able to help him out. So one way away from the Hunter's Fury.
Oh, but Fighter, he's turned his back. The blades are there. BRK bearing down, but the only one he sends is wide of the mark. Still spike not yet committed. 30 seconds. It's going elsewhere, and Khalid's going to show them out the door.
30 seconds left.
This is his map, and it's very difficult to pinpoint which one of them is the best for his performance. Moments, it's unstoppable on this one.
This is the read, and it has to be for TU. It's spot on. They're just wondering, has a player slipped the net? Is there anyone any further? It would be GRTW. He's playing from upper. We're down to the last 10 seconds. He will lock in a kill, and no denial of the spike plant. Still life left in this one for Saw. It stands in the hands of the Sheriff of Addicted, but quickly removed, and Sand carries on. Cunha trying his best. GRTW there with him. The clutch masters, but both of them fall side by side, and a 6 for TU.
Yeah, the way that they were able to, again, put all on that pressure and force them into a situation where you just have to rush in, right? You do not have what it takes to take all of those positions. Playing from within the side, being so eager to take on those fights, knowing that you're conditioning your opponent so much. After 8 rounds, yeah, it is a moment. We were talking about it at some point. This had to happen. And Saw needs a timeout. 4 rounds to separate them currently. Being able to find an entry onto those sides, to have an easy round to go off, right?
That's exactly it. For those who remember the many rounds played on Abyss, it was a similar scoreline. Saw down 6-2. That's where they started to pick up the pace a little bit. That was their next round they found. But this one is getting worse and worse. Something's got to be done. And to speak about the coaching staff here a little bit as well, Mosasa in slot, he is the continuity in this team. He's been there with Addicted since the roster that we saw go so far last year, 4-time champion, back-to-back, and as difficult as this year has been, they remain the forever champions of the Portuguese League of Tempest. Brought in Cello, assistant coach, to help with that extra preparation. How much more are they going to have from what was a very quick affair last time out for TU?
You said Mosasa, and I just think Overwatch. He's a great Overwatch player, but to see he's still in the coaching stall. Very important round for Saw. We see guns in the mix. Very clear idea, just covering everything, trying to shut down Fighter if he wants to go on the aggression again. And Cunha is like on that duty.
It's Sand behind this cam in mid as well, which makes it interesting for me, because usually it's either him playing here with off the trap or the cam and no follow-up. They know where he is though, that's the issue. Fragger has the aftershock, the stun. This could get very dangerous, and that's exactly what the combination is. Where do you go? Sand, safety of one angle is where Fragger finds you on the next.
Apparently. They get the kill. This is stupid. This is ridiculous. Get me out. What is this guy playing? How is he so good?
Khalid just making the impossible possible. That's the story for TU. That's why he's the captain.
Has he gone down a single round without getting a kill?
I don't think so.
Has he?
I don't think so. And Spy now as well. Mo. Look at the names. The list of TU players queuing up to get in on this B-site execute. The Saw shutdown Off angle from Khalid. This is so strong. They're not going to expect it, but the flick from BRK does just enough. Fighter trading places, ships in the night, but Cunha comes out on top. The flank, of course it's the flank. No time left with the spike in the open. A Mo 1v3, he denies it all, Mo! That's it, time is low. He's got to get it here. And it has to be Addicted. It has to be in the open. He calls his bluff, but Addicted sticks it.
I can't.
A 1v1 at a time to settle the nerves. This is it, Kakuka. This is the round which could very well keep Saw in it. And who other than the only man left from their last campaign, the Warriors which made it to Berlin. For the youngsters in this roster to stand on the shoulders of the giants that went before them, to make a name for themselves. Of course it would be him that flies the flag instead. Addicted wins out the clutch as he so very much needed to do.
Exactly, the fact that that round, like, that is a 4v5 that they turn around. Again, Khalid getting the first kill, but them actually going on the hunt for him. I think that they know that they need to shut him down. Probably getting all that space that he gives away, finding the kills here. And of course, like, if it's a fake, you've lost the round. If he's planted, you still have snake vertical.
What is
here.
that?
That is a vertical. I can't do that. Can you?
How does he reset? It's just mind-bending.
Can you do that?
Definitely not. And that goes without saying. There's a reason why I'm casting, but here we are again. Sheriff's this time on the TU side. We know how that worked before, but the RK, new angle for Fighter, same result. He goes down first.
Coming up being the best. Mo just taking all of, putting all that pressure, getting all of that space. Ultimate from Cunha coming in.
Take flight.
And the drones are going to be spotting each other.
Ooh.
I don't know how you... Never mind. He's got the wall.
Yeah, he just falls back behind the wall. Last time the divide was up. Oh my god, Khalid!
I quit. Bye.
The hero. The captain, the legend, call him whatever you like. He's not even looking the right way, waiting to get the dart in. It's another roll committed. The Sheriff, so much damage. Still 3-on-2, no spike block. Kuka, what is going on to you? They do give it up in the end, but Sand, if there was any time to add your name to the legend, to the lore of this TU side, for the clutches that we've seen, it could have been one more. Fragger was 5 HP for God's sake, but that is the fourth.
It's 1 millimeter to the right, and he gets that. What are these rounds? Man, also, at some point I will stop going on about this. How does my man is stunned? He has the wall behind him. He can just go there. I understand, like, his teammates are right there.
I know as well. Kukuga, you said that this would be drunk Valorant by map 3, and both these teams are punching drunk. You know,
is that Khalid drunk? Because I think I need to go out with him. Like I need to go party
I don't
or something,
think so.
You know?
No, I don't think so.
Camera taken out.
I think Khalid is just locked in, as they would say. It's kind of hard to really put it any other way. A lot of times, these TU players just hitting flow state, the LAN environment as well, they can bring each other up. Because it's never just one guy with this team, it's everybody.
Keep showing off that presence over mid, so it's definitely taking their time. Trying to get TU to burn on that utility. Maybe Fighter being too eager to take those first duels. It's bringing the conversation back to him. He's not being successful. He's been spotted time and time again. And if they want to recover that difference that we were seeing in the score, he needs to lock in himself. But for the side of Saul, they found the weakness and they're trying to exploit it time and time again.
Mo here as well. Has the support of Spy, a flash, a fragment. Utility that can stop Saw in their tracks. The spike is being committed here. That's the main play that we're seeing. Sure, you have GRTW in mid, but you're stricken for options now. Util taken offline, more time bought away. Yeah, the upper play's cutting in, but Sand should know this. He gets the heads up as soon as the vent is broken into. Not enough time to react though. GRTW that much quicker. Mo, the last line of defense on site. No, Spy has filled in the gap this time.
Spike planted.
3-on-2 still for TU. Saw same players, same situation. Could the result be any much more different? It doesn't look likely, not unless Cunha can be the hero, can be the king, The
he's
first
been
couple of
spotted
shots
now.
doesn't make you think that there's a chance, but maybe there is. There isn't. I was getting excited again.
I mean, he could have perfectly done it. Like, if he gets that kill, the movement from TU is correct. Like, at the moment that he's spotted, they know that they need to put the pressure onto him. They still had a lot of time. They could have just 3-picked onto him, you know, just going all together onto that pick. But you see the work that Salt want to put onto mid, just trying to get that split onto vents. When he gets onto tower, like, he does it perfectly. He knows that he has to swing open and just get that corner cleared. And these rounds are becoming so close for Comfort. And speaking about Comfort, look at all of the ultimates the TU is going to have for this last round of their defense. As you were saying, Hazza, they had an amazing performance against Chocolate, and that was on the attack.
Well, you think they call them the ultimates for a reason. It's almost a royal flush, but Khalid uses his. This is where they want to execute. They know he's stuck in the drone. Can Fighter buy a distraction, buy some space or time? First tag, not fatal. The updraft gets him out. Khalid backfills the space. He is still here. Could just fallen off the map. But what a moment to lose your life and lose your head, more importantly, because everyone's falling on the Saw side now. They had pots and pans to work with. The TU throw the kitchen sink right back at them. And with 8-4 the scoreline, it almost feels irrecoverable.
Is it careless? Is it ballsy? Is there anything that can stop him? 30 HP, the name of the game. What a way to close out the half. Yes, Saw manages to find 4 rounds there, and they had to fight for them. Down to the clock. What a brilliant performance. I see the timer down, and I assume, yes, we're going to go straight onto the replay. Again, what a way to close this one out. They should feel very comfortable, very secure about what they just did, but still, it is not enough. They have to close this map down if they want to stay alive in the competition. We'll see it right after this break.
We should, we'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I can't believe it took so long to realize. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I can't believe.
Final half of the evening and the final half for one of these two teams. On paper, 8-4 looks recoverable, but Saw, the way that some of these have taken place has not inspired confidence to us on the casting desk. Not a single player to bake double digits inside that first half, as Khalid is 1 away from 20 kills. Kukuka, if Saw are to turn this around, what on earth should they possibly be looking at here?
I mean, well, first of all, I would say it makes me a bit sad that this is our last half of today. It's been a long day, but it's definitely been a very exciting one. Now, going back to your question, Hazza, how can Saw turn this around? Oh, back-to-back tech pauses. Well, first of all, it has to go through the pistol. As we were saying, it was definitely a winning factor for the first map. And I think in terms of confidence, even though this is an 8-4, so we're having the right ideas. Like they wanted to work out the map. It's not that they were faced with the one time they don't know how to play against this thing. No, I think they should be proud of that. What they were trying to do. Sometimes in this map, it literally just does not happen. But right now, this is not a tech pause, everybody. We're just giving them the minute that they did not have because of the tech pause. We had a slight issue, but do not worry. Timer will start going down in just a minute. So, of course, as I was saying, it has to go down to starting off the pistol, trying to get the momentum back on. and trying to I would say shutdown fighter that has not had the best half, but we also know that he has what it takes to turn things around. But same goes for BRK. If he can get the operator online, shut-in fighter down could be massive. Or even Mo if he's on a flank.
or literally anyone on the TU team, because they're all doing it. But I echo your thoughts entirely. 4 out of 5 pistol rounds for TU at this point. 5 out of 6 is killer. And look, the stats say it exactly. Saw and TU are the top 2 teams regionally coming into Ascension for these pistol rounds. And you can kind of see that reflected in how they play, how they adapt from round to round. Saw setup's always been so good at changing their ideas, but with this being a map that's only just come into the pool for them, how many more deviations can we possibly expect? It's the defense which has to hold if their chances, if their hopes and dreams for this year are to last any longer in challenges.
Oh, the utility being dumped.
BRK, who's found himself here and immediately splatted by Spy.
High risk,
a gift
high
for
reward.
TU.
Nothing can tell you they were not going to sprint onto site.
Fragger, one back into mid, the fights take place. It's all or nothing. And TU, as it stands, are the team in front. Cypher Util stays up, but it starts to fall apart. Broken piece by piece, but the cam has survived.
Higher up.
Cunha's on a long rotation, and that's the biggest issue. GRTW wants to hold his ground, but he's so by himself, isolated on an island. The flash finishes it all. Cunha, how's your bottle?
3v1 with the Ghost. Barely any damage, and his position is now known.
Sander's seen him with Khalid. Mo holding the cross, the contact for the peak from multiple different angles, but they group up around the sign. It has to be clean from Cunha, and while it was for just a moment, that's the swing we expected from Sand. The pistol for TU may just have taken them there, 4 rounds away from their 2nd ever win at an Ascension equivalent event.
Yeah, exactly. Not only that, their 2nd pistol on this map, and I got a flashback onto what happened, back to what happened on Ascent. We were talking about them waiting for Saw to make a mistake, finding a hole in their plan, in their execution, everything that they did from the defense, and just go onto it. The moment that BRK goes down, they just sprint onto the map. They think that Saw is going to follow up on that one. They, you know, kind of expect what the rest of the players are going to be playing. Now, very close up together. Full Bulldogs and 1 Vandal. This round needs to be a guarantee. Nobody's defending here on A. A full stack from Saw on the other side of the map. Everybody rotating, just GRTW holding on to that side. Just joining them shortly. Now the decision here is, do we jump? Do we...
Topical, isn't it?
And
to be honest, Saw, with how they've been in some of these rounds before, gonna give it a go.
Here.
My hat's off to you.
Here.
No timeline meltdowns this evening, thank you very much. Tap on the spike, baiting out utility. This is what it's all for. Flash, well placed. This is TU's own smoke. They're playing spam. It's just like Sunset, same game, different map.
Oh God.
Finally, the kills come in.
One enemy remaining.
Khalid's utility is on a different level. Like, it's just, it was definitely a very difficult run for them to even attempt. They try and get someone down, but as you're saying, with that smoke, with everyone just spamming through it with those Bulldogs, it was almost a guarantee. I was talking about, you know, what buy I would like to see, what I would expect. With the scoreline being a 9-4, you go for everything. You need to snowball this.
Certainly do. TU rolling with the punches, keeping the momentum going on the stronger side. Double digits against Mouse. A feat which few failed to register could even be possible. Yet here we are, 1 away from what would be the biggest win in their history. A team that's been together for 2 years. Changes, players have come and gone. Saw on their last legs now.
Yeah. And kind of, again, just commits his utility. Doesn't care about burning it. If they're able to convert this bonus, things are looking terrible for Saw.
But an A site spread so thin. Saw in their 11th hour, if anyone were to answer the call, it would be BRK. And he gets started just as he needs to. Oh, BRK. Popping heads now, the follow-up. Util perfect from Fragger to just stall it out, and TU gonna need to start picking up some of these orbs because you're looking to the next.
He also lurks, by the way. He does a little bit of everything. He's gonna find the trap wire.
30 seconds left.
Mo does get one back.
Because they wouldn't, right? With 25 seconds, right?
More likely than you would think. That spike is hightailing its way to the B site. Traps won't be taken offline, not unless they can win this duel, which they do. Oh my god! Kakuka, it's really happening now. TU are on the site, and while they won't be healthy on all three players, where on earth could they possibly have gotten off to? Mo isn't accounted for, and it's a long re-clear back into the retake.
Khalid went away from his ultimate as well. As you say, everybody's very low, but Mo has what it takes here to be that first point of contact.
Holding his own smoke in his domain, but he falls short. BRK. This could just be the round. And the one which breaks their back. Khalid, signature lurk. Fragment for delay. He's peeked wide as Spy. The risk is taken, but it has paid off. Fragger finally to the defuse, but Spy has held up his end of the argument. And TU reach an 11th. Saw might just be finished now. It certainly feels that way.
I'm going to stand up because this needs a standing ovation. The space that Khalid finds in mid, how he's joined by the team, how the call is so clean, how they find the route to get Saw and use the momentum that is working on their favor to put Saw against the ropes, making the wrong calls. And even if they were the right calls, they just cannot miss a shot. Right now, converting the bonus, of course, everything from Saw is going to go on to this round.
I mean,
and this is it, because if they lose, it's not going to look pretty.
No, it certainly isn't. For rounds here even as well. Talk about Saw in the shop window, the Portuguese talent purchased by VCT teams before Tamasi last year. I want a bit more of the same here. Also helps hitting all your shots when they're not looking at you. Oh my god, look at your smoke utility. It's gone from bad to worse, and at the worst possible time as well. There's literally no other way to say it. That was the last opportunity that Saw could possibly have mustered up for themselves. Khalid doesn't care, he keeps going, gun out. Oh, it's painful to watch for Saw as they're put to the sword for what could be the final time. TU on 12, take a bow.
Harry, I am broken.
I've been government named, I can tell.
I am broken. And if I have seen this man play and I'm having a mental breakdown. Like, I do not know what to do. He's just trying picking onto people. Like, he doesn't care. Like, he knows he has the confidence. He's 20 plus up at the moment. That's without even thinking of the assist. Like, how is Saw going to stop this with 4 Guardians?
It doesn't seem like they are. TU pushing straight in. A quick push to end it all, but it doesn't go the way that they want. Khalid the saving grace as he always has been. Kunya the last one left and he's gone. Mo has removed him. It's a 2-on-2 and he doesn't even want the A site. Nothing to do with it. Saw left guessing and the spike goes down. How long does it take for the penny to drop?
And he breaks the camera.
It hasn't! They've still not rotated, Kakuka. To make that call in what is the final round, it seems. TU playing an absolute masterclass, front to back, heavily underrated, always overlooked. But Menace time is finally now. And who else other than Mo to add one of the final pieces?
It would be such a good way to close this one out. The drone is gonna go out. Are they gonna go in the big double Mo across the wall? He's going to get the final kill. 13-4 for TU. What a way to close out the map. Absolute dominance shown from them in this last map of Abyss. Again, this closes and finishes up their participation for the groups. This is done. The 4 matches And you know, with this performance, whatever happens, either they make it or not, they should be extremely happy with it, Haza.
And that final map, 13-4, makes things interesting as well. They did it cleanly. They were able to, from Ascent 2 even, or not Ascent, sorry, map number 2, Haven. Yeah,
13-6,
building into it, right? So there you have it. The MENA Miracle run is not over yet. They remain resilient. They carry on. And it's out of their hands. They've done as best as they possibly could. We just have to wait and see what happens tomorrow.
I am a little bit sad that this year we're not going to get to scream "So" at the studio, because I think that last year they were amazing and I was really hoping to see them again. But it's 10 teams that make it to groups, only 4 make it through playoffs, and we will see at the venue. But do not forget, So are still yet to play tomorrow. They have to play one more game. They are out of contention for those playoffs, but we know what it is to be scouted. And as we're taking a look at the groups, what is the biggest surprise for you, Haza?
I'll be real. Didn't see the other games today. CGN 3-1 has come out of...
I would be surprised if you had.
nowhere and hit me like a truck. I'll be real. I did not see that coming. So that means that Group A, yeah, really excited to find out how that one plays tomorrow. Desire keeping themselves in it as well. Tag Masterclass, maybe he's Fnatic's next pickup. Who knows how exactly that's going to go. Pacific winning ways.
Yeah.
I'll leave it to you, Kakuka. Is there anything here that I've not mentioned that you think?
To me, and as we look at a schedule for tomorrow, I think it's perfect because we just saw, and yes, they cannot make it, but they still have to play tomorrow, and they're going to go up against Pacific that is now flawlessly leading their group. And imagine if they make it up on a 4-0, that will be such a story to tell. But you do not want to see that on the other side for So. Picking my eye here, ooh. I think I'm between the Desire GN or the Mouse Jet Life.
Okay. I mean, for me, naturally, Apex Barca, they're 0-3, but it would be the most Apex thing ever if they end up losing that. But again, it's another one of those stories which you expect to go further, but that's what Ascension's all about, shattering those expectations, breaking down those barriers between the regions where you come in and you say, oh, these guys aren't even going to win a map. I felt like that about TU when you saw the changes that they'd made, everything that had gone wrong for them in the coming up to this tournament. That's the most important context that you can add to this team because, yeah, they've been here before. Yeah, they had taken 1 win before, but they've taken 2 now. And to be honest, I think even if they do end up going home, they can be so proud of the performances that they've put in. That is all from myself and Kakuka for today, though. Any closing thoughts from yourself after what's been a couple of days of action?
It's been long days. I like to see that the competition is this fierce, that people are this prepared, that we've seen the kind of clash. I like things being decided last minute. I like getting to day 4 and having some things on the line. And actually, for things being on the line and talking about Apex and Barca, it feels like pressure got the best out of Barca this tournament. I would say every single series going 3 maps, not being able to close any of them out in their favor. Maybe now that the pressure is out, they're down for some upsets. Is the way that we always do it in Spain. So I'll be very excited. But it's been a pleasure casting with you, Haza.
Of course, it's been an absolute pleasure. Last couple of days for us on the desk and one final day of groups before we move towards the playoff stage. TU still keeping themselves in it. Desire as well from the match that we saw earlier. All to play for. Make sure you tune in again tomorrow. But that's all from us for now. Good night.
Didn't know how much they boss, man, I paid that cost, long nights on the job. Didn't know, I'm a pro. Didn't know, I'm in the zone. In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa.
One enemy remaining.
That guy and I work rate high. Did I know how man stay lit, man? I just move quick and I stay active. Did I know how man stay boss, man? I paid that cost, long nights on the job. Did I know? I'm a pro. Didn't know, I'm in the zone. Didn't know how man stay fly, man, I'm just that guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Didn't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on the job. Didn't know, I'm a pro. Didn't know, I'm in the zone. In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals. Whoa. Doing my thing, got the blinders on. Filling my stack, yeah, high and long. Time is on, I'm a bomb. Golden touch, got the minders on. When I don't play, I'm on the way. More King Kong coming today. Obstacles try to delay. Crush that, we know just be okay. Hey, on a wave from the cave to main stage. I'm about to engage. Raise the price of my wage. Didn't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Didn't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on the job. Didn't know, I'm a pro. Didn't know, I'm in the zone. Didn't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Didn't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on the job. Didn't know, I'm a pro. Didn't know, I'm in the zone. In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals. Whoa. In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals. Whoa.
No limits to my calling. Going straight to the top like I've been boarding. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot like my hands on the rifle.